Well, I'm not on the stage, so you guys can't hear me. But good morning, Taylor Gang. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, so we are on day 9 of the YNW Melly trial. So I will just jump in and get us started. It's about 10 of us here, so it's enough. It's enough for me. Good morning, Fancy. Oh, just so you all know, tonight we're going to be hosting a vision board party. So if you like to do vision boards or you just want to sit in and listen to us talk and create our vision boards for 2025, you are more than welcome to attend. I'm actually going to work on creating some type of visual to just let people know that that's what we're going to be doing. Who will all be there? It's going to be myself, Attorney Arian, Attorney Starr, Attorney Yates, Attorney Hallie, Jasmine, who's also going to be an attorney when she passes the bar. So we'll all be on the live video, but everybody is welcome to join. And then if anybody wants to come up once we're finished to show their vision boards, we'll bring everybody up on the stage. So again, we are hosting a vision board party tonight. And again, I'll have a visual out here soon. So let's jump right into the trial. Yes, let's get into it.
Last night we had a discussion regarding photographs for the medical examiner. Did you go with those?
No, I did not. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
What's the thing crooked on there? Look at it.
That one for me too? That's if you had one for the brother, thank you.
I have a contact sheet on that. I don't have access to the color copy.
You want me to hand this service call?
So you can, the circle one for here.
Oh, the circle one.
Yeah, that's the one that went.
Where's Detective Polo?
I'm not in contact with him currently, he's on the stand. I can see if Gary has him somewhere.
Oh, you were. Where's Detective?
Yeah, I'm
All right, so they were supposed to review the autopsy photos before court and decide which ones they were basically going to agree on. But it seems like the defense didn't get a chance to do that. So I'm gonna try and speed past this a little bit. Yes, make sure you hit the like button if you haven't done so already.
He's not ready for it, that's another issue.
You want to switch it?
I'll wait for them to come.
All right, bring it in. Okay.
Gary, answer. Good job, thank you. Please be seated. The record once again reflect the President of the defendants of counsel, the assistant state attorney, please go and jury, all witness, and Cole remains on stand. I think when we broke, the defendant is still on the cross-examination of the witness, so if you're ready, you may proceed, sir. Thank you. I hope you had a good night, and happy to see you back. All right, let's start.
Thank you, sir. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Allen.
So I wanted to start off by discussing videos.
Yes, sir.
You reviewed a lot of videos in preparation or as part of your assessment.
Yes.
Of whether or not Melly is in it, right?
Yes.
You viewed videos that he posted online.
Yes.
Videos that were posted of him.
Yes.
And his music videos.
Yes.
And you would agree that in a lot of music videos, there are a lot of firearms, right?
Yeah, some.
And that's not unique to Melly.
No.
A lot of artists in their videos have a lot of firearms, right?
Yeah.
And we saw yesterday in some of the exchanges where Melly is asking, seems to be like inquiring about the availability of certain firearms.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about that long thread, it was I think that was specific to magazines, not the actual firearms.
Okay, it was magazines.
Gun-related things.
Okay, and some of them were, he asked for clear magazines.
Sure.
And you said that makes some kind of an aesthetic difference, a difference in appearance, not difference in function.
Right.
Right? So if you wanted to use the firearm in a way that it is manufactured to be used, it doesn't matter whether or not you have a clear drum or an opaque drum. Right?
No, I think I explained that it's just a preference thing.
Right. A visual thing.
Yeah. So you can see the bullets. I want to see that.
And so it wouldn't make a difference in its function, it'll make a difference in how it appears on a video, for example.
Correct.
You were telling us that you were retained to render an opinion in a case regarding the rapper Drake.
Yeah.
And your opinion was that he was not a gang member.
Correct.
And you listen to Drake songs.
Yeah.
And you hear references to violence in those songs.
Some.
Okay. All right. So the reference to violence in songs by rappers is not unique to Melly. Right? And it doesn't necessarily mean you're a gang, right?
No, anyone can commit an act of violence.
Okay. We also saw among the several videos, you said you reviewed videos of Melly that were his music videos.
Yes.
Videos posted of him.
Correct.
And videos he posted.
Right.
Doing all manner of things, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we saw one yesterday, and before playing it for the jury, Ms. Bradley asked whether or not you were familiar with a rapper named Kevin Gates.
Right.
Are you?
Yeah.
And the lyrics, and then Ms. Bradley played a video, right?
Right.
And in that video, there were Kevin Gates lyrics being recited.
Believe so.
And did you help Ms. Bradley decipher what was being said?
I don't recall. It's been, when was it that we got the post? Or that I got the post? Sorry.
I don't know when you got it. I know that it was played for you yesterday.
Right.
Right. And during your testimony, you reviewed it. Right?
Correct.
And Ms. Bradley made some mention of the fact that at the end it says both of them, right?
I'm glad she said that, yeah.
You agree with that?
I would have to listen to it again. I don't recall now.
Okay. You don't recall what it said?
No, sir, I don't have the song memorized.
Okay, so you're not saying that it says both of them at the end. That was just Ms. Bradley saying that.
I'd like to listen to it so I can answer it correctly.
Okay.
Thanks.
Before we do that, I want to present you. May I approach you on it?
What now?
I would like to present him with what has been marked as a copy of for identification, marked for identification of defendant's exhibit C.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're not
And I-
having your own.
Without objection. Okay. Thank you. Let's take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that those are the lyrics to Kevin Gates' song, 4:38.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to focus your attention on a part of that.
Okay.
Can you read this? It's a little tiny.
It's tiny, but
You think you can?
I'm happy to pull it off.
Okay. I'm gonna wanna. Where's Gary? I lost Gary. Oh my gosh. Adversary, though I need.
You're going to display this exhibit 3 to the, for a seated jury.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Without objection.
Do you want to admit it first?
The judges remember the admonition, this is not something that's in evidence. It's being used as some type of demonstrative exhibit to assist in explaining or illustrating the witness's testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence, and how this demonstrative will not be with you back in the jury room during your deliberations unless it's later received evidence. The evidence is the testimony of the witness. All right, proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, you see the part that I've highlighted there
Yes, sir.
on Defendant's Exhibit C for identification.
Yes.
No regrets for the shit I did. It also means for the ends I killed. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Right.
I want to play this now for you.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when.
Is that identical to you?
Can I?
Yes. Well, actually, he doesn't say the word kill. He uses a gesture for that.
Yeah.
Don't play it again.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when. Okay.
Okay, you heard that?
Yeah, I'm hearing it. Like I said, I can't memorize the lyrics.
No, that's fine.
I just want to see it side by side.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
That's sweet. No, I know you're not. I know you're not. It's my fault.
Do the wrong thing over.
We'll let you do that.
No regrets for the shit I did. That also means for the niggas out. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. Never say when. Yeah, except for leaving out killed and getting something.
Okay. Yesterday, Ms. Riley said, did you hear her say both of them? Yesterday, you heard what she said.
Yeah. No.
You don't hear that?
No.
Okay. So you didn't help her decipher that before, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. It's identical, except for the gesture in place of the word kill.
Correct.
Okay. The defense would like to move in defendant's exhibit C for identification.
Without objection.
Thank you. Ms. Evermore. Then it's C, is that right? Identification be admitted to 3, or is it something else measures by the defense? Mark for exhibits or for evidence?
What will be defense one?
Right, defense one. There's nothing else.
Yeah, we can leave back to this.
So it's defense one.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so you're telling us you didn't assist the state in coming up with a conclusion that it says both of them at the end?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, we were also speaking yesterday about the fact that Melly was largely unresponsive to many of the overtures that were being made, the attempts to recruit him, right?
He was already recruited, but yeah, what you're saying is he wasn't responding to the people that were messaging him.
Okay.
Within the organizations.
Okay. And I had gone through a list of, or a demonstration of several messages that were not being responded to, right?
Correct.
And I think I asked you later on in my examination whether that was Gino, and you're like, no, that's not Gino.
Yeah, we went through two different, I think, text threads. One was Gino, one was her.
Okay. Well, let's go through Gino's.
Sure.
Okay. Start with page 30 of Government's Exhibit number 70. It's 70 to 140 pages.
Yeah.
Pan out there. Visually, as much as it can. Pan it out to the full page. That's it. Okay. Visually, we can look at the messages reflected in page 30 of State's Exhibit 70, and we can see, first of all, that the person communicating with the 9807 number is Gino. Okay.
Yes.
And at least we can see that there are no responses to any of them.
Right.
Okay. Let's try and go. And the time, 10/4/2018. Just talked to him. He said that wasn't towards nobody. Okay, he's continuing a conversation from or post that he made before, right?
Right. Okay.
And that's at 9:14. Then 2 days later, without a response, at 12:05, it says, "I'm on the line with Tall GF." Who's Tall GF in lingo?
Gino's like the godfather, and that is being stretched. So I assume that's a reference to him being tall.
Right. Okay. I'm on the line with Tall Godfather. He wants to sit down with you, Jay Green, you, Jay Green, and him. See that?
Yes, sir.
And that's on 10/6.
Yeah.
That would be a pretty important meeting because the Godfather wants to sit down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's 10/6 at 12:05. 10/6 at 12:05. He reiterates. Me, you, him, and Jay Green.
Yes.
No response?
No.
So the next day, 10/7, 4:40. Last, when you free?
No.
No. That whole day goes by. Next day, 10/8, 12:40, 3:40. To stay in tune is to communicate, bro. If you feel like it's too much, I think is what it's meant to say, for you can line up. Let me go from the top. To stay in tune is to communicate, bro. If you feel like it's too much, you can line up elsewhere, but you won't get the perks and respect you get now. The choice apparently is yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems like I guess.
And that was on 10/8. Any response?
No.
Okay.
Wasn't read for several weeks.
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
So we fast forward now to 10/13. So now the Godfather wants to sit down with you, no response. Hey man, you got to communicate, or if it's too much for you, line up elsewhere, right? No response.
Correct.
And then 10/13. That would be 5 days later.
Right.
Just cut a fool off that.
Yes.
Whatever that is. Okay. That's 30. 31. It's Boo. I wish you nothing but the best, and if you need me, I'm here. 10/13, 9/27. See it?
Yes.
Okay. 4 days later, 10/17. Speak your mind like a man. Don't have a fool guessing. So Gino is not getting frustrated with this lack of response. You agree with that?
I agree. It also, like that first message you read, it kind of seems like we're missing some context of conversations that might not be in these threads. I'm just, because some of the stuff doesn't make sense the way it's almost like a continuation of a conversation that already happened.
It might seem that way, but there's
no way to tell.
Right. So the word you're looking for is you're speculating.
Sure.
Okay, all right. So finally get the response after all of that on 10/23/2018. Now, it appears that none of these messages were even opened until that day. You agree with that?
Yeah, I think most of them have the same time stamp, 10:30:51.
And the response is beloved.
Right.
Okay. Not, hold up, man, I missed the Godfather. Right, wasn't that?
That's why I think we're missing some conversations that were had, not via text message.
Right. And you can speculate all day long.
Yeah, I think it's common sense.
Okay.
But okay, you're right.
Do you have any proof of any of the things that you were speculating to have occurred, sir?
We have phone extraction. If I go through call logs, there might be something there.
And it might be a Martian that they call. Okay, all right. So, in response to that 10/23/2018, at 10:38, Gina responds on the same day. Hit me when you're free. Got to get another one. Right?
Right.
And then he sends the oath.
Correct.
On 10/24, that's not opened until that 18.
Yeah, I can't see the date.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So no urgency with that either.
Correct.
And it says, that same day, he texts him again. There's no response to the oath, right?
Not today's messages, no.
And he texts him, that's the oath. Me and you need to come up with a handle.
Yes.
So he's a gang member, and he's in. He doesn't have a handle yet, and he's just now seeing the oath, right?
Not the email chain.
Okay.
Received earlier the month before.
Okay.
This would just be a second time sending the oath.
And now we're on to page 32. If we pan out, you'll agree with me. There's no response to anything going on page 32.
Correct.
Okay. First message. 10/24, 12:38. Handle's a name for the books.
Yes.
So he's not in books yet.
We don't know that.
Okay. You know he doesn't have a handle for the books. We know that.
We don't know that according to these text messages.
He just said we need to come up with one.
Right at this point in time.
What are you saying?
Saying at 10:24, when he's asking for the handle, they hadn't come up with one yet. We don't know if he has one.
Okay. And then at 10:24, at 9:36, so 8 hours goes by. Bust at me when you're free. I need to skyline with you. Right?
Correct.
Call me. I need to talk to you about something.
Yes.
Because eight hours have gone by. Right?
Yes.
10:25, 9:08. Next day, 24 hours later, just about. I don't know what happened. Let me know what the move is. Right?
Right.
10:26 at 12:34. Bro, you good?
Right.
10:26 at 5:35:30. We here for you, bro. Just let us know what you need.
Right.
Yeah. Next day, 10:27, 11:49. Now, 10:26 is the day that Melly's friends, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, were killed.
Right.
Okay. You see a message? We here for you, bro. Just let us know what you need. See that?
Yes.
Sounds like some form of comfort and condolence to you.
You are speculating.
Okay. Don't. Next. I went through what you're going through. It hurts, but it's like when you go into the next level, the people you love die, and so they can protect you better from the sky. See that?
I see that.
Okay. Now, prior to those communications, was there any communication at all where you saw where Melly was complaining to Gino or anybody else or Gino or Stretch? His name? Stretch. Where he's complaining to Gino or Stretch about Anthony Williams?
No, sir.
Do you see anywhere where he's complaining about Christopher Thomas?
To those two members?
Yes.
No.
Do you see anywhere where they're putting them on a plate for him or anybody else?
None of those messages.
Okay. page 35, you said one of the words that was used, let's look at page 35. See a message there, the last one from the 9807 number, whoever had it, Melly or not.
Yes, this one.
It says on the homies.
Yes.
See that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that's another indication because homies is a term that Buzz uses.
I also explained it's just also a term that just people use in general.
I
But
got
it's not just Bloods, it's all gang members.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
in reference to, that's my big homie, that's my little homie, that's the big homie. You know, but like I said, if you just say, he's my homie, and you're just talking to your friends, it doesn't mean anything.
okay. So you have homies.
Sure.
Okay, I have homies.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hope so.
All right. Let's go now to page 47. Now remember, these guys are trying to recruit, right? They're trying to recruit, or you say he has already been recruited.
It appears he was recruited because they sent him the documents for the next step up.
Okay. So I think you used the term clout chasing. I didn't use that term. You used that term, right?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me if this would be the type of thing you would refer to as clout chasing. On page 47. Post me for my belated birthday, Herc. I'm only asking because I got hella hoes last time you posted me.
Yeah, I testified to that already.
I know you did.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm asking you, is that the type of stuff
Yes,
that you are referring to
yes, sir.
as clout chasing?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 48. Let's start at the top of the page. And this comes in on January 6, 2019, 3 months to the day after the incident at issue in this case.
Yes.
Okay. On another note, one of them Pyru ends reached out to me saying something about some force shit. See that?
Yes, sir.
Response: I was so disrespectful, they probably won't be calling me back. See that?
Yes.
Response: got you, beloved. Well, what they hollering about? It was quite a lot, accusing you of something that are punishable by death, also stating that Shine family is nothing more than a chess game in the palm of little Ford's hand. Then he has another message. I myself found that amusing. The reach of the G-Shine hand is far-reaching, but being that you are really Shine, that's something you are not going to have to witness, for mothers and kids are not off limits when disrespecting Shine. Right?
Yes.
Okay. We've already established that this failure to respond to Gino and Herc was disrespectful. We established that yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. And mothers and kids are not off limits when you disrespect them.
That's what they're saying.
Presumably your boys wouldn't be off limit either.
Correct.
Okay. And it wouldn't make sense to kill the golden goose.
No, you would kill your mistake.
Okay. Now we saw yesterday where Gino had suggested that it would be a good look for him to get some change for everybody. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. We're now looking at page 51. See that second to last message there?
Yes.
What happened to the chains?
Never got him, I guess.
No response.
Mhm.
And he's like, never mind. Right?
Right.
So he didn't get the chains that he was looking for. Let's go to 52. And it seems like Melly's trying to assure him that it'll come, but it hasn't. He says, all that's coming, big bro. Be patient. I'm fresh out. I'm going to have everything handled around March.
I ain't seen my mama yet. I'm only one man. Right?
Right.
Answer. I believe you, bro. What about my post? I remember he asked for a post for his birthday.
I remember.
Okay. I believe you, bro. So he's not getting the chains. The post is free. I believe you, bro. What about my post, nigga? Bet me okay, what about my post? Seems like a period is supposed to be there. An N-word bet me 100. Should I just go ahead and pay him? In other words, somebody bet him $100 that he wasn't going to get a post. Should I just pay the guy, man? What about my post? Right?
Yes.
That's how you interpret it too?
So it's things like that, yeah.
Okay. I mean, while the state had you up here when you were interpreting messages, you seem to have a level of certainty in all your assessments. Now you're a little bit equivocating.
Objection or
Say.
refusal.
Next page, 53.
Yes, sir.
Here comes another ask. 150, 45, and 128. This is all after the fact, right?
Correct.
By months, right?
Yes.
Hey, for real. Hey, for real though, I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Remember he told Melly, line up onto me because we got all this money and we well resourced and we got all of that, right?
Right.
I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15.
Right.
Okay. Did you get a response?
No.
Okay. And he says, and you went over this on direct, if I don't pay you back, you can have my stain and my life. Right?
Yes, sir.
Let me 10 grand and you can kill me if I don't pay you back.
Right.
Okay. No response. For sure.
Yes.
Then 128, 219, 1027. It's my job to bother you, little bro. Next day, almost 24 hours later, I'm trying to show you something. Response. Yo. See that?
See.
Okay. Let's go to page 59. Page 59. Top on 9/13/2018. Now we're back to her. Right?
Right.
Before the incident.
Yes.
Yo, bro, do you fuck with Quando Rondo? He disrespecting the hood.
Okay.
Answer, when? And then Melly responds, nah, me and bruh fought. Well, I fought young boy. He fought my brother Sack.
Okay.
Right? So now Melly is talking just a month earlier that he fought Young Boy is another rapper.
Yes.
And that he fought Young Boy because Young Boy was fighting his brother, Sack.
He said he fought young boy and that young boy fought his brother Sack. He doesn't specifically say it's because he fought his brother Sack. So I don't know if he's defending his honor or if he was just involved in a 2-on-1 fight or a 1-2 fight. Like it's not there. You're asking me to speculate again. Anytime I do, you say I can't. So
Do you have to speculate on the fact that he's calling Sack his brother?
no, that's right there.
Okay. Now let's just go to, this is her, and this is page 60. At the bottom, 9/15/2018 to 10:05. What time does show start tomorrow so I can know when to push up? No response. About half an hour later, just bark at me when you free her. See that?
I see that.
Okay. Page 61. Yes, please. Yes, ma'am.
to get together and take photographs.
Okay. Page 62. It says, UFW the perks hurt. If so, I'll grade you some. What does it say? What does that mean?
FW, fuck with. He's asking if he fucks with perks.
Okay. So you fuck with perks that hurt? If so, I'll grade you some. Bring some.
Yeah.
Answer. I don't do no drugs hurt. What does he say right after that?
Bring some to my Crips.
His who's?
Crips.
Not his bloods? Okay. He can't, he's not even supposed to use a C there, right?
Right.
Okay. And not only does he use a C, he refers to his buddies as his Crips. Did that happen? Yes or no?
He did.
Okay. Okay. Page 71. Start. This is hurt. I'm gonna be totally honest with you, bro. I had Gino, because everybody is professing to be of higher rank than the other. Herc is professing to be of higher rank than Gino, right? Or no?
No, he said, yeah, Gino bend the rules.
Okay. So actually, he's not. Strike that. I was wrong there. He actually petitioned Gino to bend the rules on behalf of Mel, right? I'm gonna be totally honest with you, bro. I had Gino kind of bend the rules for you because I happen to be a huge fan of your music. But Gino's gonna fall back for you, and I will deal with you until I feel like you're ready for Gino's presence, right?
Yes.
So Herc is saying, look, I'm gonna handle you and kind of bring you along because you're not ready to stand before Gino, right?
Right.
Okay. This Gino, the same guy that he was ignoring time and time and time again. That guy.
Yes.
Okay. And the Godfather, who was waiting for him for a meeting, is over Gino and her, right?
Yes.
Okay. When he feels like you're ready, then you will be granted total access and acceptance. Until then, the Godfather will never acknowledge you. So he's not even acknowledged by the Godfather yet.
Right.
Okay. We still don't know you. But we see that you love the hood. Okay, he's saying we see you love blood, but we don't even know you, bro. Right? Okay. So we accept you with open arms. You gotta always communicate, bro. You family now. It's one of the 23 rules. I'm responsible for you, so we gotta make sure everything is on point. And you gotta work on your lingo. We will talk more when we push up Saturday. Right?
Right.
Okay, did I read that correctly?
Yep.
Okay. Page 79. You went through this in your testimony as well yesterday to the state. There is a text at 10/26/2018 at 12:42:30. And the question is, yo, is this true? Right?
Right.
Day of the murders, right?
Yes.
And Kirk is asking Melly if it's true what he's seen on social media. What we saw was a post about Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas being killed.
Right.
Unfortunately. Okay. And then he says, that's at 10/26, 12:42. Then at 10/26, 5:57, 10. Damn, bro, I'm sorry for your loss. I know shit hard for you right now, but keep your head up. Yo, keep your head up, you. I wish I could have been there to guide you. If it's anything you need, bro, let me know. Don't hesitate to bark at me. Love you, bro. 110%. See that?
Yes, sir.
And you testified in your depo that you didn't see that as condolences. What you're saying is you're saying, I was hoping I would be there to guide you in killing people. That's how you interpret that.
Yeah, I was speculating again. Or do you want me to just give my professional opinion?
Well,
Because based off the way games operate, I can tell you why this makes sense.
how are you distinguishing your speculation from your professional opinion?
You're the one distinguishing it, sir.
Pardon me?
You're the one distinguishing it. I'm trying to get it out.
So your professional opinion is your speculation.
My expert opinion about gang testimony, about gang knowledge, is what I can testify to.
And that's only as good as this expertise that you profess to have.
Objection argument.
Steve,
Okay. But your interpretation of that communication was that he's saying, I wish I was there to guide you on how to do this, right?
Right. Because my grandfather died, no one called me and said, I wish I could have guided you. He said, I send my condolences. I hope you're okay. I wish I could guide you. Guide you how?
Hasn't Herc been trying to guide him the whole time in growing up, being a man, being a blood? Did you say that? Did you see that?
Yeah, you saw that.
Okay. And you are basing your professional opinion on the anecdotal example of what somebody said to you when your grandfather died.
Not just my grandfather, sir.
All right, let's look at page 83. We're panning out a whole bunch of texts from her that weren't responded to, right?
Right.
Okay, see there from her. First one is 11/1/2018, 9:40:52. Bet, just checking up on you. And SL, what does SL mean?
Shine love.
Shine love. All I know, say 100%. And then we have on 11/4. This again is now we're after the incident now, right? 11/4 is after the incident issue in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good show, her. You have me turned. Be safe on the road to fool. I don't know what that means. Shine love. Then 4 days later, yo, bro, hit me when he's free. Got to give you some food. Are you suggesting that is him saying, I got to give you somebody to kill?
I don't think so.
And then at 11:37 same day, send me, bro, IG, and I'm sending food now. Make sure you check it out. And 11/8/12:58, more or less East Side banging blood. I be the true and living, stand on ground with devotion, outstanding, and loyalty for cause. Ola repping the Shine family, because real riders don't switch. Therefore, it's platinum, gold, platinum, 001 G's up even when my mind by the soul part forever expand my height line black.
Yes, that would be the food he was referring to, the knowledge.
Okay. So the knowledge that he's sending him is this works out right here, right?
Yeah.
Oh. And then it says, got a new scrap I want to show you. And then page 84, it's bust at me when you free. At 11/11/12:33, and then 11/17. I'm sorry, 11/13 and 11/17. 2 days later, add me back, you ugly ass. What do you interpret that?
You can allow me to.
I'm asking.
Yeah. That sounds like he didn't accept his friend request.
Sounds like what?
He didn't accept his friend request.
He's saying, add me back.
Yes.
Okay. Let me move on to the next page, 85. It says the top three BSAP. Right?
Correct.
He sends that at 8:20 on 11/18. At 8:20, he gets a return. He gave my ASAP or BSAP response.
And take it 2 minutes.
All right, 2 minutes. Okay. Then her says that and says, hit me when you're free, nothing major. And what does this Y001 mean again?
Double one is blood love.
Okay.
So they just use it in the language. They're all blood love.
Okay.
It's called their blood, but 001 inside of it. It's just how they incorporate the signs and symbols into their writing.
Got it. I sent you a beat. Tell me what you think about it. I was hoping you can put a hook on it if you like. That one instead, let me know what you think, right? And you discussed that yesterday.
Yes.
And a beat is a music track.
Yeah.
And a hook is a rap or some lyrics.
A verse.
A verse.
Like that.
And you see like sending him a beat and he wants him to put a hook on.
Sure.
Okay. This would be some self-serving effort to try and advance his own music career. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Page 93. That exchange starts on 10:25 at 12:04:09. What's it looking like? At 11:25 at 12:10, he responds, everything 05 day, they on the road, right?
Right.
And then on 11:25 at 2013, bet it up. Shine right, shine bright, shine love, bro. Right? According to what you say SL means, right?
Yes.
And then 3 days later at 10:03. Boy, I see your ugly ass on TV representing, right?
Right.
Okay. And then 2 days later at 10:57. Y001, rise up her. See that?
See it.
And then on 12:05, it's now 5 days later, 12:02. Damn, what's up, blood? We beefing or something? I know you view me barking at you. I just be trying to check up on you. That's one of the 31 rules of an and rarely care about you, bro. Cause that fake rocking, we don't roll like that, bro. No, in this 5-dub, we straight up with each other cause we gonna die about this GSF shit. You heard? Just let me know what's up, right?
Yes, sir.
So he's just getting no response. He's like, bro, beefing or something? What's up? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we don't know what calls were or were not made, but we know at least on this occasion, the communication was sufficiently lacking for him to be like, bro, are we beefing?
Agreed.
You are not barking back?
Right.
Okay. And now page 94, top of the page, he gets a response. Bro, did you really just we beefing? Looks like it's meant to say, bro, did you really just say we beefing? Right? Okay. And there's a status sent, whatever that is. And his response is from her, of course we're not beefing, bro, but you got to do better on your communication with your 5-dub. That's part of getting your staying together. Oops, can't see that. Right?
See it.
All right. His response, her, nigga dead busy. And he says, flight to flight, don't even see my mama text on God, right?
Right.
So he's saying that my phone, I don't even see my mom's text coming, let alone yours.
Right.
Okay. And his response is, and I smell that, bro. I think you covered this yesterday. And I smell that, bro, but this GSF shit is a real, or are real?
Real right.
Real right. But hold on, don't the R come before the real? Real right is R real?
They're doing the double R because double R stands for real right. It's just more like when they put the 001 inside the blood. It's just
okay, so that means real right. Okay. And I smell that, bro, but this GSF shit is a real right mob, regardless of how busy you are, how busy we all get. We always got to make sure we find time to check up on the bros, even trouble. Do it, bro. And he's a big artist like you. It's nothing personal. We're not saying we want all your time. Just text and let us know you're good. That's all, bro. You say your brothers, but you be showing us different. We rarely got real love for you, Herc, 110%, right?
Right.
So he's saying, look, man, I hear you.
I'm sorry?
Sure.
Did y'all, we'll take a short recess? need not take too long, to discuss case your presence or no research. Just need your notepad on your chair, and exactly your short. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain on the defendant. I think Mr. Hogan, Mr. Demons needs a restroom break. Take care of that for him. All right, counsel regarding the photographs. Is the doctor here yet?
She is not in the courthouse, and I'm saying she's in the garage.
So, let me know, I don't know exactly when we're getting to her to talk about the photographs, but keep me across.
I'm fine. See you later.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was not studying it, man. Like, I just don't believe that the things that he was texting was true. And I think that Melly knew that. It was just like, yeah, it ain't really nothing for us to talk about. But again, just the whole gang conversation and being in a gang is irrelevant, in my opinion, to this case, because unless y'all are saying that he did this as part of a gang affiliation, initiation, I mean, it's pretty pointless. Like, what are we doing here? And these messages are from 2018. Like, come on, man. The M's ain't even occurred.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, the defendants, his counsel, the assistant attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury, our witness. Detective Danny Full remains on the stand. Counsel, you're ready to proceed in minutes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, we're gonna wrap it up. Been led to believe I should have provided pillows with my cross. Putting everybody to sleep.
I'm awake.
All right, appreciate it. 97. Start at the top where it says here interview from the 9807 number, the event, and out of 10. Can you read that? Probably not.
Yeah, I see, sir.
DL, let me know. Well, have it when you finish. Just bark at me. It's mandatory. That's at 12:15, 3:36. No apparent response. At 5:10 on 12:15, be back in the meeting waiting on you. At 12:20, 5 days later, I'm Melvin. How long you gonna be in Atlanta? And then at 12:21, 5:28, keep me when you get time, bro. And then there's this one. 12:23 at 2:01. Me and Gino came up with an agreement. We're trying to be in YNW Melly now. How you feel about that? See that?
Yep.
Okay. So they're trying to be in the music group YNW Melly, and they're trying to recruit him to they've recruited him, as you say.
Yeah, they're two separate entities.
Did I tried to get them straight and I messed it right back up. Okay, there's a few more things I want to show you. Here at 103, this message here from Goon. It starts with yo twin, right?
Yes.
And the response was bet twin Phoebe, right?
Right.
And what were you telling us twin means?
Just slang used between future members. It's like saying bro or dude or any term of endearment.
Okay. And you're aware that Anthony Williams is saved as twin in the 9807 phone.
I don't recall, but
Okay.
you can show it to me or just take a word for it.
Okay. All right. Just jumping, we're almost done at 108 and 109. At 9/7, 2018 at 4:36:37, Goon says, damn, niggas had you out here all types of laws. The history of the hood, important to know. I'm gonna send it. Make sure you get right on that shit, blood. Right?
Right.
Answer. I know who the founder is, bud. I'm saying you ain't send it. Julius B. Sonny. See that?
See it?
And then we go over, he's saying the founder is Julius B. Sonny, right?
Correct.
And we go over to now page 109. What he said that?
Can you read it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but you know Julius B. Sonny is not a person, right?
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's saying the founder is somebody who's not even a person.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Looking at 114 and 115 for just a couple of references here. Right at the top, the 9807
Right.
person says, just ran into Boobon Herc.
I think there should be a comment here, like that period we missed on the other one. I just ran into Bubon, and he was referring to the other person's Herc. Bubon's the name of a Broward County Nitrate Gangster Blood member.
Okay.
Ahmad Robbins.
But he's not saying he's Boobon Herc?
No, he's a Nitrate Gangster Blood.
Okay. Because the person he's talking to on page 115 says, oh, I thought you said he was Herc. Right? But at least whoever Goon is thought he was saying Boobon is Herc.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Almost there. You know what? We are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Let me leave this up here. Okay. Thank you.
Council's name, redirect?
Yes, sir.
You ready to make a speech?
Detective Fuller, do you make your determination as to whether or not someone is a gang member based on just one factor?
No.
What do you base it on?
Multitude of factors, and I like to get more corroboration than just, like I said, in the case of Mr. Williams, where I had limited information. I don't want to come to court and make that determination.
And in terms of, is Mr. Williams on trial today?
He's a guy.
Okay. And when a person becomes a member of a gang, is it a lifetime membership?
Depends on the gang.
Okay.
Depends on circumstances. Depends on the person. Sometimes they're allowed to be put on the shelf and, stay out or not be an active member.
Okay, so you mentioned put on the shelf. Like the term you haven't used before. What does that mean?
Just a term to state that the person's not actively involved in the criminal in the gang's activities, necessarily just the criminal portion of the gang activities. They might not be going to meetings and stuff like that.
Okay. You also used the term meal ticket. Is that something that has a particular connotation in regards to gangs?
Yeah, so I think it's been going on for as long as I can think. Gangs have always used rappers, and rappers have always used gangs to promote each other. Gangs use rappers because rappers bring in money, fame, things of that sort. Women, as we saw in the text messages, and the rappers use the gang for support so they can get into certain venues because they might not be allowed to certain venues, as we saw in some of the texts, unless they have that support.
So you mentioned that they use each other.
Yes.
How is that reflected in the messages and in your opinion based on what you've seen?
Well, it appears that maybe Melly wasn't reciprocating as much as they were asking him to, but they were asking him to, right? Give me chains, give me to the show, post me on social media. Minor asks, some minor asks. So asking for $10,000 maybe might not be a minor ask for Melly, but some people think that's a lot of money.
Okay. And is there a certain amount of latitude or give when the gang wants something?
Yeah, so I mean, especially if you have fame and trying to use that fame, and they're going to give you a little more space, a little more wiggle room because they don't want to lose you. This is evidence with other rappers who claim gang affiliations and who've been on trial for gang.
Okay. And
events.
State 70, council made a big deal about the lack of responses that he perceives in this.
Yes.
In terms of on page 47, there is no response from January 3rd to January 25th. Are there circumstances in which a person's not allowed to have possession of a cell phone without going into what those circumstances are?
Yeah, I didn't want to mention that.
Okay. So you mentioned as well that the messages don't show phone calls.
calls, FaceTimes, Instagram FaceTime, Facebook FaceTime.
And so in terms of the state would like to publish at this one part of state 64, showing defense counsel. Yes, did you want to take your computer? Thank you. Thank you for asking. So Detective Fuller publishing from what has been admitted into evidence is state 64, the extraction of the phone from the 9807 phone number. And this is one of the 10,963 images that are contained on this phone. What is this showing?
Missed FaceTime calls, messages received, more FaceTime calls.
Specifically, there are missed FaceTime call from Gino.
Gino's there.
And is that one of the numbers in the contacts that we just went over?
That is, yeah, that's one of the test threads that we went over.
And there are messages from Gino. Are there messages from Gino on January 2nd?
I believe so. I would have to double check, but there's plenty of messages.
For example, page 47, Gino, January 2nd, 2019.
Yes.
Okay. So Detective Fuller, is there evidence to support that there's other types of communication other than what's reflected in just those messages?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the extraction report and things like that, is it able to recover all the deleted messages?
Not all of it.
In any of those messages that we went through, or in any of the other messages you reviewed on this phone, does the defendant ever say, stop?
No, just the complete opposite. Sends his email and says, feed me, send me more knowledge. I want these documents, basically. So,
Does the individual with the 9807 phone ever say, leave me alone?
no, I believe the only altercation of that sort was with Goon when he decided to not fall under that lineup.
So counsel asked you if the phone tells you when messages and things are received and who they're from.
Right.
Approximately how many emails are unread on this phone?
2072.
And how many text messages or iMessages are unread on this phone at this point?
195.
The phone has and shows the defendant, or whoever was using the phone, I should say, when sought out the email from Jaquan Burton and opened it up.
Yes.
You mentioned as well, and there was a lot of things about that, the majority of the messages aren't from October 26th of 2018. You would agree with that?
Right.
Did you notice any change in spelling or word choice before, during, and after?
No, language was consistent throughout.
Counsel asked you and brought up to your attention a message where Mr. Benz, or the 9807 phone number, says that he has friends that are Crips. Could you explain a little bit of that, spelling Jim on the jury?
So I went into this during my direct, I believe, where we were talking about the gang history, blood gang history, where Bloods were created in West Coast, California to fight Crips. That's why there's derogatory terms between the two sides. But there's been multiple rappers, multiple reform gang members who have come out and have squashed these beefs, right? They come out and they fight the community. And although they still use these terms with each other, like anyone would if they're upset with someone else and they know that person's affiliation or something. Right now, there is no ongoing gang war between Crips and Bloods. There might be specific ones in certain cities where maybe one city is occupied by both Crips and Bloods and they're fighting for territory. But that could also be with blood on blood violence. There's plenty of cities in Broward County where there's 6 or 7 different blood sets all fight for the same territory. And there's no allegiance toward each other because you belong to your set. And your set's going to fight the other set because it's about you, your collective, your group making money, not everyone else's. So the whole Crip versus Blood thing, historically, yes, that was the thing. Crips versus Bloods, Crips versus Latin Kings, Crips versus Blood versus Latin Kings. UDN was created for protection against Latin Kings. The UDN under People Nation. People Nation has the Latin Kings under it. So Latin Kings and the Bloods are now allies. So gangs evolve, allegiances evolve, wars happen, same way countries sometimes have peace and then sometimes countries are at war. It's the same thing. It's no different. These are just organizations motivated by money, and they're going to do what they can to make this money.
And you said in one of the statements that Defense asked you about that was read, you are family now.
Right.
What does that mean to you as an expert in gangs?
They're calling him family. It means he's been accepted as a member. And on top of that, the emails show that not only was he brought in as a member, as a foot soldier, at the low level, he was then bumped up to the next step in the G-Shine lineup, the G-Shine ranking system to the Ascari level. So that's one step above. That means he must have, or he did, not must have, he did, because they're not just going to promote him to Ascari, because that would have taken approval from the top, right? Some guy at the bottom is not going to be like, hey, you're an Ascari now. You can just start getting out ranks. You can't get someone staying unless you're the guy that's hanging out that stain. So he obviously was given the thumbs up to at least one step.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor, your next witness is?
Dr. McDougall?
The young jury, I need a minute with the attorney. Please do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinions about the case. Allow anyone to discuss the case in presence of the research with the appropriate attorney here. Place the jury stepped out. Counsel made along with the defendant. Can you bring Dr. McDougall in, please?
Before you turn, there's been no legal ID, so I don't understand how she would testify other than identify by a case number. So court knows. So I would be objecting to her referring to any of the individuals other than a case number. So there's no legal ID.
And so, Your Honor, this was the same issue we talked about previously. The state would disagree with that. The images have been shown of the victims that would identify them, and that that has been established like other evidence. In fact, Detective Polo just identified the victims during his testimony, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. There was no objection to that, and it was able to make that identification.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Just bring the doctor in.
Sure. Do we have hand sanitizer around?
But we're putting the road now.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Name is Rebecca McDougall, McDougall.
Thank you. Doctor, we're outside the presence of the jury, but the defendant is present along with the attorney and the assistant attorney. And we're trying to find out if there's some photographs that the state intends to use in the trial. What I'm trying to find out is whether or not the photographs that are in question, basically you need to illustrate or explain your testimony, and whether or not there are duplicates in there that you may not need, and basically if there's multiple photographs suggesting the same thing to delete for multiple photographs. What I understand the defendant wants, defense counsel wants to also use the least gruesome type photographs. And also I understand there's some of the pictures are external and some are internal, and whether or not you need all the photographs, and to explain or illustrate your testimony. That's really what I'm trying to find out. So
Yes.
you show the doctor the photographs are in question.
Yes, and Dr. McDougall, these are the photographs from one of our prior secret deposition that was taken at that time. And in terms of Ms. Smith, be so kind, the number on this, there were 136 photos in total, and this is taken at the time of autopsy, and so we're receiving to use 28 of them.
And those 28 photographs have been identified. That's what the doctor is looking at now.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the circles first.
So if they have a tab on them, those are ones in which defense is objecting. They have a sticky note on them. Your Honor, while the doctor is reviewing those, I have case number right related to defense. my copies in your honor. It's Henderson v. State, 463, 7nd, 196.
Katie Williams, the state yesterday.
Yes, so I provided Henderson to Mr. Howard, who had left earlier. And so specifically on there, it says, those whose work products are murdered human beings should expect to be confronted by photographs of their accomplishments.
And in the other case that the state cited, which is Williams v. State, found at 77 3rd 726, the court said, where photographs are relevant, the trial court must determine whether the gruesomeness of the portrayal is so inflammatory as to create an undue prejudice in the minds of the jurors and distract them from fair and impassioned consideration of evidence. When less graphic photos are available to illustrate the same point, the relevancy standard by no means constitutes a carte blanche for the admission of the gruesome photos. Judge, there's no question that the victims in this case died of gunshot wounds. Primarily one gunshot wound was fatal on each one of the alleged victims in this case. In fact, this doctor will testify, I believe, that this is a rather unusual case in that she could determine which shot occurred first in both of the victims, and they were the fatal shot in both of the victims. Therefore, the introduction of all these other photographs are irrelevant, prejudicial, and we would object to them.
Thank you. So, Doctor, my question, I guess, is the photographs were presented to you. They've been marked to you. How have they been marked, ma'am?
So defense counsel has placed a sticky note on any that he is objecting to of the 28 that have been selected. Triple C for identification.
All right, so if
Do you
we,
want to do them one at a time?
that's what I'd like to do, is if you show the photograph and,
May I approach you?
yes, you may. Doctor, you're not concerned or intimidated if they turn.
Of course not.
up you.
No, I'd rather than see it here, so I don't have
All
to
right,
show it. Just stay 6 feet away.
that's fine.
So this first picture of the sticky note actually is the face shot with heat number, the any case number that is unique to this case. So what this does is it shows that this number will be in every single photo. Therefore, I think it's gated.
Thank you. And is there any duplicates of that photo showing the case number?
Every photo will have this case number,
Understood.
but this is the face of the decedent. That's how we identify him, and that's what this photo is for.
Thank you.
So this next series of photographs are the clean hand photographs. We take these photographs to document whether there are any injuries to the hands. You know, were they in a scuffle? Is there any hemorrhaging, contusions? If that's a line of questioning, then I need these photos to show that.
And so Dr. Louise is clean him. You could explain to his honor.
I can. So in the course of a suspicious case, when we take photographs, we do what's called overall photographs, essentially. So those are usually bloody hands, right? Bloody defects, bloody body. When we clean them up, we take a second round of photographs that are clean photographs. So these photographs are the clean photographs. I don't see any blood on any of these photographs.
May I inquire as to how many photographs?
Once the doctor says.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so these are the clean photographs of the hands. So,
For you, Doctor?
I-
Yes, you have a
How
question?
many photographs of the two hands are in that file?
so there's a front and back. So there's one front, one palm, and a side to show every piece of each hand to show that there's no injuries.
My question is how many photos in total of the hands are?
So there are 6 photographs, one of the palmar surface of each hand, one of the other surface of each hand, and one of the side of each hand.
And there's no injuries on the hands.
That's correct.
We would object that it's duplicitous and it has no relevance.
Thank you. That objection is overruled. The photographs are, when you say clean photographs, there's no blood, there's no gruesomeness or anything like that associated with those photographs, counsel. So the objection notice overruled.
Did your honor rule as to the face establishing
So
shot?
ruled.
Okay.
I understand that the purpose of it, it's not a gruesome photograph.
So these next 2 photographs are of the same wound. The difference is one is an orientation shot, which is this one, and then one is a close-up. If you show just the close-up so I can talk about the characteristics of that wound, there's no way for me to show where it is on the body. I can say where it is, but I can't show it. So if you want an orientation shot so you can show where it is, and then a closer shot so I can explain the characteristics of the wound, then I would say both pictures are needed.
And is that what you're suggesting, doctor, that you to show the orientation as well as the close-up of the injury, that you need those pictures to illustrate that?
I do.
Thank you. What's next?
So, there's 3. You can take one out.
Sure.
I don't need all 3.
And so Dr. which would be the best one to remove from that set? Thank you.
Is that okay with you?
I haven't said a word.
I'm not under that. So,
Hold
I understand those aren't objected to, there's no sticker on it, correct? Am I correct, Counsel?
There's a sticker on one in the left hand, I believe.
So I would argue you can take one of these out because both of them I can see. We see the ear on the left-hand side, so
You're telling me you don't need both?
I don't need, no, sir.
So just eliminate one.
And in terms of the better, the one with the scale or without?
With. No sticker.
So no sticker, so I don't know there's objection to it.
Same argument on the two pictures of D. One is an orientation shot, so it shows you where on the body this exit wound is. The second is a close-up, so you can describe the characteristics of the wound.
And are you telling me, Doctor, that you need both photographs to illustrate or explain your testimony?
I would prefer both because you can tell in the close-up that this looks like a laceration, which is consistent with an exit wound. I can explain it from this one, but you can't really see it.
Is the court allowing both of those photographs?
She's saying she needs to explain the testimony, yes, that's the way I understand it.
I believe she said she could explain it on either one of the photographs.
I can explain that it's a laceration on each one in order for everyone involved to be able to see the why it's a laceration instead of, yeah, that's a laceration over there. I think they're needed.
Thank you. Objection notes overruled. Again, these photographs show an depict an injury externally. It's not internal. I don't know that they're so gruesome as to inflame the jury, something along these lines.
I did, so the court now has put a sticker on all of the internal injuries, I believe, you're looking at right now, correct? Doctor?
Yes, sir.
And I'm standing at a distance from you because you were not in that 10-day grace period.
I'm not.
So I'm gonna move a little further away.
That's fine. So normally, Judge, I would say that internal photographs are not needed. The reason that these photographs are important in this particular case is that the first shot, which was to the back of the neck, when you look at the undersurface of the skin around that injury, there's hemorrhage, which means I can tell you that he was alive when that shot was fired. The second shot, third shot went to the shoulder, the second shot that went through the heart and the left lung. The organs prove that there was no heartbeat when those shots were inflicted. So if anybody is trying to say that one shot came, he was alive when that shot was shot, and the other two were after he passed away sometime later, the only way to show that with the photos is to show you that in the lung, in the heart, where the projectile from the shoulder was retrieved, that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those organs or wounds. Can you do it with just the lung picture? You know, do you need every single one of them? I mean, the heart, absolutely no hemorrhage. Your heart's got all the blood right there. If you're alive and it's beating, it's gonna bleed. So,
I'm sorry, may I, Your Honor?
Sure, I'm trying to understand, Doctor, whether or not you need these pictures to illustrate the testimony and whether you need all of them. Because
if I want to show you that there's hemorrhage here, and he was alive and that's why there's hemorrhage, and there's nothing on this lung, so he's dead when that shot's fired, then I need these photographs. Can we parse it down to half of them? I mean, you know, you want to show that there's no hemorrhage in the heart, the pathway of that bullet is the same projectile. You know, you could show one.
So would you remaining perhaps the lung photo?
I think the lung is probably the best photo of all of them because there's no hemorrhage there. I think you need the one that shows that there was a beating heart when the bullet went through the head, and at least one. I would argue, I don't argue, right? I would suggest, whatever the right word is. This photograph is the projectile from the right back. No hemorrhage around it where we get it out. So that's the third shot. So one of these and one of the second shot and one of the first shot to show the difference in this is a beating heart, these are not. If that's something that needs to be shown in photographs. And how I came to that conclusion. I'm done.
We are not contesting that the first shot was the fatal shot. The other two shots, which he is referring to, are from the internal examination to verify that. We're not contesting that at all. Those are very gruesome photographs, have nothing to do with because the victim in this group is dead already. So unless we're contesting that, there's no reason other than to prejudice this jury of the gruesomeness of this autopsy.
And so, either going back to those photographs, to illustrate or explain your testimony, my question is, all of these photographs, these are the photographs that I look at that are somewhat gruesome.
I agree.
And so my thought is, if there's a way you can pare down those photographs, show the what you're trying to get across, which shot was the fatal shot and how to establish that. I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I'd appreciate that. But my thought is, really, you're the witness. You know what you need to explain your testimony. And so I need to know that.
So, Your Honor, it's not about which shot is the fatal shot. I mean, we have people shot 20 times, whatever, all the time. If it is, you know, all at the same time, around the same time, within, you know, a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, every single one of those gunshot wounds is going to have hemorrhage. Okay, so it's not that he shot in the head, his heart stops immediately, and you know the other two shots come within seconds, and those have no hemorrhage. I can't tell you what the time frame is between the headshot and the other shots, but it's a significant amount of time so that he's passed away, there's no circulation, then these shots come. So it's not 10 shots, the first shot was to the head, so it killed him, and the other 9 were a minute later, and none of those had hemorrhage. So that's why this is unique, in that we can say which the first shot is. So I think you can take some of these out, but if the line of questioning is gonna be, and I don't know what it is, right, but if it's gonna be, was it, seconds later that the second, third shot came, or was it minutes later? You have to be able to show that there's no hemorrhage.
Can I ask a question, Doctor, regarding those photographs of the internal photographs? Correct, they're all internal,
Yes, sir.
and any of those are duplications?
They're not duplications in pictures, but I can show it with less photographs, because it's the same wound pattern.
That's fine, so if you can show it with, and explain it with less photographs, that's what I would appreciate.
May I inquire one other question, Your Honor?
Sure.
You can't tell if it was seconds or minutes later, correct?
It's not seconds,
How do you know that?
because I've done hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot multiple times and they all have hemorrhage.
In those cases, you have not been able to determine which is the first shot, second shot, and third shot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in other words, this is an unusual case wherein you can tell what the first shot is. And in fact, I think you testified, this is like 1 in a million.
But it's like 3, I think I've had 3
Okay.
in 12, 13 years, where I can tell which shot came first, because the dramatic difference in the characteristics of the first gunshot wound and the second and third. It's not seconds. Okay, it's sometime, but I can't tell you what that time is.
It could be 10 seconds,
It's
it could
not
be 5
seconds.
minutes,
Could be 5 minutes, could be 30 minutes.
and it also could be less than that.
I don't know that I say less than that.
And what are you basing that on?
Excuse me, counsel, this is, I assume you deposed her a long time ago, you deposed this witness, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're talking about photographs, not about the other issue. My job here is to determine whether the photographs are too gruesome, and my thought is that these photographs, the internal ones, do have some qualities that you want to say is gruesome. However, we're trying to limit those. I don't think it's so prejudicial or so gruesome as to create any type of prejudice in the mind of the viewer. They're autopsy photographs trying to explain the motive of death. So in any event, doctor, if you could, if you're satisfied which one you need to for your testimony, which one you can eliminate.
The attorneys can come up here as well. These are 3 different, well, these are all the same shot, so this is probably the lung.
That's the one you want?
And so to show the fit, and so it's clear for the record that the photo of the lung has been removed from the body. It's not encased in any sort of, you don't see ribs, you don't see blood, you don't see other fatty tissue. It's internal. And so in terms of the lung shot and the heart shot, are those from the same wound path?
Correct. So all of these 4 photographs are from the same wound path. So this is gunshot wound 3, this is gunshot wound 1, and this is gunshot wound 2.
Okay, so you would be fine taking out these 3, the photo of the heart with the trajectory run through it, the photo of the ribs post removal just come in, and the photo of the lungs still in place in the
That's the
body.
heart. Yeah,
I figured it out.
it might be all, actually it's the heart and lung.
So those 3 would take out. Okay. And you would just need the other 3 to explain the differences.
Correct.
All right, so those photographs that Dr. handed to you that have been excluded, how many in number are there?
They've been excluded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that brings down to 23 photos.
Thank you. Doctor, of the 23 photos that remain, you're indicating you need those photographs to explain your an illustrated testimony, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, so you ready to start again?
Yes, we just need to update the digital version of them.
And so the record is clear, Your Honor. May I have a standing objection to those photographs that were thrown over that I objected to?
Sure. Can you identify for the record, let's just be clear which ones they are? Do you state of any objection to a standing objection?
No, Your Honor.
So there's no objection to a standing objection, but I just like somehow those ones with the yellow tab that defense was objecting to be noted.
Sure, I'm happy. Yes. That's a good idea of numbering them, and I can refer to them by the number, so that there's no question on that.
Your Honor, on a side note, can I suggest we let the jury start their lunch before we do this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam State, your witness, do you want to do?
I have no,
I've already been here 2 hours. That's not,
You want to start, Doctor? Is that the-
no, it's fine. Jury's more important.
Can I do this? Let me just find out if the jury wants to, we'll give another 2 minutes. Can I just have my gal go in and see if, take a poll with them, see if they want to have lunch or break for lunch or want to continue? Any objection to
No, sir.
okay.
All right.
Tell them what the next witness is,
not gonna tell them anything, just find out what they wanna do. How long do you think your direct examination is gonna be?
Hour and a half.
We'll just break for lunch. All right, we'll just break for lunch. All right, so, any objection if Gary just lets the jury break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so Gary, just tell them after this, we'll see you back at, say, it's an hour, 12, 10 to 12, say, 1:15, all right? See everybody back at 1:15. Anything else to discuss, counsel? Mr. Agency, if you could just confirm with counsel which ones you're objecting to, which photographs you're objecting to. So there's one. Yeah, Margaret, just a number. As soon as I finish numbering. Jury entry. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, jury. I trust you all had a nice lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we vote to state so on this case in chief. I'm going to ask the assistant attorney to call for the next witness, please.
Rebecca McDougal.
Good afternoon. You raise your right hand before.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is Rebecca McDougal, MacDougall.
Madam, you're all set? Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Rebecca McDougal.
And where do you work?
I work at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
What is your title at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner,
How long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner?
right at 2 years.
Okay, so June of 2021?
June of 21, I was interim. July of 2021, it was official.
Okay, with your permission, doctor, you can do the math because I'm not good at it, so please don't make me do any more.
2 years.
Okay, thank you. Prior to being the Chief Medical Examiner, what other positions have you held at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office?
So in 2010, I was a fellow, which is your last year of training before you become a forensic pathologist. From July 1st of 2010 to June 30th of 2011. I stayed at Broward County from July 1st of 2011 until November of 2015 as an associate medical examiner. I went up to Palm Beach County and I was an associate medical examiner in Palm Beach County for 18 months. And I came back to Broward in 2017 and I've been an associate there until June of 2021. So 13 years as a forensic pathologist, 2 years as chief.
So have you worked at any other medical examiner's offices as well on a temporary basis?
Yes, so when I was an associate medical examiner, I worked, did locum tenens, so you go for a long weekend and help in other districts in Florida that are short-staffed. So I did that in Volusia County, and I did it in Pinellas, Pasco County.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does a forensic pathologist do?
We are charged with determining cause and manner of death in cases that come under the jurisdiction of our office based on Florida statute and administrative code.
And what is the jurisdiction of the office that you currently work for as the Chief Medical Examiner?
District 17, Broward County.
You mentioned that you determine cause and manner of death. What does that mean?
That's correct. So cause of death is the initiating event that leads to death. Okay, if someone has cystic fibrosis, diabetes mellitus, if somebody falls off a ladder and gets a brain bleed, if someone's in a motor vehicle accident and they pass away,
So that would be cause.
that's cause.
So what is a manner of death?
So manner of death, there are 5. Okay, there's natural, cystic fibrosis, diabetes, heart disease, accident, you fall off that ladder and you get brain bleed, motor vehicle collision, suicide, which is when a person takes their own life, so at their own hands, homicide, which to the forensic pathologist is death at the hands of another. And sometimes, no matter how many medical records we review, how many tests we do at the autopsy, we do not have a clear cause or manner of death. And in those cases, they're best classified as undetermined.
And in terms of how do you do that, determining cause and manner of death?
You do an autopsy.
Could you define that for the
I
jury?
can, so means to look within. So it's an examination after somebody passes away to determine what caused their death. So you examine all the organs, any injuries they might have, medical records if they're available, if they're needed. We can do toxicology testing, we can do microbiology testing, so cultures, viral, bacterial. Sometimes we do genetics. Just depends on the circumstances surrounding the death, decides which path we take on what tests need to be done at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, so Dr. tell us a little bit about what training and education you had to become the chief medical examiner for Broward County.
So I did my undergraduate degree in biology at the University of Texas. I went to medical school, which is another 4 years, at the Health Science Center in Houston, Texas. That was also University of Texas. I did a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, and then finished it with my 1-year fellowship in Broward County.
And in terms of exposure to cadavers or dead bodies during your medical school years, how often do you deal with that?
So the first 18 weeks of medical school was gross anatomy. So back when I was there, we still worked with cadavers. So we had 4 people on one body that we, did all of our own dissections.
Okay, you also talked about your 4 years in anatomic and clinical residency.
Correct.
And what would you do during that?
Well, for that, you do everything, right? In Lubbock, we were lucky that I actually got to do 6 months of forensics. So I got to spend 6 months at the medical examiner's office in Lubbock. But we also learned clinical pathology, which is how the labs work, blood banking, hematology, all of the clinical chemistry. And then anatomic pathology is basically the study of disease and in a hospital setting. So any appendix, any uterus, any prostate, any cancer, all come to you in the pathology lab at the hospital, and you then diagnose and stage the cancers or the appendicitis or fallopian tubes, anything that comes out of an operating room travels through the pathology department at that hospital.
And did you work as a pathology assistant as well?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So during my residency, it's called grossing in pathology specimens at the private hospital in Lubbock.
Do you teach in the areas of forensic pathology?
We do.
And what have you taught?
So we have public defender attorneys, we have state attorneys, we have private attorneys, law enforcement, medical students, EMTs, nurses, nurse practitioners all will come through our office. For COVID, they didn't, but we're starting that up again. So they can learn about disease, the natural disease process, and also, autopsies.
Do you participate in any boards or panels such as the Child Death Review in Broward County?
I do. I do the Child Death Review, which means once a month, and we talk about children that have died in Broward County. I do the Opioid Death Review once a month, where we talk about the drug overdoses that are occurring in Broward County. I do 3 separate trauma meetings. Broward County has 3 trauma hospitals. Once a month, they have their separate hospital meeting. And then the 4th meeting once a month with everybody together to talk about trauma cases and people that pass away in Broward County due to trauma.
So in terms of the amount of time that you spend in the morgue actually doing autopsies now, what percentage of your daily work is that?
So I work every holiday so that my docs can have long weekends and holidays. And then if we're especially busy in the morgue, I will pop in and do a case or 2.
Okay, so prior to becoming the chief medical examiner, what percentage of your work was actually performing autopsies?
23 days a month. We're usually on service 6 days a month. We do probably 5 autopsies every time we're on service, plus whatever external examinations. We don't have to autopsy every person that comes to the medical examiner's office. Sometimes they come, especially in the fall and the winter, our snowbirds, usually have a very well documented medical history. But if they die in Broward County without a physician in Broward County as their primary care doctor, then they have to come to our office so somebody can sign their death certificate. If you die in Broward County, your death certificate has to be signed by someone that's licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida. So if they come from New York with 6 months worth of medicines and their primary care doc's in New York, because that's where they live half the year, then they have to come through our office. We make sure there's no trauma. And then we can review medical records and just do an external examination on those people.
So are you a medical doctor?
I am.
And in what states are you licensed?
I am licensed in Florida, Texas, Mississippi, and New Jersey.
Are you certified in anatomic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2013.
Okay. Are you certified in forensic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2014.
And what licensing or board issues that certification?
The American Board of Pathology.
And what do you have to do to show proficiency to obtain that certification?
Study really hard and take a really hard test. And then every year, actually now, so you used to have, if you got ordered after 2006, every 10 years you would have to take another board exam. Now, a year ago, they decided that we could just answer 15 questions every 3 months. And as long as we maintained a certain percentage on those questions, then we would not have to take that oral test again.
Okay, so Dr. McDougall, with regards to the number of autopsies that you have performed during your career, where are you at currently?
Over 3,000.
Have you had the opportunity to come to court before to testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
I have
How many times?
over 100.
And in what jurisdictions?
Palm Beach County and Broward County.
You're at this time of tenured counsel for blood diet in the area of expertise?
I have no questions.
Proceed, Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you mentioned earlier that there's a definition as to homicide for a forensic pathologist.
That's correct.
Does that mean murder?
After the hands of the note to me. Hoping.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in an investigation under the Broward Medical Examiner's Office, case number 2018-3118?
I did.
What was your involvement?
So I was the medical examiner on service that day. So this case came in at like 4:45 in the morning, I believe 5 o'clock in the morning. So it becomes my case because anything before 7 a.m. is mine. There was a double homicide. Broward County Medical Examiner's Office has a fellowship program. I was one of the fellows. And so I took one of the cases, and our fellow Dr. Sauter took the other case, the companion case in this case. So I did the autopsy on Mr. Williams.
Objection.
Suggestion.
Identity.
Thank you. Objection, I'll go over proceed.
Okay, so you said you performed the autopsy on an individual who later came known to as Anthony Williams.
That's correct.
So you talked about the fellowship and that you said it was the last year training.
That's correct.
In terms of what is your role in supervising the fellow?
So there are 5 associate medical examiners in my office and 1 deputy chief medical examiner. So when the fellow is on service with you, it is your responsibility to be there. July and August, you're real close, right? Because they're just starting. They've done probably 50 autopsies in their residency. So the first month or 2, you're right there by them. But as they graduate and show you that they're competent, that they know what they're doing, then they will do their autopsies and come to you if they have any questions. You're also responsible for reviewing their report before it's signed out.
Okay. So in this case, with regards to the autopsy of Anthony Williams, were there photographs that were taken?
There were.
Were those photographs help explain and illustrate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the process and how that is undertaken?
There were.
So you're showing what's been previously shown to the defense counsel. As marked as state ZZZ for identification purposes only. Dr. McDougall, did you have an opportunity to look through those photos?
I did.
Coming in court?
I did.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy of one Anthony Williams on October 26, 2018?
They do.
Did they reflect the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office case number that was assigned?
They do.
Here at this time, state request to move state ZZZ in at state 73.
Any objection, not previously raised?
Not previously raised. No.
Any objections, I'll go against it. Go over.
Now here deposit 23 photos and 1 USD.
States triple Z, state 72.
I'm sorry, what now?
72.
So, Doctor, before we get into the actual photos, can you explain what a scene visit is?
I can. So the medical examiner by statute and administrative code has jurisdiction over a body. Okay, so when a decedent passes away on the scene, the medical examiner or the investigator will go to that scene. These individuals were transported to the hospital. They died at the hospital. So therefore, at the time of the examination, there was no scene to visit.
Okay, so I'm gonna go forward, and how do you receive the body of Mr. Williams?
So when the body leaves the hospital, the 2 zippers on the bag get a seal put through them. It comes to our office, and this was actually the same morning. So this individual came straight into our office, and then probably within an hour or 2 was ready to be examined. So the bag is sealed at the hospital, comes to our office. The very first photograph we take is a photograph of that seal, so we can show that it's still intact, and it must be broken by the medical examiner on duty.
And did you receive it from the body of Mr. Williams in this way?
I did.
Okay, what in the picture that we're looking at, which is, I believe, photo number 2 is numbers for the purposes of the record. What does this picture show?
So this is one end of the body bag with the 2 zippers in place with the red seal between it, still intact. That case number 183118. So that is the 3,118th case for the medical examiner in the year 2018. That is a unique identifying number for this case and will be in every photograph that is taken for this examination.
For the purposes of orientation, the letter, the top of the A, in almost each photograph, what direction does it point towards?
So the letter should point towards the head. Okay, so every photograph that we see, the case number, to look at it properly, the head should be above the number when you're looking at it the right way.
So prior to opening the bag, is there a scan or some sort of x-ray that's done?
So we're lucky not to have what's called a low box. And it's low radiation full body x-ray. So every single case that comes into our office gets both an AP, which is front to back, and a lateral, which is from the side, x-ray. So we have those.
Okay, so you said AP. I know you know what that means, but if you could describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
So anterior, posterior, so the beam of the radiation is going through. So when you look at the body, it's the way you would see a body. Then we do one that's a lateral, where the beam goes through the side of the body, so we get the side. That allows us, especially if we're looking for foreign objects in a body, if I only have a picture front to back, I can out where it is, front to back, but where is it? Is it right up here, or is it closer to the back of the body? So we have a lateral x-ray that we take, so I can see where in space, in 2D, not as good as 3D, right? But I get a 2D orientation of where that foreign object might be.
Okay. In terms of describing your findings, do you do them in anatomical positions?
Yes,
Can you describe what that is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I can. Can I show you?
Please, if that would help.
Yes. So anatomic position, with my water, is with your hands out like this, palmar surface forward, just like this.
When you were describing your findings in anatomical position, are you in any way suggesting that was the position of the body within injuries or defects were inflicted upon?
I am not.
To go back, before we go into the photos of the autopsy itself, could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do during autopsy?
Sure. The first thing that the pathologist will do is break the seal. If that seal is broken, the bag is opened, and we take what we call overall photographs. These are photographs that are taken before we do anything to the body, before we move the body, before we clean the body. We take photographs so we can see it as is. Once that is done, then we'll take the body out of the body bag. We will look for any identifying features, so scars, tattoos, defects. We take pictures of the hands as they are. Once we're satisfied with those photographs, then we will clean the body. And once the body is cleaned, then we will take overall photographs again with the body cleaned. Then we will take both an orientation shot and a close-up shot of any defects, scars, or identifying marks.
Okay, so after you've done, it sounds like an external examination, is there another part of the autopsy procedure?
So then we do the internal examination.
Okay, and when you're doing the internal examination, what do you do?
So we're looking for any kind of injury, disease, anything that's abnormal, right? Also want to look at what is normal. So we look at all the organs, weigh all the organs, and complete our exam.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to what was labeled, from the photos labeled as photo 1. And so if you can describe what we are looking at here on photo 1.
So this is the AP, or anterior posterior full body x-ray that was taken before the bag was opened.
So in terms of the different colors and things that we are looking at in this, what do you see that is medically significant?
So I'm not a radiologist, but what I will tell you is that this is a projectile, and there are projectile fragments in the head. This is dental restorations.
In terms of any of the other things on this that are,
These are all buttons, I think, from a hospital gown. So it's just artifact from the clothing that he's wearing.
so going on to the next photo here, I'm just gonna zoom in just a little bit. What is this picture showing?
So this is one of our overall photographs that we take once the body has been cleaned. What you can see in this photograph is what later becomes known as an entrance wound, a defect, a circular defect to the middle of the chest.
And that was for the purposes of what we were looking at in the photographs number 3. Okay. Going on to photo number 4. What purpose is this photograph?
This is our, what we call our, it's called a headshot. It's our identification shot. It's a picture of the decedent's face, also with a number. So this 18-3118, this is the big number. We saw it, the smaller one in the picture of body bag. That's the unique identifying number for this case that came to our office.
In terms of the way that you label or determine gunshots or entrances or exits, is there a specific pattern you follow?
Every pathologist does it differently. I like to start at the top of the head and go down, and then we turn them over on the back, and then we start at the top of the head again and go down. So it's an arbitrary system dependent on the pathologist on how they want to organize the number of defects that they have in their case.
Are you assigning a specific order based on the labels that you use?
I'm not, head to toe.
Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
So these are the pictures of the hands cleaned up. We take dirty pictures of the hands, and then we take clean pictures of the hands. We document the hands to look to see if there's any evidence of any kind of injuries. Are there any bruises? Are there any scrapes? Are there any cuts?
And did you document any scrapes, injuries, or bruises on this left hand?
There are not.
And that is photo number 5. Going on to photo number 6. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left hand, it's the palmar surface. So we'll take 3 photographs of each hand, at least 3, and 3 if they're negative, right? So the back surface, the front surface, and the side.
And you mentioned the side photo. Moving on to photo number 7.
Correct.
And in terms of the left hand, were there any bruises, injuries, any defensive wounds of any sort on the left hand?
There were not.
Can you define what a defensive wound is for the jury?
I can. So defensive wounds are usually wounds that are on the extremities. They don't have to be on the hands. They're most commonly on the hands. They can be on the forearms. They can be on the shins. Any part of your extremities that can move to block your core from any kinds of injuries. Okay, so you want to, your feet or your legs, your arms or your hands will get in the way of something that's coming at you, if you're in a fight or something, to keep that part of your body, your core, from being injured.
Okay, moving on to photograph number 8. Have we moved on to the other hand now?
Now we're on the right hand. So this is the back surface of the right hand, documenting that there are no injuries.
So moving on to photograph number 9
Side of the right hand, no injuries.
and photograph number 10.
So the inside of the right hand, no injuries.
So we're going to move on to what's been labeled as entrance wound B. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where this wound on this gunshot wound B entrance wound is?
So it's in the middle of the chest.
Okay. In terms of, do you document in your report the distance from the top of the head?
I do. I don't memorize that. If I can look at my report.
Do you need to refresh your recollection, please?
So that wound is 19¼ inches. Oh no, that's, below the top of the head.
And in terms of the left to right distance, how far is that?
It's 1/2 inch right of the anterior midline.
And can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a perforating gunshot wound?
Okay, so for gunshot wounds, for forensic pathologists, there's 2 kinds. There's a penetrating gunshot wound. Goes in, doesn't come out. Penetrates. I recover a projectile. Then there's a perforating gunshot wound. It perforates the body. I have an entrance, and I have an exit, and I don't collect a projectile.
And so, Dr. McDougall, so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have an idea. How many autopsies have you done in which gunshot wounds have been a cause of death?
Probably 600 or 700.
The gunshot wound that we're looking at right here, is there anything about soot, stippling, or muzzle imprint?
So this is, so in forensic pathology, we have 3 different ranges of fire. And for gunshot wounds, we are tasked with trying to determine the range of fire. There is what's called a contact gunshot wound, which means that the muzzle of the gun is up against the target when the gun goes off. In those cases, you have a nice round deposition of soot on the entrance wound. The next is called intermediate. With an intermediate gunshot wound, if you take your target and your gun and you move away from your target, okay, so you're far enough away now that you're not going to leave a nice ring of soot, you're going to get something that's called stipple. Okay, so the gunpowder coming out of the gun will tattoo the skin. You will get a nice pattern, a spray of stipple on the skin. Those are intermediate gunshot wounds. With indeterminate gunshot wounds, that either means that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the target that all the gunpowder falls off before the projectile hits the body, or there's something in the way of the skin, between the skin and the weapon, that any evidence of close range firing would be on that clothing. Okay, if you have someone that's shot in the chest, you want to look for evidence of close range firing on what they're wearing, because it has to go through that before it hits the body. And that gunpowder is not going to get to the skin because the clothes are in the way.
Okay, and so, Doctor, I want to make sure we understand on intermediate on that. Do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing?
What about on the skin or human body?
You have to do it, no, you have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing?
Yes.
No.
And on intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
In terms of without having a specific weapon, can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun with the exact same ammunition with a white sheet of paper, right? Until you get far enough away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about the wound labeled B, how can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound label B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm gonna go forward now to,
yeah.
for B on the
I have to
note.
turn it here. So this is my rim of abrasion here.
That's photo 12 for the record.
So the entrance is right here, and the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side.
And you're turning in anatomical position?
In anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next photo here, which is labeled as photo number 14 on this. What are we looking at in photo number 14?
So on the top of his right shoulder is the third entrance gunshot wound.
And the third entrance gunshot wound, is that even a label?
It was labeled.
Is that C?
It's a C, yes, ma'am.
The victim's head is up there by 7. Does that mean he was 7 foot tall?
It depends on where his feet are.
Do you document the height and weight of the decedent when these parts brought in?
We do.
And what was for Mr. Williams?
So he's 76 inches in length and 172 pounds.
And can you convert that 76 inches to feet, please?
I can, it's 6 feet 4 inches in length.
Okay. In terms of the photo that we're looking at here, on this particular wound, which is later assigned the label of C, what type of wound is this? Penetrating or perforating?
So this is a penetrating, so it has an entrance wound, no exit. And so it's also an entrance wound.
Going on to what's labeled as A. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where is this wound A?
I can. So A is an entrance gunshot wound on the left side of the back of his neck.
Would using that as a demonstrative help to illustrate that on a styrofoam head?
Okay.
Okay, next we're going approaching with what has been labeled as Broward Medical Examiner's Office 18-3118.
Correct.
Is that consistent with the medical examiner's office number that was signed for the autopsy of Anthony Williams?
It is.
Okay, prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to place markings on this styrofoam head to approximate the locations of the wounds on Mr. Williams?
I did.
And would this help and assist in demonstrating to the jury where those wounds were in position on those photographs?
It will show the wound path as well.
Okay, so Your Honor, this might state us the witness to use the demonstrative.
Yes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a demonstrative exhibit. It's not in evidence this time. The testimony is what the witness says. The demonstrative is used basically to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating her testimony. As I said, the testimony of the witness is the evidence. This demonstrative is not to be considered valuable as evidence in the case unless it's later received in evidence. Only items that are actually received in evidence would be going back with you to the jury room during deliberations.
Okay, and so Dr. McDougall, if you'd be kind enough to show where on that head would be entrance wound A.
So the approximate position of that entrance wound is about right here.
And you said this was a what type of gunshot wound?
This is a perforating gunshot wound, which means I have an entrance and an exit.
And where was that exit?
The exit is on the right temporal scalp.
And how is, I'm going to skip ahead to that exit, which is E.
That's correct.
Okay. And so is E shown on there?
The approximate location of the exit wound on this demonstrative is about right there.
Okay. For the wounds A to E, as labeled on the photos, was that wound fatal?
It is a fatal wound, yes.
What injuries were associated with the wound track of A to E?
So that projectile goes through the scalp, the skull, the dura mater, the brain. There is subgaleal, subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhage and multiple fractures of the bones of the skull.
Okay, so a lot of medical terms. Let's slow down and define them. So what is a subgaleal hemorrhage?
So your scalp, right, your head, the skin that's on your head, when you reflect it back, right, the underside of that is called the galea. Okay, so if you have a hemorrhage in the underside of the skin on your head, that's a subgaleal hemorrhage. When you, inside your head is your brain. Okay, what you have a cover on your brain that is called dura mater. Okay, so you have your brain, you have this dura mater, and then your skull. All right, so if I have subdural hemorrhage, sub means underneath, I have blood between the brain and the dura. Subarachnoid hemorrhage, the arachnoid is a very fine membrane that covers the brain, and that is hemorrhage in that space. So there are different spaces within the cranial cavity where blood collects with injury.
And so you said hemorrhage, if you could just make sure that that word is defined in your context as a forensic pathologist.
So hemorrhage means there's bleeding. Okay, a bruise, if you ever had a bruise, that's hemorrhage underneath your skin, after you bump into something or have some sort of trauma.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to wound A. So I'm gonna go back to that photo. On A, is there an abrasion margin?
There's a very small abrasion margin around that wound.
And is it concentric?
It is.
And what does that mean?
It means it's all the way, it's around the whole thing as opposed to a marginal abrasion, which we saw before, which is just on one part of the entrance wound. This abrasion encompasses the whole entrance wound.
The wound track or pattern, were there fragments that were recovered along this wound track?
There were.
Joint counsel was in previously marked as stage quadruple B. Dr. McDougall, prior to coming in court today, did you have the opportunity to review the items inside states quadruple B outside the presence of the jury?
I did.
Do you recognize what is in there?
I do.
What is it?
Those are the projectile fragments that were collected at the autopsy.
And are they in the same, essentially same condition as when they were collected?
They are.
They have your initial on the evidence tape on the outside?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple B in as state 74.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple B will be marked states 74.
So, Dr. McDougall, in terms of this particular entrance wound, how can you tell this is the entrance versus site E?
Because it has an abrasion margin, okay, abrasions are usually only associated with entrance wounds. Exit wounds are more commonly lacerated. And when we look at wound E, we'll see that it's a lacerated defect.
In terms of any sort of stippling, did you note that on this particular injury?
So I called the range of fire on this case indeterminate. Okay, there are, can you go out?
Sure.
I just want to show. So, you know, indeterminate does not mean distant. Indeterminate means I don't know. So, you know, you could say that might be stipple, that little defect right there. That might be stipple, but that's right around the hair follicle. And if you look over here, there are areas where you can tell there's scarring. So when you look at the nape of the neck, where gentlemen get shaved, you get ingrown hairs, you can have folliculitis, it's called. I'm not going to say this is intermediate. With 3, maybe 4 ditzels, I call them, that might be so. I actually took a microscopic section of one of these to try to see if I could see any evidence of gunshot residue, gunpowder, stipple, and the one section that I took was basically the epidermis, which is the top layer of your skin, was normal, and there was some blood underneath it. So I did not get to see what I wanted to see, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't there. It just wasn't in the section that I took.
Without a pattern, can you make any sort of medical opinion as to range of fire?
I will not, based on 1 or 2, I call them ditzels, say that that for sure is intermediate.
In terms of this particular injury, was the individual alive when it was inflicted?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
From the hemorrhage?
Is there any sort of other things that would help and assist you in demonstrating the difference between hemorrhage and not?
Well, if you look at the other injuries.
Okay. So let's move on then to gunshot wound C.
So this is gunshot wound C, which was on the back of the right shoulder. Okay, the abrasion collar around that wound is not hemorrhagic. What that tells me is that there is no circulation to that part of the body when that gunshot wound is inflicted. If you think about, you know, an abrasion is a blunt force injury, okay, from an object, it's a friction injury. If you think about riding your bike as a child, falling off your bike, skidding your knee, right? That will quickly turn red and bleed because you've taken off that front, that top layer of skin. Same scenario here, except I don't have any circulating, I don't have a heartbeat, I don't have any blood circulating in this part of the body, therefore that abrasion stays yellowy white.
So Dr. McDougall, can you give any opinion as to how long time frame elapsed between gunshot wound A to E in the head and gunshot wound C?
I cannot.
Why not?
Because I don't know how long it would have taken him to pass away.
Is there any medical studies that can be recreated in?
We can't do that.
You said he is deceased at that point.
Correct.
Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an example of what you would see if they were inflicted within seconds of each other?
Well, I can tell you the hundreds of gunshot wound cases, not even, I just had a stab wound case, but in the hundreds of cases that I've done, the thousands of cases that I've done, there are only 3 where I can tell you the order in which the shots occurred, because some were before the person passed away and some were after. You know, I've had hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot 15, 20, 25 times, and every single gunshot has hemorrhage. So are they within seconds? No, but I can't tell you, is it, 5 minutes? Is it 30 minutes? There's no way for me to tell you what the time frame between gunshot wound A to E is from when B and C were inflicted.
Moving on to D. What about this particular mark tells you that this is an exit wound?
So D is an exit wound. It's lacerated, okay, because you have a full-length force object, the projectile, traveling at a very high, traveling at a rate of speed and with enough energy to perforate the skin, and it causes a laceration.
And so this is photo number 16 for the record. Can you explain, and I'm going to go forward onto photo number 17 so you can explain what a laceration is and what it looks like.
Yeah, so this skin is lacerated. There's no abrasion margin around it, and it's consistent with an exit wound.
And in terms of where on the body is D located?
So it's right almost underneath the armpit,
And
on the left-hand side of that.
going back to picture 16, which direction is the body facing when this photo is taken?
It's face down.
Okay. Going on to photograph number 20 for the record. What are you looking at here?
So this is the left lung. There's a trajectory rod through it showing the pathway of the projectile. What is interesting in this photograph is that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those wounds. Okay, your lungs are very vascular, right? Because your lungs are responsible for taking the oxygen out of the air you breathe and pushing it into your blood, right? In the really small sacs in your lung. So an injury to your lung is going to bleed a lot, okay, if your heart is beating. Okay, there's no hemorrhage in the upper or the lower lobe of the left lung.
And so when you say hemorrhage, what would it look like on the photo? What would you be looking for?
So blood would leak out into the area around that lung, and it would not look pink with brown black staining. It would look red because it's full of blood.
And so Dr. McDougall, if you could remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what entrance and exit wound does this correspond with?
So this is entrance wound B. That goes to exit wound D.
Moving on to what has been admitted as photograph number 18. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
I can. So this is the exit wound E. That went with entrance wound A. The back of the neck comes out the right side of the temporal scalp. This is with the scalp reflected forward. So we do an incision across the head behind the ears. We reflect the scalp forward and back. And what this is showing you is this is hemorrhage. Okay, this is blood. This is bleeding. There is a heartbeat.
And so with regards to now E, at this point, the scalp is back on this photo, which we've already talked about here. Can you explain why this is a laceration?
So we shave it to show, it's consistent with a laceration. There's no abraded margin. It's consistent with an exit wound.
In terms of what has been previously admitted as State 74, is this the projectile fragments of photo of them that have been introduced into evidence?
That's correct.
Why do you recover these?
Because, we usually recover projectiles and fragments so that, turn them over so that crime scene can do whatever kind of testing they want to do with the projectiles. These pieces are probably too small, but it's still evidence. So we collect all the evidence outside of and on the body to get to law enforcement in case they need it.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention for Mr. Williams?
No.
And what would that mean?
So sometimes people are transported to the hospital. They still have a heartbeat. And so the trauma team or the emergency room doctors are going to want to do whatever they can do to save that person's life. So sometimes with gunshot wounds, especially, you can have, they can put chest tubes in, they can do a thoracotomy, which is where they open up the side of your, they open up your rib cage to try to get your heart beating again. There's lots of things that they will do to try to save somebody's life.
Were there any of them? So there was none of those in this case?
There were not.
In terms of the rest of the internal examination, were there any other findings that led to the death of Mr. Williams other than the gunshot wounds we talked about?
No.
At 80?
There are not.
do you collect samples for the purpose of processing for toxicology?
We do.
And do you do that testing?
We have a toxicology lab. I don't do it personally. We have a toxicologist that does it.
And did you do that for Mr. Williams?
We do.
And in terms of the results of that toxicology, what showed up?
So he has marijuana, THC, and marijuana metabolite.
And can you give any sort of time frame on the ingestion of those
I cannot.
substances? Based on your autopsy, did you come to an opinion as to the cause and manner of death for Anthony Williams?
I did.
And what was that?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death is homicide.
Going forward, were you also involved briefly with the case number 18-3119?
I was
And what was your involvement in that in March of 2022?
in March
Yes.
of 2022. So prior to March 8th of 2022, it was brought to my attention that there was a gunshot wound on the lower extremity that we, Dr. Zotter and I, labeled as a penetrating gunshot wound. We labeled it as a ballistic injury, okay? Because we had a wound on the outside of the leg. There was no projectile in the leg, and there were just two little ditzels on the full body X-ray. So it was most consistent with a projectile usually hitting something else and then just coming up against the skin to make a rivet in it, but not a projectile that goes through the leg. One of the crimes, Chris was at the
Objection here.
Motion second.
We talked about this projectile that was recovered. Did you recover an additional projectile from the body of Anthony Williams?
I did.
And where was that located at?
in the right scapula, or the bone, your shoulder blade, the wing of your back.
And in this next photo that we're looking at here, which is number 19, this number, is that where you retrieved that particular projectile?
That's correct. So to orient you,
Sorry.
this is the neck, the back of the neck, the midline of the back. Okay, the entrance wound is right here. And it goes and it gets stopped by all that bone. And if you look at the muscles here, there's no hemorrhage either.
And so going on to this photo here, which is number 23, what are we looking at in that particular photo?
So that is a projectile that I recovered from the right side of the back.
Can I have a moment to consult?
Yes.
And so, Dr. McDougall, clear, we talked about B and D. Was the victim, Anthony Williams, dead when the B and D was inflicted to the body?
So when gunshot wound B was inflicted, yes, he was dead, and it exited D, so it's one gunshot wound.
Correct. So when wound C was inflicted, was Anthony Williams dead?
Yes.
Here, I don't have any other questions. After we approach that for a moment.
Jared entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record here reflect the presence of representatives of council, the attorney. Dr. McDougall remains on the stand. As you can tell, the AC has changed its temperature. We contacted them and supposedly going to come over and try to get it corrected. It just seems we can't have a happy meeting here. We're trying to work on it. In any event, I think the state completed its direct examination of the doctor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Every cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may.
May I? Doctor, you're wearing that mask following CDC rules because you just got over COVID, correct?
That's correct.
But you're not carrying that disease, are you?
Sir.
I'm gonna keep my distance.
That's
just in
okay.
case.
Yes, sir.
And you're the reason I went to law school, because I can't spell half the words you use. But let me ask you a few questions if I could, Doctor.
Sure.
You indicated you did the autopsy, and the person came into the morgue around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning?
No, it was pronounced at like 4:45. with the hospital.
Okay.
Don't know what time he came
Okay.
into the office, but the autopsy started at 11:30.
11:30. Okay. And you did an external and then an internal examination.
That's correct.
The external examination revealed that this person was 6'4".
Correct.
He weighed 172 pounds,
Yes, sir.
and his hair was 6 inches in length.
Correct.
Braided.
Correct.
The pictures I saw did not show the braids on his hair that were shown to you. Did you cut his hair?
We shaved the hair around the wounds.
Okay. Did you save the hair so that it could be tested to determine if there was any GSR or gunshot residue on it?
We shaved the hair so we can see the characteristics of the wound.
And what did you do with the hair? Did you bag it so that it could be sent to the lab to be examined to determine if there was any GSR or any projectile fragments on it?
I did not.
Detective Moretti was present, correct?
That's correct.
You've been advised he's the lead detective in this case, correct?
He's the detective that called in the case. That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the clothes are a rather important factor in determining the range of whoever fired the gun that caused the death.
If the entrance wounds are around where there is clothing, they are important to determine range of fire. That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that one of the wounds was in the chest area.
Correct.
Were you advised at any time that this person was wearing clothes?
Yes.
Okay. And Moretti didn't bring the clothes to you to look at?
So my job is cause and manner of death on the body. Right?
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because the height of the person, the weight of the person, the fact that he had 6 inches of braided hair, and the clothes that he was wearing would assist if anyone attempted to do what is known as a trajectory reconstruction, correct?
Or you could do a modified gray stain on the clothing to look for gunshot residue.
Okay. And those items would be important, would it not, if someone wanted to attempt to reconstruct how the shooting occurred?
So my job is cause and manner of death. I'm no expert in reconstruction.
Fair enough. Now, you indicated that these injuries, the first injury to the head, was it?
Back to
Back
that.
of the head, was a fatal injury.
So in this case, that's the fatal injury because the other two, he was dead when they were
Okay.
inflicted.
So this person, when he received the other 2 injuries, was already deceased.
Correct.
Did not suffer any pain from those 2 injuries.
He's already dead.
Fair enough. Okay. And you indicated that these injuries were indeterminate.
Correct.
Which means, in layman terms, simple terms for me to understand, means that you cannot tell how far away or how close the shooter or shooters were
That's correct.
when this occurred.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you don't know if it was 1 shooter, 2 shooters, or more, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I think you told me when I met you back in April of 2022, the day I took your deposition.
Yes, sir.
That the scientific way to determine the distance would be, and I think you said it today, take the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Take the same ammunition, correct?
Correct.
And then fire that gun with the same ammunition into a white paper or poster or whatever, wrapping paper, until you could get the same type of stippling pattern that you observed on the body, correct?
If you have an intermediate gunshot wound, yes, sir.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
All 3 of my gunshot wounds are indeterminate.
Determined, which means you can't tell the number of shooters or the distance. Right.
Indeterminate means I don't know the range of fire from looking at the gunshot on the body of the victim.
Now, this was a rather unusual case because out of all of the examinations you have done over the years, since you've been a medical examiner and a chief medical examiner, you usually can't tell what shot or what injury occurred first, second, and third.
Correct.
In this case, you could on both the individual you did the autopsy of and the individual that your fellow medical examiner did, correct?
I can tell you the first shot. I don't know the order of the second and third.
Okay, and the first shot on both of them were the fatal shots.
Because they are already deceased when the other ones are inflicted.
Okay, now, you signed off as the chief medical examiner or the supervisor of Dr. Saunders when she finished her report, correct?
I signed off on her report as the associate medical examiner that was overlooking her that day in work. Yes,
Okay. I assume before you signed off, you looked at the report,
correct,
reviewed the report,
correct.
and by signing off, you were basically saying it was correct.
So I reviewed not only the report, I reviewed all the pictures that we took of the office.
Okay.
So you review everything.
Okay, and you said it was correct, and
That's correct.
you signed off as really her supervisor.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, that was in 18, correct? Go ahead and look.
It might be 18, it might be 19, because it was the end of October. So you can tell me.
Okay. It was either the end of 18 or the beginning of 19, to the best of your recollection?
Correct. I signed mine out on November 27th. I don't recall the date of her report.
Over 3 years later, you indicated you were asked to review the autopsy report of Dr. Saunders, correct?
I was asked to review photographs that were taken at the hospital of the deceased.
Okay. And the person, and that was about 3.5 years later, correct?
As of February of 22, February or March.
Okay, and if your autopsy was in 18 and Saunders' report was sometime in 19, that would be part of 19, 20, 21, and 22.
That's correct.
The way I have.
That's
So
correct.
approximately 3 years later.
That's correct.
And you realize that there's a mistake that not only Dr. Saunders made, but obviously, with all due respect, you made.
So there is an exit gunshot wound on the inner thigh that I don't have any picture of the autopsy. That is photographed at the hospital.
Okay.
And if I could read what the,
Don't read, just tell us.
it will be verbatim, man. At the end of every autopsy report that we offer, there is a statement that I haven't memorized, but it goes something like this. If any probative something information becomes available, we have the right to amend the report.
Of course.
And that's exactly what I did.
Okay. And in fact, an amended report was made, correct?
That's correct.
And the person who asked you to review that over approximately 3 years later was not the police department, but the state attorney's office. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And before you corrected that report, did you make any attempt to exhume the body to verify that injury?
I have a photograph of it. I have to exhume the body.
So the answer would be no.
That's correct.
Okay. Can I have one moment, Colonel?
Yes, sir.
My bosses say no further questions.
Council, is there any redirect?
Yes, briefly. Dr. McDougall, do you recall if that's any unbelieving defects were on the body of Christopher Thomas, the 18-3119 autopsy?
Yes, there are 21. Probably documented. I think I'm one of these.
Are you telling the ladies and gentlemen jury that you can make a mistake, that you're human?
I'm human. She's human. We're all human.
So are there processes in place where you can review and go back and catch those mistakes?
There are.
Is that what happened in this case?
That's what happened.
In terms of exhuming a body 3 years later, would there be any benefit to that?
If I have a photo document of the injury, I would never put a family through that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You may sit down. You're excused.
Thank you.
It's getting cool.
If we are just going to retrace the witness or
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just take a short recess. Don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Certainly no research. Thank you. President of the Council, Assistant Attorney, Jury Room. Mr. Adelstein, I understand you want to order the photographs for the next witness, is that right?
Yes, I did, and I put a tab, not numbered. I put a tab on the ones that I object to. And I also want to renew my objection on this one, and I'll renew on the other victim.
I don't know what the evidence is yet regarding that, and I understand your objection. But the witness here will have to testify. Regarding these pictures, I take it you are Dr. Saunders, is it?
Sorry.
Saunders. Well, I don't think I've mentioned before, but these are certain photographs that the state intends to use. Some of them objected to by the defense. And I guess what I'm trying to ascertain from these photographs is which ones that you need to basically explain your testimony. And if there's photos that are duplicates in there, you don't need both photos. You know, we'd like to get rid of the duplicates if you can, and we'd like to use the least gruesome photographs and basically go from there. So the first tab on it, because I'd like to talk about the ones that are objected to.
So that's what you're wearing, so you look at different ones that they are objecting to.
Okay, so what is that photograph of?
It's the photo of the body bag with the seal to make sure that it hasn't been tampered since the body was bagged at the hospital.
I didn't object to that. Oh, yeah? Okay. I withdraw that objection.
This one is a photo of his hand, and it shows the wound on the lateral aspect of his thumb.
I think there's another photograph of that.
Correct.
Duplicate?
It's a different angle.
But those photographs reflect an injury to a single injury to a hand, correct?
Correct. I think it's the one that's not objected to,
Is it these two, which one's that?
the one that are waiting.
And for that, then get rid of them being Elizabeth?
Yes.
So we're trying to just make sure we're not duplicating it. But the photograph that I see that you're holding up shows an injury and a wound to the thumb. And, but it's not, I mean, there's a wound there. I don't know how you describe it, but it's not a gruesome photograph or anything like that. It's not, this is an external photograph.
Correct.
And so for the record, there was a post cleaning of the body.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Post cleaning of the body, which is, okay. So the objection notice overruled. I'll allow one of the photographs in.
This is a photograph, that's not it. This one is showing the abrasions, which are wounds to the lower lip.
And there's any duplicates of that?
No,
And what's the objection?
It has nothing to do with the homicide.
He's got abrasions.
he has abrasions.
That's why I asked the abrasions are.
The point on it is to document all the injuries during the autopsy, so.
Objection notice overruled. It's not a gruesome photograph, not.
And then this is a photograph of the previous hand wound, but with the label that goes with the report.
Do you need both of them?
So it'd be better to use one for label on it?
Correct.
We're going to substitute one for the other, and previous picture is already deleted. We'll move from back. There it is.
Same one? Yeah, this is it.
There's one in the series objected to, and
Here's a duplicate. There's two that are marked injury L on the photograph.
Mr. Dr. before you go any further, on the first photo, what is this?
This is showing the location further away from the body, and this is just a close-up image.
And why can you go?
This shows the skin tags. That gives you the idea of what direction that graze wound is from.
the other one is for.
This one is just to show the relation of where it is, but you can't see the skin tags as close.
So orientation, so where it is on the body.
Correct.
Any objections, it's duplicate?
Yes.
All right, objection notice overruled. This is not a gruesome photograph.
Those
The
are,
next one is objected to. And
they have photographs of injury labeled NOPQR in the other stats. That,
so this is a picture of all the injuries at the same place.
This is an orientation picture to show where they are in the back, and these are close-ups of the same injuries.
Thank you. The objection, again, the photograph's not gruesome. You know,
but it's a duplicate.
it's a duplicate, but it doesn't shows where it is in relation to all the other injuries, and there's no duplicate of that picture, I think. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so I'll allow it. Objection notice overruled.
This is a photo to show where in location on the body the projectile was recovered.
Is that to illustrate or explain your testimony?
Yes.
All right, is that the only one of the?
Of this gunshot wound? Yes.
It's with the skin pulled back.
Correct. All right.
Correct.
It's gruesome and I object to it.
I don't disagree that it has some, might be labeled as gruesome and concerning that it shows the injury. It's the only one of its kind, as I am told. Is that correct, doctor? That's the only one you're displaying?
Yes.
Objection notice overruled.
This photograph is another depiction of a recovery of where the projectile was in location to the body.
Now, what is the difference between this picture and the one that was just last objected to?
This is a different projectile.
Different projectile, different injury.
Correct.
And how many photographs of this particular injury are in the background?
This is the only one. I believe, yes.
So the objection is the same?
Yeah, gruesome and it's the interior part of the body
It
with the skin pulled back.
is to both of those counts, but it's the only picture of that injury. And it's going to consistent with the testimony of what the doctor said indicated. Objection notice overruled.
Yes, sir.
And so the close-up of that one will take, given that projectile.
This is projectile labeled in the envelope. This is a different injury, different projectile, and where it's located in the body.
Same objection.
And I understand the objection. Objection overruled. It's a different injury, different projectiles, what I'm being told, and that's the only picture of this injury. Is that correct?
Correct. This is a picture of when we opened the body after the projectiles have been removed.
And basically,
What's
the other injuries.
What's the purpose of having this?
It's part of the standard procedure of autopsy. I can testify with that.
Testify with that, so it'd be deleted.
This one is showing a different projectile and where it's recovered in the body.
So it's a different injury, different projectile.
Correct.
Same objection. It's the interior part of the body with the skin pulled back, correct? Very
Yes.
gruesome.
It is.
And so the court knows. In this case, as in the other autopsy, the fatal wound was the first wound to the neck or head area, correct? Or no?
All gunshot wounds are fatal.
And you're going to testify that that is a fatal shot?
All gunshot wounds are fatal.
That's not.
We're not doing examination now. The question is, this is a different injury,
This is a
different
different injury, different projectile, in a different location.
rejection notice. And again, I understand it, actually, what you state accurately depicts the picture. There is some gruesomeness to it. It's an internal picture, but I'll allow the only picture of this particular injury. So,
This is a picture of where this particular projectile was located. It's inside the body cavity.
and why do you need this picture?
This is just to show where I recovered the projectile, that it wasn't moved or it wasn't handled. It's just where I found it during autopsy.
And this is from one of the previous ones that you had, where it's located?
This is labeled in my autopsy report where I retrieved it from. And it's one that's labeled right lower chest.
And why, you just, all you need this for is to show the jury where the projectile was located?
Correct.
And what's the significance of it?
Just to show, I have to document where I recover all my projectiles from.
It's a different projectile than we previously shown.
But you can testify to that without the picture, that it was located at a certain location in the interior of the body, correct, Doctor?
Yes.
Same objection.
Yeah, so why don't we do that? This is a particularly gruesome photograph. I don't know if this has any independent significance to illustrate your testimony, or just found in a different location. So if, I'm more than happy to revisit it if it becomes an issue, but at this time, let's just take it out.
Okay. This is a picture showing where the projectile went through in the liver.
And this is one of the projectiles that you previously discussed.
Yes.
And so this is
This is to show the trajectory.
thank you. Your objection is?
Same objection.
Objection notes overruled. I know it's so gruesome that we're going to influence the jury.
And this is a picture showing two different trajectories of where two different projectiles went through the heart.
And these, again, for prior injury that were depicted in other pictures, this is where they went through parts of the body.
Internal, yes.
Same objection?
Yes, sir.
It's overruled.
This is a picture of the brain showing the injuries that projectile from the face and what it did to the brain.
And why is that?
Because the trajectory of where it hit in the brain was incapacitated.
And
Dr. Sunder, does that social hemorrhage on the brain on that wound?
Correct.
Is that then to be compared and contrasted with the other wounds that do not show hemorrhage?
Yes.
And that's the first shot, correct?
Yes.
I would renew my objection, as the doctor said, it's the fatal shot, and all of
I
this
said it
is.
was the first shot.
thank you. And at any event, I understand your objection. You have opportunity for cross-examination. This is just this introduction of pictures, but you're telling me you need this to explain or illustrate your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Your objection was overruled.
So there's two photos here, you can pick one.
I can pick, this is just showing where the projectile is located, the one from the head. This is the base of the skull. This is showing where it's located. This is the same picture, except the dura mater has been removed, and I put a probe in to show where I'm located inside the base of the skull.
So those, regarding those two pictures and the previous one that I indicated I'd allow in of the, is that I think the same injury? Could you go on a couple, the last one of the brain?
So in relation to this picture, it would have been located somewhere over here.
So why do you need all three?
I can testify without it.
So if you can pick one, that's two, that's one to
Excuse
describe
me,
the
she said
injuries
she
with
could
the
testify
baby.
without it.
Doctor, I didn't understand that. When you say you can testify without, is that without two of the three or with the?
I can testify with this one, but then I would like to show this one to show where I retrieved the projectile, just like in the other ones inside the body.
And why is that important to show where the projectile's located?
To show that it didn't exit.
And anything else? Good.
Same objection.
It's over. All right. Take that one out. Go over photographs. So how many photographs are left now?
Once again, Your Honor.
We started at 212, so we're down to 57. So there should be 50 now. 50.
50?
50, yep.
I voiced my objection. I understand the court's ruling. I would also voice my objection to testifying since there's been no legal ID. And if the court allows me, to have a standing objection, so I don't interrupt, witness, that's fine with me.
Is there any objection to standing objection as to, I guess, the gruesomeness of the photo as well as the ID of the? And so you have a standing objection as to both of those. Regarding the gruesomeness of the pictures, there's some photographs in there, that are gruesome, and but I don't think it's so inflammatory as to prejudice the jury.
I understand that I would cite to the court the case that the state gave me, which is a fourth DCA case of Williams v. State, 77 3rd 726. That says they might be probative, but the gruesomeness of the photographs are so prejudicial that they should not be admitted in evidence.
Thank you. Your objection, no. All right, ready to proceed?
I guess we're just making sure that the digital versions comply with the governor's ruling.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, when we broke, the state was going to call our next witness. I take it this is your next witness, correct?
Yes, Dr. Eaton.
Now, can you please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Adrienne Sauter.
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
ADRIENNE. Sauter, SAUDER.
Please be seated. Doctor, that microphone in front of you, will move up or down, right, because it does not adjust back and forth.
Okay.
You all set?
Yes.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Sauter. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them where you work?
I am an associate medical examiner at the Fort Pierce Medical Examiner's Office
How long have you been an associate medical examiner there?
since July 1st, 2019.
And in terms of prior to moving up to that office, where did you work?
I was a fellow at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen during what types of training and education you had to become an associate medical examiner?
So I had to do a 4 years bachelor's, and I did that in liberal arts, which is philosophy, literature, and theology. I then did my pre-medical requirements at Creighton University in Nebraska and at the Pontifical Catholic University of Puerto Rico. I did a 2 years master's at the Ponce School of Medicine in Ponce, Puerto Rico. I then went to Mexico to the Autonomous University of Guadalajara to do med school. I then accepted a 4-year residency at Rutgers in Newark, New Jersey, and then I came down to Florida to do my 1-year fellowship training.
So in terms of your 4-year fellowship at Rutgers, what did that entail?
The 4-year residency is for general pathology.
And in terms of at what point did you decide you were going to become a medical examiner?
Before I went to med school.
When you are in medical school, do you obtain and become a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're as the pathology residency, what for those 4 years are you focusing on and most of your education and training at that point?
It's the study of disease and what's normal within the body.
And in terms of the number of autopsies that you do during your pathology 4-year residency, how many autopsies do you have performed?
In my residency, you have a requirement to do 50 autopsies.
Then when you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the fellowship part?
The fellowship part is a subspecialty in pathology, and it deals with forensics, which is the study of how trauma affects the body, and your main job is determining cause and manner of death.
Okay, and so Dr. Sauter, how long were you a fellow with Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started there on July 1st, 2018, and I finished June 30th, 2019.
From July 1st to 2018 through the end of June 2019, how many autopsies were you involved?
Approximately 200.
In your total careers as a forensic pathologist, approximately how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 1,200.
For coming into court, have you had the opportunity to come to court before and testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes.
And how many times is that?
This would be my 5th time.
The training and education that you have in terms of the medical school components, is that similar to any medical school in the United States?
Yes. So after I completed my years in Mexico, I did a pre-internship year at New York Medical College, which is in Valhalla, New York.
And what did you do during that pre-internship?
I rotated through the different specialties in medicine, including internal medicine, psychiatry, OBGYN, and family medicine, pediatrics.
And in terms of determining cause and manner of death, is that something you do on a daily basis?
Yes.
What percentage of your daily work tasks involve performing autopsies?
I would say every day I have an autopsy, I determine cause and manner.
Okay. Here at this time, state with tender to counsel, Dr. Waltire, on your expertise in forensic pathology.
No question. Thank you. Proceed, Counsel.
So we just heard from Dr. McDougall, so I'm not going to ask you to reiterate all the questions about the types of cause and manner on that. I'd like to go straight into the case that you are here on today. Doctor, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes.
And in terms of how did you get assigned to that particular case?
The pathologist who was assigned to do autopsies that day gave me the task of doing that autopsy.
And when that autopsy was presented to you, were there a series of photographs that were taken?
Yes.
So those photographs assist in educating the jury and explaining your testimony?
Absolutely.
Here at this time, the state is approaching what's been previously shown to defense counsel and labeled as state's AAAA for identification purposes. Dr. Sauter, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review them prior to coming in court today?
Yes, I did.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy that was done under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the state and condition of the body as you found it?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request the state's AAAA in as state 74-5.
Attorney Judge.
Same objection that's on the previous amendment.
Please roll call. We'll get that.
States quadruple A, landmark states 75. Comments on cause of 54.
50 photos and 1 USC. Okay, so Dr. Sauter, I'm going to start with the photos and go in order. The Broward Medical Examiner's Office, do they have an X-ray machine?
They have a full body X-ray machine called Lodos.
And what did that help you in this particular case with showing and illustrating?
It shows us if there's any retained projectiles in the body.
Showing you in photograph number 1, are there projectiles that were retained in the body of this individual?
Yes.
In terms of, can you point them out? And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, but it will not make any marks. And if you need me to move any of the image, please let me know.
So you see one in the head, right there. You see one in the chest here, 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 here. You see a fragment here, another projectile here. And if you move down, there's a, too far. There's a minute fragment right there.
Okay. So going on to the next photo, number 2, what view are we looking at in this image?
This is a lateral view, and it helps us pinpoint where exactly within the body cavities they are located.
Okay, and if you could show again to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the projectiles are found on the lateral view.
So the one in the back of the head, right here, near the axilla, here, 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 here. And I believe there's one, no. That's it.
Okay. Going on to the third photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo of the sealed body bag. So every autopsy bag gets sealed with a number. We then cut that seal and document the time it's cut so that it preserves the evidence within the body bag and makes sure there's been no tampering.
Was this body bag received with the seal intact to your office?
Yes. It also depicts the autopsy case number with the ruler.
And in terms of the autopsy case number, if you could read that for the record, please.
A18-3119.
Going on to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is a clean headshot of our Mr. Christopher Thomas.
Okay. When you say clean, what does that mean?
This means that after we have documented opening the body bag, we take a series of photos that depict how the body is received, and they may be covered in blood. So after we clean the decedent, then we start documenting the photograph, start documenting injuries after they've been cleaned.
Okay. Going on to the next photograph in this series, what are we looking at in this image?
You're looking at one of the hands.
And is that now the same view of the right hand?
Correct.
And what are you showing here on the right hand?
I'm showing that there is no injuries to this hand.
What are we looking at in this next photo?
The hand, the palmar surface.
Okay. Moving on to the left hand in this next image. Could you show to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the injury on this particular photo?
So you see an injury to the lateral aspect of the thumb, right here.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
That means on the side.
Thank you. Okay, going on to the next image.
Here you see another injury on the palmar surface of the hand.
What are we looking at here in this photograph?
You're seeing a series of abrasions, which means scrapes to the upper and lower lips, right here.
In terms of the purpose of an autopsy, what are you trying to do?
We're trying to document the injuries we find on a body.
Are you able to place a time and date stamp to the second of when these injuries occur?
No.
In terms of the images and the abrasions that are viewed here on the lower lip that you just pointed out, can you characterize if they are healing, if there are new, fresh, anything like that?
These look like they're new
And what would you be able to say to base that opinion?
because there's hemorrhage on them.
And hemorrhage is what?
Blood.
Going to the next photo here, what are we looking at?
This is a close-up image of the wound to the left cheek.
And the dark circle around it, what is that?
That's what we call an abrasion margin, and that abrasion margin has been dry, so it looks dark. You also see areas of little dots of abrasions right here, 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 all over, and that's called stippling.
Okay, I think we have another picture we'll get to in a moment on that one. Going to what you have labeled as wound B. What is wound B defect?
This is a defect to the thumb.
Can you tell on wound B if it is an entrance or an exit?
No, I cannot.
Why not?
Because I was informed.
Objection. Hearsay.
Can I see several?
Anywhere from 3 to 18 and up to 36 inches.
So 3 to 36 inches.
Correct.
So in terms of the injuries that are associated with this wound tract, what would they include?
So the injuries start with fractures to the zygomatic bone, which is your cheekbone. It then injures and perforates the dura, which is the covering of the brain. It then caused a subarachnoid hemorrhage, and it caused lacerations to the cerebellum, which is in charge of your posture and coordination. It also caused injuries to the midbrain, to the pons, and the medulla. And those parts of your brain are in charge of your circulation, your heart beating, and your breathing.
Okay. Did it also have an impact in the right occipital bone?
Yes.
Where is that?
The right occipital bone is the posterior part of the cranial fossa. So the latter part of when you open a brain, has 3 different compartments, and it's on the back of the right side of that compartment.
Dr. Sauter, would a demonstrative help in illustrating the approximate locations of wound A and the wound tract?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been labeled as ENEO 18-3119. So.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is going to be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating her testimony. Remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. The demonstrative is not in evidence and it's not to be considered as evidence. And unless it's later received in evidence, it does not go back to the jury room with you during deliberations.
So Dr. Sauter, on the styrofoam replica head that you have in front of you, can you show the mark that you placed on that would be equivalent to the mark A on Christopher Thomas's face?
So the entrance wound would be approximately right here on the cheek.
And in terms of where the occipital bone, where you said that the impact or the terminal location of the bullet was, where would that be on that?
So in order to accurately depict that, you have to open the brain. And if I don't do that, then approximately right here, but on the inside.
And so if you just turn around and show that to ladies and the jury and point at it. Okay. Moving on to the next photo, C. Does C line up with B? Is that the other side of the hand?
Yes.
Can you tell if this is an entrance or an exit wound?
No.
Same reasons as for B?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of wound D, what are we looking at here?
D is a defect to the D is the entrance wound to the medial lateral aspect. Medial dorsal aspect of the left foot.
And if you could explain what dorsal means.
Posterior.
Okay. And how can you tell that D is an entrance wound?
Because of the characteristics of the wound and because it has an abrasion margin.
In terms of the order in which you label from A to D, are you suggesting in any way that that's the order the wounds were inflicted?
No.
How do you pick what letter is assigned to which wound?
So I try to go from head to toe when the decedent is on their back. And then I try to continue labeling them when we turn them over and go head to toe.
Okay. So going on to wound E, what is that?
That is the exit wound on the foot and the exit wound.
And that matches or coincides with the same wound tract as in wound D?
Yes.
On to wound F. What does that show?
F is an exit wound.
And how can you tell that F is an exit wound?
Because of the laceration.
And what is a laceration?
It is a cut.
Moving on to G. What wound does this affect?
G shows the entrance wound of the right arm.
In terms of G, is there any hemorrhage associated with this wound?
No.
What does that tell you as a forensic pathologist when you're looking at wound G?
That the heart was not beating at the time that this wound was inflicted.
Okay. Going on to H. What does that wound show?
H is a exit wound, and it shows that there's very little hemorrhage associated with that wound.
And now looking at I. What is that showing?
That's showing an entrance wound, and if you look close, you can see an area with black fibers that I collected and submitted as evidence. And it also shows an abrasion ring or collar, an abrasion around the wound with very little hemorrhage.
And again, what does that tell you as a forensic pathologist?
That the heart was not beating at the time that it was inflicted.
Okay. And so we're clear for the ladies and the jury. H and I are on the same wound track.
Correct.
Going on to J. What does that show in this next photo?
J shows the exit wound by the axilla.
And J corresponds with wound G?
Correct.
That's the same wound track.
G is the entrance and J is the exit.
And in terms of on wound J, do you see signs of hemorrhage?
No.
Moving on to wound K. What does that show?
That shows an entrance wound to the right axilla.
And can you tell the ladies and the jury, is this penetrating or perforating?
This is penetrating.
And what does that mean?
That means that there is an entrance but not an exit.
Do J and K line up when the arm is in a downward position? Moving on to wound L. What is depicted in this wound?
That shows a graze wound.
What is a graze wound?
That's a superficial wound that only injures the skin, and it's caused by a projectile.
And in terms of, can you tell me sort of directionality on this graze wound?
It goes from back to front based on the skin tags you see right here.
And what are the skin tags?
Those are just defects, and they point towards where the projectile went.
Okay. Would wound L have been fatal by itself?
No.
Going on to wound M. What are we looking at here?
This is a entrance wound to the thigh.
And were you able to determine if there is a corresponding exit wound?
Not at the time of the autopsy.
After the autopsy was completed, I'm showing it's been already entered into evidence as stage 8. Was this photo forwarded to your attention?
Yes.
And the unlabeled wound in stage 8, what does that show?
That shows an exit wound.
And does that unlabeled exit wound, does that match up with the wound track of wound M?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's clear we're going to publish stage 8. And for stage 8, were you able to zoom in and read the name on the hospital band?
Yes, it says Christopher Thomas.
Were those hospital photos available to you at the time of autopsy?
No.
Okay, back to, so we discussed M. Going on to the photo that we are looking at here. What is this depicting?
That shows a series of entrance wounds to the back and to the right arm.
In terms of the height and weight of the decedent, do you document that?
Yes.
And what was the height and weight of Mr. Thomas?
His height was 69 inches and his weight was 145 pounds.
And can you translate that into feet and inches?
I believe that's 5'9".
5 times 12 is 60 plus 9? Is that the math you just did in your head?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not the best at math.
So going on to what's been labeled as wound N. Where is that located on the body?
N is located on the left side of the back.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go forward to and kind of work backwards on these. Okay. So starting with this overall shot, Dr. Sutter, if you could explain the orientation on this shot, where the head is, where the feet are.
So the ruler points towards where the head is. So, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The head is above the letters and the feet are below the letters.
Okay. So as it is currently situated on the screen, where would the decedent or victim's head be?
Above N, O, P, Q, and R.
Okay. So to work backwards as to wound R. Where is this wound?
That wound is on the right side of the back.
And is this a penetrating or perforating wound?
It's a penetrating wound.
And so to remind the ladies and gentlemen, if it is penetrating, are you able to recover a projectile?
Yes.
So as to wound R, do you see evidence of hemorrhage?
The abrasion margin has no hemorrhage.
Okay. There's blood inside the center of that defect. Why?
Because when the blood vessels get ruptured, they will release whatever blood is inside them.
Does gravity still apply?
Yes.
So going backwards to wound Q. Was there any sign of hemorrhage on this wound?
There is no hemorrhage on the abrasion.
What does that tell you from both R and Q?
That the heart was not beating at the time that these wounds were inflicted.
Going to wound P. Where is that wound?
P is located on the right side of the back.
And can you make any comments about the abrasion and the hemorrhage on wound P?
There is also a lack of hemorrhage on this wound.
Going back to O. What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about O?
O is on the left side of the back, and there is very little hemorrhage around the abrasion margin.
Okay. And back to N. What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen at the jury about N?
N is on the left side of the back, and I also recovered some black fibers from it, and I submitted it as evidence.
Okay. And could you point to the fibers you're talking about?
Here, here,
okay,
and here.
Okay, moving on to wound S. Where is wound S?
S is another graze wound, and that is located on the right foot up.
Can you determine a directionality from wound S?
No.
Why not?
Because I could not find any skin tags left by the projectile.
Going on to the next photo here. What are we looking at this metal object there?
That is one of the recovered projectiles.
Did you collect that and label it?
Yes,
Was that submitted into evidence?
yes.
Moving on to the next projectile, where did you recover it from?
The right upper quadrant of the abdomen.
Is that the picture that we're looking at here on this one?
No,
Okay. So that other, to go back to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen, where was that found?
that corresponds to wound R.
So in
Sure.
That is the area near your armpit.
And is that the next photo, projectile number 4?
Yes,
And do you recall which wound path letter that corresponds to?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
That corresponds to the entrance labeled N.
N is in Nancy.
Correct.
Okay. So moving on to the next projectile number 5, from that says left axilla.
Yes,
And so which wound tract was this particular projectile recovered from?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
That corresponds to the entrance wound labeled K.
Going on to the next projectile number 6, the right lower chest on that. So before we get to that, I noticed on the envelopes that we're looking at, it says pathologist Rebecca McDougall. That's not you.
Yes,
Why does it say her name on there?
because she was supervising me during the autopsy.
Okay, so going on to projectile number 5, right lower chest. Where was this projectile recovered from?
May I look at my report, please?
Please go to refresh your recollection. Whenever you're ready.
The entrance letter corresponds to Q.
Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
You are looking at the liver with a rod to show that there are defects to the liver.
And the defects that are shown, what are they?
They correspond to the trajectory of one of the gunshot wounds.
And in terms of normal anatomical position, where is the liver found?
That is found on your right side of your abdomen.
Going on to the next photo here, let me turn that one. What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a photograph depicting the heart, and the rods are showing 2 defects to the heart.
And in terms of the hemorrhage on the heart, is that shown in this photo?
The hemorrhage is from the blood that was in the pericardium, which is the sac that contains the heart.
In terms of do you have an opinion as to whether or not the heart was beating when those projectiles made the defects to it?
No.
No, it wasn't beating, or no, you don't have an opinion?
No, it wasn't being.
Going on to the foreign material, are these items you pointed out previously?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this photo? Hold on, let me turn it for the, if you could explain what this is?
This is showing the brain and the extensive subarachnoid hemorrhage it has, and the lacerations that you can see to the right side of the cerebellum, which controls your balance, and also to the pons and the medulla and the midbrain.
So in terms of where we're looking right now, could you give me orientation? This is top, bottom,
This is the bottom side of the brain.
and for the head that you have in front of you, the styrofoam, could you show where on that how that would be oriented and put in the same position?
So you would have to, so it's upside down and turned around.
Okay.
So if you were to cut this open and hollow it out, you would just literally flip it back in like that.
So what are we looking at in this photo here?
That is the base of the skull.
And what has been done to get access to this part of the skull?
So I inserted a rod to show that the trajectory from the injury from the left cheek went all the way through and crossed into the right side of the cranial occipital bone.
And in terms of, is there evidence of hemorrhage along this wound tract?
Yes.
would you have an opinion as to if the individual was alive or the heart was beating when this wound was inflicted?
Yes.
And what would that be?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
What would your opinion be?
So, my opinion is that at the time that this gunshot wound was inflicted, because of all the hemorrhage to the base of the brain, that this individual was alive.
Okay. Going on to projectile number 7. Where was this projectile recovered from?
On the right occipital bone.
Same from the picture we just looked at?
Correct.
Okay. Going on to these fragments here. Where were these recovered from?
Can I look at my report again, please?
If you need to, please.
These fragments were collected with wound that, with the entrance wound from lettered R.
R. Okay. So I want to go back for just a moment to what is image DSC_5507, and that particular set of wounds. Dr. Sauter, after you completed the autopsy in this case, did you go and see the vehicle in which the decedent was riding?
I went to see the vehicle after this autopsy was signed out, yes.
Why did you do that?
Because it was a teaching opportunity.
And when you say a teaching opportunity, did you view the trajectory rods that were placed in the back of the seat?
Yes.
And put them side by side so you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Were you able to correlate the wounds in through R with the trajectory rods in the back of the seat?
Objection. Non-objection.
Question cycle.
Scene visit in this case, are you able to determine what position the body was in?
Same objection.
Thank you. Hey, Joe, I need a few minutes with the attorneys. Just leave that and make that, please. Don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with the attorney. No research. Thank you, Liberator. Reflect the jury stepped down. Counsel Manuel with defendant. So I sustain the objection initially signed bar. I don't know what we've done to be able to establish her expertise. I don't know if it's something she's done in the past, if it's something that she's taught in school or something along those lines, but I need more of a background to show qualifications. Counsel.
Dr. Sauter, in terms of your forensic pathology experience, is it important to go to the scene?
I went to many scenes during my fellowship, yes.
And can you explain to the court why we need to go to the scene and see the surroundings the body was in when it was deceased?
So that I can see the position, if I can see if the autopsy findings correspond to my findings, or the information I was given from the investigation, and things to that nature.
Based on the scene visit in this case, were you able to further your autopsy in your opinion as to what happened?
I had already established the cause and manner of death at the end of this autopsy, and this scene visit occurred months after I had finalized the case.
And in terms of the positioning of the body at the time that wounds in through R, are you able to render an opinion based on the defects in the car and the defects in the body?
Yes.
And what is that?
That the decedent was slouched over slightly, and they would match to the defects on his back.
And in terms of the opinion as to whether or not the decedent was alive at the time that wounds in through R are placed onto the body, does the scene visit help and assist you in an opinion on that?
Yes.
And how so?
So I can see that there was no hemorrhage on these wounds, and that I collected black foreign material from one of these wounds, and I submitted it as evidence.
Your Honor, that would be the proper testimony, the state would be eliciting in front of the jury.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes.
Have you ever been declared an expert in the trajectory of bullets?
No.
I object.
So, Counsel, did you take this witness's deposition?
Yes.
And was she tendered as an expert in any type of trajectory analysis?
No, she was not. Nor did we get nor did we get any notice. They do have an expert on trajectory that they listed 3 or 4 years later.
In any of the reports that you received, did you get any, was it contain any opinions by the doctor as to this type of testimony?
No, sir.
So I guess I don't understand it. It's not something that's disclosed. It's done afterwards. After the autopsy was done, it doesn't concern the cause and manner of death. And there's no, I mean, I don't know how this is going to aid the jury, number one. And number two, it seems to me that if the expert's given an opinion, it should have been disclosed.
And none of this was disclosed. This was all provided to defense well in advance. All of this was done prior to the arrest of the defendant.
Stop for a second.
Yes.
I thought Mr. Adelstein just told me it wasn't disclosed. He had no knowledge of it.
No, this is all predates the arrest of the defendant. They have copies of all of these images and photographs.
Then the images and photographs that we have copies of it. Was it disclosed to Mr. Adelstein or any of the defense counsel that the doctor was going to render an opinion on the trajectory analysis, or where? How did?
She's not rendering an opinion on trajectory analysis. She's rendering an opinion on the defects in the body, that they are consistent with, and the material is consistent with the vehicle, which is why she went out and looked at the vehicle. She's not getting a trajectory on that.
That's not totally correct. Dr. McDougall took her out to the scene because this is one of 3 cases in her entire experience that she could determine which injury occurred first, which was a fatal injury on both. And it was a learning experience for her because she was merely a fellow under the supervision of Dr. McDougall, with all due respect.
So I guess there's an objection to it, the testimony. And I guess my concern is twofold. Number one is that there's an objection based on background and expertise. Does it allow her to render an opinion as to this? That's part of it. And the other part is, to me, is Mr. Adelstein told me, this is something new to him and he's not aware of it. So is there anything in the doctor's report, any of the reports that were tendered over to the defense counsel that suggest the doctor going to render some type of opinion like this, that the location of the wounds on the victim's back are consistent with the way they went through the seat on the automobile?
Yes, Your Honor, this was disclosed to defense from day one. These particular images are actually listed right next to one another in the arrest warrant, indicating that the witnesses had testified and had provided this witness because she did the autopsy of Christopher Thomas, that was the individual who went out to the scene, and she has testified and presented to this court that this helped in corroborating and explaining her testimony. And that the scene visit helped in explaining her testimony and showing that the individual was already deceased when those particular bullet wounds went in. If Your Honor will recall, the co-defendant's statement was played in which it was supposedly a drive-by gone bad. That's already been put before the jury. This is going to be a matter that is at issue of showing that this drive-by was completely staged, that he was already dead at the point when those wounds were put in.
Back to you, Mr. Adelstein. I'm sorry, I thought you indicated on multiple occasions you haven't received any notice of this, and counsel suggesting you have.
So we have not received any notice that she was going to testify to anything other than manner and cause of death, which she has done.
So show me where you notified them, defense, that she was testifying to something other than manner and cause of death.
In terms of her expertise in the cause and manner of death, Your Honor, with regards to that, her initial arrest warrant, like I said, has both of these pictures on it next to one another, showing that they line
Is it
up.
something that says the doctor's going to testify to that fact?
It's something that was told to law enforcement by the medical examiner staff.
Is that somewhere in the reports?
And while they're looking for it, so the court knows, the trajectory expert was, we were put on notice approximately 3.5 to 4 years after this incident, after the autopsy, and after all of this.
So it's clear, she is not testifying on trajectory. She is testifying on the defects to the body, on that, and that the defects to the body are consistent with the defects to the back of the seat,
What does that have to do with manner and cause of death?
showing that.
Listen, ma'am, I don't need any hands, all right? Purple shirt, I don't need anything, all right? You, yes, ma'am. I don't need you to make a hand gesture or anything, all right?
Showing that in terms of when these wounds were inflicted, the individual was already dead. It was slumped over, and there was no hemorrhage and things like that. It's the same that we've been talking about for the last hour in some of this one.
guess it's coming down to me. Is there anything in the autopsy report that suggests that this testimony is forthcoming, or anything in her deposition that suggests this testimony is forthcoming?
I don't have a copy of her deposition that's ever ordered on that. And in terms of specifically in the deposition, counsel, in terms of notes to this effect, had discussions and asked questions about contact with Christopher Williams and his analysis that was done. He's the one that did the trajectory analysis on that, and they talked about the ballistic reports on that. And the date for depot was February 24th of 2022. Also, they talked about the scene visit and observing the vehicle with the rods inside the vehicle at that point. And then she testified in her depot that the pattern on the back matches the car.
So you're saying it's in the deposition?
It is.
Thank you. And you dispute that, I think, Ms. Grayson?
I don't have any recollection of that. And even if it was there, she's not an expert. And it was Dr. McDougall who took her out there to show her. This is a rare situation which I can determine what was the first shot, which was the fatal shot on both of the victims. That was it.
You all done?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Objection, no, it's overruled. I'll let her testify. All right, can we bring the jury back up? Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant and members of counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury, and our witness, Dr. Sauter, may go stand. Counsel, please continue.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, we were talking about reviewing of these two photographs. The image on the left is what?
The image on the left are the entrance wounds to the back.
And the picture on the right, what does that depict?
Those are trajectory rods in the back seat of a car.
Did you place the trajectory rods in that car?
No.
Did you go out and visit that car after rods had been placed in it at a later date?
Yes.
Based on your training and education, can you make any opinion as to the defects that are on the body and the images and the rods in the car?
Objection.
Sustained.
So Dr. Sauter, in terms of the defects on the body, are they consistent with the defects in the car?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
So in terms of the other evidence that you collected, you mentioned there was more material from the left side of the back and the torso.
Correct.
Prior to coming into court today, you had the opportunity to review the items of evidence in what's been marked as states quadruple C for identification purposes?
Yes.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple C in as state 76.
Any objection?
States what people see,
No,
No, your objection.
no.
No objection. That'll be admitted.
states what people see, will be not state 76.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, in terms of was toxicology done on Mr. Thomas?
Yes, it was.
And were you able to provide information as to what the results of that were?
Yes.
And what were the results of the toxicology for Mr. Thomas?
He had cannabinoids in his system, which is just another word for marijuana.
Can you tell in terms of time since ingestion?
No.
Can you tell the amount that was ingested?
No.
And did you come into an opinion as to the cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am.
Very close. Great. Go ahead.
Doctor, at the time you performed the autopsy, I believe you were a fellow at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office. Is that correct?
Yes.
That means you were working under the supervision of either the medical examiner or an associate medical examiner was reviewing your work, correct?
I was under the supervision of the associate or the chief.
Okay, and in this case, it was Dr. McDougall, correct?
Correct.
Now, all of these injuries that you've described were either intermediate or indeterminate.
Correct.
That means that, well, first of all, do you know how many shooters were involved in this case?
No.
Do you know the weapon that was used in this case?
No.
you can't place the shooter or shooters when these injuries occur, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that you did an external examination, and you said the individual was 5'7"?
I believe I said 5'9".
Excuse me, 5'9". And he weighed 145 pounds.
Correct.
And he had dreadlocks, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you cut his hair before you did the complete autopsy?
I did not cut his hair.
Okay. Do you know if anyone examined those dreadlocks to determine if there was any stippling, gunpowder, or anything?
No.
Did you examine his clothes?
He came unclothed to our office.
I believe Detective Moretti was present, wasn't he?
I don't remember if Detective Moretti was there. I know that Detective Tomlin was there because I handed him my chain of custody for the evidence.
Okay. And you know that Detective Moretti is the lead detective?
That's what I was told, yes.
You also know that it's important to examine the clothes of the decedent to determine possibly the range of the shooter or shooters, correct?
In the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office, our decedents are usually received unclothed.
Okay. But you know from your experience that the clothes are an important factor in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
You also know that especially someone who has long hair, unfortunately I have no hair, but you know that someone who has long hair could give evidence as to the location of the shooter or shooters, distance-wise, because that collects stippling, gunpowder, etc.
Just say, rephrase, break it down.
I certainly will. You know that long hair can collect gunpowder residue.
Yes, that's possible.
And you know that this individual had long hair, in fact, dreadlocks, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if any detective or any crime scene investigator collected that evidence?
Not to my knowledge.
You know why?
Nope.
So you don't know the distance of the shooter or shooters, correct?
Correct.
You don't know the gun or guns that were used, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if the clothing was collected and examined,
That's not part of my job.
and you don't know if the hair or the dreadlocks were examined by anybody from either the Miramar Police Department or the Broward Sheriff's Office. correct?
That's correct.
Now, you prepared a report, correct?
Yes.
That was in 2018 or 19.
I believe
You can look at your report to get the date.
I completed and signed the report January 24th of 2019.
Now, you learned, did you not, approximately 3 years later, you had made a mistake in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you learned that. And Dr. McDougall had to prepare another report for you.
She
Correct?
amended the report. Yes.
Amended the report for you,
Yes.
3 years later.
Yes, because I no longer worked there anymore.
And you're aware, are you not? In order to place the shooter or shooters when this individual received all those injuries, that you need the same gun, correct?
Yes.
You need the same ammunition, correct? You need to look at the clothes and the hair and the stippling or the gunshot residue.
Other people do that, yes.
Yes, but you know that's
Yes,
necessary.
that's trained.
Okay. And Dr. McDougall indicated that she took you out to look at the car as a learning experience.
Yes.
Was that correct?
Yes.
And that learning experience was because in all of her autopsies, which I think she said were in the thousands, and at that time, you had performed how many autopsies?
You would have to go back to the Broward County office and get those numbers.
But you were being supervised by Dr. McDougall.
Yes.
Okay. She took you out there as a learning experience because in all of her career, it's very unusual to determine what is shot, the first shot to an individual versus the second, third, fourth, or fifth shot, correct?
Correct.
And she took you out there to show you that the first shot on the individual you did the autopsy was the fatal shot to the head, I think you said, or the neck, cheek, excuse me, was the fatal shot, correct?
Yes.
Which means that the person, when the other shots occurred, was dead, correct?
Can you repeat that again, please?
The first shot to the cheek was the fatal shot.
Yes.
That killed him, correct?
Yes.
The other shots that you described, and we saw photographs of, occurred after the death because there was no bleeding or hemorrhage, correct?
Correct.
And that was the reason why Dr. McDougall took you out there, because in her career, it was so unusual to say, this is shot number one, the first shot that occurred, right?
Yes.
Can I have a moment?
Yes, sir.
Lots to say, I'm finished.
Thank you, sir. Madam, do you have any redirect?
Yes, just briefly. On wound B. Is there some evidence of hemorrhage on wound B?
No.
In terms of indeterminate range, what does that mean?
That means that I can't tell because there's the absence of a muzzle imprint or stippling.
And what does intermediate range mean?
That means that there is stippling around the wound.
And is there a range in which you would call a wound intermediate in distance?
Intermediate would be where I have stippling, and that could be anywhere from 3 to 36 inches.
No further questions, Your Honor.
One question?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any evidence to indicate this young man was involved in this?
Thank you. This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Steph. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a adjourn for the evening. If you can open heads on your chairs, we'll see everybody back at 9. Remember the admonition, you are not to discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case or allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or no research. Have a good night. See you tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
We are on a time constraint, so we gotta keep it moving. So let us get on over to day 10. And I heard day 10 is an interesting day, y'all. So let's jump right into it. I will tell y'all, I do, y'all know I love the medical examiners, man. I love the medical examiners, and I am a firm believer at this point that at least Juvie was shot by somebody in that car. Who was the shooter? I don't know. But Juvie most definitely was shot from inside that court with the stippling around the cheek, and he didn't put his hands up. So it really made me feel like he was shot second. He wasn't even shot first. I feel like the first shot might have went to the person in the front of the seat, and he might have, I don't know. He might have been reacting. That's why his left hand was up. So yeah, y'all, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you had a good evening and ready for the day. We're here again on the state's case in chief. So I think you completed the testimony of your last witness. Who's the next witness?
Christopher Williams.
Christopher Williams, please. You are Christopher Williams?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
This is our witness stand. Come on in. Just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
And you sold as well upon the testimony you should give this case, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I did. Please state your friendly name for the record. Christopher Williams. Please go ahead and last name for the record.
Please have a seat. Wait till the microphone in front of you, we'll adjust up or down, just move back and forth. All right, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Council, you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Very well. Thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them where you work?
I am now Sergeant Christopher Williams. I work at the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
Congratulations on your promotion. My apologies, Sergeant.
Thank you.
So, Sergeant, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your current assignment is with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Road Patrol Division in Pompano Beach District.
And how long have you been there?
1 month.
In terms of prior to going and becoming a sergeant on that promotion, what did you do for the Sheriff's Office?
Previous to that, I worked in the crime scene unit of the Sheriff's Office for 11 years.
When you worked in the crime scene unit, were you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes.
What were some of your job responsibilities and tasks as a crime scene detective?
So crime scene detective for the Broward Sheriff's Office, most of us are all sworn. We have 12 sworn law enforcement officers in there, 3 civilians. We respond to major crime scenes, rape, murder, homicide, suicide, suspicious death, police-involved shootings, and robberies with a crime scene and a victim. We also respond to shootings that happen with a victim as well. And we investigate. Those are the only things that we investigate. Anything less would be investigated by the victim.
Okay, so Sergeant, you mentioned that you work for the Broward Sheriff's Office. What jurisdictional boundaries do you work for the Broward Sheriff's Office?
We have the entire county of Broward.
Do you assist other agencies on occasion?
We do. So we have naturally there's I believe 27 municipalities in the county of Broward. The sheriff has 17 contracts for police services for those for 17 of them. And there's some smaller municipalities that we have what's called an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, with Lighthouse Point, Hillsborough Mile, Hillsborough Beach, the smaller agencies who don't necessarily have as much crime, but when they do, the crime scene unit for the sheriff's office will go and assist them with it. On top of that, we will assist other agencies, such as Hallandale Beach. We have an MOU with them currently right now to investigate their homicides. We also will assist other agencies at the request of that agency or at the request of the state attorney's office.
So with regards to the 11 years in crime scene as a detective, what did you do before that for the Sheriff's Office?
Prior to that, I worked on road patrol in the city of Deerfield Beach. And prior to that, I worked in the jail for 2 years.
So in terms of your entire time at the Sheriff's Office, how many years do you have in?
I'm getting ready to start number 20.
Okay. Going on to specifically your training and experience in the crime scene unit. Do you take specialized training when you are brought into the crime scene unit as a detective?
Yes, so for the Broward Sheriff's Office, we start off our brand new detectives with 1,000 hours, which equals about 1 year of on-the-job training. We also have them attend multiple classes, medical examiner, death investigation classes, shooting classes, and bloodstain classes, and footwear and tire wear examination classes. And we also are all registered with the IAI, which is called the International Association of Identification. And we make sure that we're all certified within that unit.
So in terms of maintaining the IAI, or International Association of Identification certification, what's required?
So there's actually a very long, there's a test that goes with that, and lots of studying. We need to know a lot of forensic work, how to use a camera properly, which is probably the most challenging part of the class, because naturally we need to capture the scene, and a lot of times the scenes are at night, so the nighttime photography becomes the challenge for most of our detectives as they come into our unit. So we have to be proficient in photography, proficient in investigations, make sure that a suicide is really a suicide and not a homicide, or a hanging is really a hanging. So we're all taught how to investigate these things and recognize the differences between what is presented to us versus what it really is.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. You mentioned you'd spent a number of years on road patrol as well before becoming a crime scene detective. While you were on road patrol, did you have to deal with traffic crash reconstruction?
Yes. So in road patrol, I was fortunate enough, like I said, to work in the city of Deerfield Beach. They're very good on the city for the sheriff's office. They support the deputies very well. Each city has what's called LETF funds, which is law enforcement trust funds. It's money seized from drug forfeitures, drug money, drug cars, stuff like that. And the city actually sets aside $25,000 a year at that time to send deputies to schools. I opted to take him up on that offer and attended multiple advanced traffic homicide investigation classes, basic traffic homicide investigation classes, traffic crash reconstruction classes, at that expense, which I was very fortunate to do.
So after you took some of these traffic crash reconstruction classes, approximately how many of those reconstructions did you do while working on road patrol?
A lot. Probably every single crash that I investigated, I treated it or I applied the training that I obtained just to maintain my proficiency in the training that I had. So whether it was a basic crash or a 5-car crash, it was all treated with the training that I had obtained.
Would that be more than 100 times you had the opportunity to use that training as a road patrol deputy?
Yes.
In terms of the actual reconstruction of a traffic crash, what types of principles are you relying upon when you're doing a recreation?
It is math. Essentially what it boils down to is math. So you're obtaining measurements and so for instance, on a traffic crash, you skid, you hit a car, and you come to a stop. So that you have measurements of the skid marks to obtain a speed. You have measurements of the crush damage from each vehicle. And you also have what's called coefficient of friction, which is the gripping, if you will, of the road. So all of that requires trig, and it all gets put into a very long math equation to actually calculate the speed that the person was going when they crashed into the car or wall or tree, whatever they crashed into. Same things are applied if they don't skid. So if they don't skid and they crash right into a tree without even touching the brakes, that crush damage also gets applied to determine their speed.
So Detective, it sounds like you use a lot of that high school trigonometry and geometry that you learned.
Yes.
It's been a while, so I'm gonna have to ask you to go slow on some of that, if you don't mind, okay?
Okay.
With regards to shooting reconstruction, how does the traffic crash reconstruction help and make you a better shooting reconstructionist?
So it's the same principles that of math that are applied in the traffic crash reconstruction that would be applied in shooting reconstruction.
So going into specifically shooting reconstruction courses, have you taken a number of those while working as a crime scene detective?
I have.
And can you talk about the number of ones that you've taken?
I've taken West Virginia State University shooting reconstruction class and a shooting reconstruction class with the University of North Florida, the Institute of Police Technology and Management.
And in terms of the number of hours in shooting reconstruction courses on those two that you just discussed, approximately how many?
Approximately 80 hours.
Additionally, have you taken the basic traffic homicide investigation course?
Yes.
And you talked about traffic crash reconstruction courses. Have you taken other ones of those while you've been a crime scene detective?
For traffic crash?
Yes.
No.
Do you take a class in terms of death investigations?
Yes.
And what is that?
So death investigations is to determine what you're looking at when you see a deceased body. So I always like to say that the body's the biggest rat on the planet. It will, if you know what you're looking for, you'll be able to determine what happened.
So Sergeant, Sergeant, in terms of the time of arrival on scene, is crime scene there before the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
So when you are first looking and determining whether or not a death is suspicious, you're the first person looking at that body.
Correct.
So can you explain to the ladies and the jury what that principles of death investigation class taught you briefly?
So it would teach us if we're dealing with an overdose, what to look for when we're dealing with an overdose. It would teach us if it's what to look for with, if there's gunshot wounds, what to look for if you have what looks to be nothing, you just have a body there and 23-year-old male who just died. Teaches us what to look for. So we're looking for petechia hemorrhaging, which you'll see in the eyes, which are little blood vessels that are throughout your whole entire body. And if they are squeezed, if you have particular like squeeze, you'll see petechia hemorrhaging in the eyes. You see it on the bottom of the eyelids. You also see it in the chest quite often. In an area where there's trauma of like strangulation, you'll see lots of petechia hemorrhaging. So that's just some of what we're looking for when we're making our determination on what actually happened with this with the decedent.
During the death investigation course, does it give you a general idea of how to collect evidence on those cases?
Yes.
Do you also have training in specific crime scene investigations and collection of evidence?
Yes.
About how many hours?
Oh, that was 40 hours also.
And in terms of your day-to-day job when you were in crime scene, how much of your time was spent actually collecting, documenting, and preserving evidence?
So we are quite busy in Broward County. There's only 12 of us, and we have, like I said, 17 cities to serve, and our MOU cities. So roughly 1 or 2 a day.
So would that be half of your time?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about shooting reconstruction courses that you took. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen a little bit about what is an approach angle or an angle of entry?
An angle of entry would be from a projectile or a bullet into a target. So it's the flight path, if you will, as it's going in. That flight path would then once it makes its contact with its target, we would then be able to determine its angle of entry.
And is that similar to some of the things you do in the traffic crash reconstruction, approach angles of cars hitting one another?
Yes, so approach angles would also apply to traffic crash investigations. So it's a little different. It's the same math, but essentially, if you have a car that T-bones another car, one car is going 80 and the other car is going 40, what happens is due to physics and velocity, they end up switching speeds, and the 40-mile-an-hour car goes faster and the 80-mile-an-hour car goes slower. So those are part of approach angles, and that's how we would be able to determine pre-crash speed and post-crash speed. So a lot of times you'll see that you'll have a higher speed from the original and a lower speed from the original, and that throws people off sometimes.
So does this also help with the shooting reconstruction? You're using that same angle math.
Yes,
Have you taken classes in blood stain pattern analysis?
yes.
Can you explain what that is first?
So blood is a unique liquid. It contains, it's unlike any liquid on the planet, so it has unique features when it is altered. So when it's outside of the body and contact is made with it, it will create a pattern. Or if you have, say, a knife and you stab it into somebody and you pull that knife out, the knife naturally will have blood on it, and that blood coming back on the knife, with the knife coming in the backwards position, will come off of the blade and it will make a stain. Or if you take blood and hit it with a hammer, it will make a different type of stain. So there's several types of stains that are associated with blood stain, and those all need to be interpreted to determine exactly what happened. And in some cases, it can tell you where the assailant was.
Okay. In terms of blood stain pattern analysis, how long was that class that you took?
40 hours.
Do they have a discussion about what is blowback?
Yes.
What is that?
So blowback is very simple. The easiest way that I can explain it is, and everybody in this courtroom, this has happened to them. You have your garden hose with the big nozzle on it, and you get ready to wash the car, and you hit the rim, and what happens? The water comes right back at you and hits you in the face. The same thing would happen with blowback. So if you're in close vicinity with a firearm and you shoot somebody, depending on where you shoot them at on their body, the blood will come back in that same direction of the velocity that it came from. So if it came from me to you, if the bullet went from me to you, the blood is going to come from you to me. Same thing as the garden hose theory. It's a phenomenon that happens. It's all with Newton. Newton figured it all out, and he was very right, and you can't ever escape it.
So with regards to that, if you shoot a dead body, do you have the same blowback pattern?
No, you will not.
Why not?
So a dead body, it does not have any circulation. So there's no blood flowing through the body. Post-mortem, once you're dead, what happens is we get what's called rigor mortis, which is also called lividity. And what that is pooling of the blood. So if you die on your back, almost immediately the blood starts to pool all the way to your back. So all the blood will just kind of, gravity brings it all the way down to your back. Eventually it will become fixed and it will stay there. So if we roll you over, it will not go back in that other direction. If it's not yet fixed, we can flip the body over and the blood will then flow the other way again.
Is that something that would help determine the approximate time of death?
Yes, so the lividity starts to kick in anywhere between 4 to 6 hours after death. It will become fixed approximately 18 hours after death. So generally when we come in contact with a body, we will check for lividity. And a lot of times, if you I could probably show on my hand, if you touch and then let go, you see that my hand was red because there's blood there, and then I push and it's white, but it then refills with blood. With lividity, that's called blanching. So it's not, when lividity blanches, that means that lividity is not fixed. Remember I told you that it will become permanent. So if we touch the lividity portion of a body and it doesn't blanch, then we know that the lividity is fixed and we know an approximate time of death.
In terms of the goal of a crime scene detective or reconstruction, what are you trying to work backwards to?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Do you know when you go there and see a body, what happened before?
Not right away.
So what is your goal in any sort of crime scene reconstruction?
To read the crime scene. So I want to read what the crime scene is telling me. The crime scene is going to, it sounds corny, but it's going to talk to me. It's going to tell me what happened, where it happened. It's not going to necessarily tell me why. I'm not interested in why, but I am interested in what happened, where it happened, and what evidence was left behind due to the actions of what happened.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about the crime scene photography as well and the crime scene reconstruction of the shooting incident. Do you also have training just in homicide investigation and advanced homicide investigations?
I do.
And what types of timeframes and hours on those?
For homicide investigation was a 40-hour class, and advanced homicide investigation was another 40-hour class.
So Sergeant Williams, with regards to your on-the-job experience, do you have training and experience putting those skills that you learned into practice?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations did you go to during your 11 years in crime scene?
Approximately 800.
In terms of, as a crime scene traffic homicide crash, did you go to incidents in which the vehicle was a weapon?
Yes.
And how many times was that an issue?
Twice.
And in terms of the shooting reconstructions, how many times have you had the opportunity to use those skills in practice?
So those skills and practices, I would say well over 100. Anytime that a shooting reconstruction can be done, it will be done. And it's important. Our job in crime scene is to figure out what happened, corroborate stories, and if the evidence is going to corroborate somebody's story. So it's if it can be reconstructed, then naturally we're going to reconstruct it.
And in terms of prior opportunities to testify in court as a shooting reconstruction expert, have you done it?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
2 other times.
And in what jurisdiction was that?
Here in Broward County.
Going in terms of when you're doing these shooting reconstructions, what are your first step in this process?
The first step is, so if in a car, in a house, or just in general?
Yes.
Okay. So the first step obviously is to say we have a house. First step is to process our scene and collect as much evidence as we can before we do any type of reconstruction. So we want to document as much as possible, collect as much as possible, because Locard's theory for a crime scene is you introduce something to a crime scene every time you enter, and you take something away from a crime scene every time you exit. So therefore, we want to maintain Locard and stay in, document, collect, process the scene before we do any type of reconstruction.
So, Sergeant, is a shooting reconstruction an absolute fact of what happened, or a reasonable explanation?
It's a reasonable explanation.
Why is that?
Because I wasn't there. I wasn't there to witness it. I wasn't there to stop it. So there's no way for me to be absolute. I can be pretty close though.
Okay, so talking, you said, on Locard and not introducing anything new to the crime scene. What types of measures do you take to make sure you don't leave any evidence of your entry into the crime scene behind?
So we'll generally don tie-back suits, which if you've ever watched Forensic Files or anything, you see us in the goofy Smurf suits, gloves, masks, eyewear. And the whole purpose of that is we don't want our hair in there. We don't want our DNA in there. We don't want our fingerprints in there. And our sweat. We want to try to gather as much evidence from us and contain it in the Smurf suit.
Okay, in terms of, you said you weren't there. Can you ever state with 100% certainty, as in the video, how the firearm was being held?
No.
Can you ever say with 100% certainty exactly how many feet a shooter was away from a moving target?
A standard or a standing shooter to a moving target?
Yes.
No.
What about the opposite? You have a moving shooter and a stationary target?
No.
Why not?
Because, excuse me, I'm sorry. So the movement of these items is going to create false distances because the target has, the receiving end of the bullet, the projectile, has moved. So if the receiving end of the projectile is stationary, then we can do a complete reconstruction.
So if there's movement involved, that complicates it.
Yes.
Are you trying to make and determine locations potentially to look for evidence?
I'm sorry?
In doing a shooting reconstruction, are you trying to look for areas in which evidence might be collected?
I would, if I'm doing a reconstruction for one of my scenes, I would have all the evidence collected prior to that. If it's in a car, sometimes if I can't find a projectile, when I begin my reconstruction, my trajectory rod will generally lead me to a projectile. And when it does, then we come to a grinding halt, grab the camera, photograph what we found, and collect what we found, and then continue on with our reconstruction.
So Sergeant Williams, to explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have one projectile mark in the wall behind you, and you're trying to figure out where in this courtroom, you would look for casings or surveillance footage. Is that something shooting reconstruction would help with?
It would help with, it would definitely help, but we could also, if it perforated the wall, then we can do a reconstruction. And perforation is all the way through. Penetration, it goes in and it stays.
And in terms of, so we're clear on that, can you do a reconstruction on a penetrating gunshot defect?
No.
What about a perforating one?
Perforating, yes.
Why?
Because we have a second hole. So if we only have one hole, the projectile did not complete its flight path because it was stopped. So because it did not complete the flight path, I cannot tell you the angle or the trajectory that it came in at. But if it perforates it and creates an additional hole, now it has completed a flight path. Even if it goes into a third or fourth target, the initial first and second hole is that actual flight path or trajectory of that projectile.
And in terms of, you talked about like secondary targets, intermediate targets, is that something you've found training and experience in looking at when you're doing the shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
For example, glass. Does that have specific properties that you would look for?
So glass, so tempered glass, which is what is in every vehicle, mainly because if you're driving down the road and a rock comes off the truck and it hits your windshield, you don't want it to shard and stab you in the eye as you're driving down the road. So all of the glass inside an automobile is tempered glass, which means that it goes into little tiny pieces. It also has a piece of plastic or clear plastic in the middle. It's actually two pieces of glass, a piece of plastic metal, which keeps it intact. But the tempered glass will create some type of movement to a projectile. Generally, it will, depending on the spin of the projectile, so as some barrels of the gun are going to rotate the projectile to the right, and some will rotate it to the left, and some will not rotate it at all. Generally, they're all rotated to the right, so when the projectile enters into the tempered glass, the projectile will tend to go to the right. It won't necessarily alter the trajectory, it's just turning it.
Okay, so this is things that have been documented and studied in the field of shooting reconstruction.
Yes.
In terms of other materials, sheet metal, wood, or these other items that you would look at and determine whether they were involved before you go forth and render an opinion on shooting reconstruction.
Yes.
So going back into, I want to make sure it's clear, how does the discipline of shooting reconstruction differ from firearm toolmarks?
So firearms and tool marks deals with the identification of the internal workings of a firearm and the cartridge cases of the that come out of the firearm and the projectiles that come out of the firearm. They deal with that part, where I will deal with the ballistics part of it, of shooting reconstruction.
So when you say ballistics, do you mean inside the gun or outside the gun?
Outside of the gun.
In terms of, can you define what is a terminal ballistics?
Terminal ballistics is the term the projectile has stopped, and where it stopped is considered terminal.
In terms of this specific case, did you make any promises as to the outcome of your investigation before search?
No.
What did you say when you were contacted to look at this case?
I said that I'll take a look at it and we'll see what I come up with.
And do you have any sort of fixed determination when you look at any shooting reconstruction?
No.
Do you recall at what point you were first contacted to assist in this case?
I believe it was November of 2020.
Okay, with regards to that, who contacted you?
You can know.
Okay. What were you asked to look at and analyze in this case?
I was asked to determine if this shooting incident was a drive-by shooting.
So if there was any other forensic testing that could be done, did you test this off?
Yes. Yes.
If you could just briefly, were you asked to consult at all with regards to cell phones?
No.
Any sort of location data or anything with regards to the location of an individual? Location
data, no. Location of an individual, yes.
And that's within the car?
Correct.
In terms of, were you asked to consult on any sort of medical examiner's office findings?
Their findings, I obviously their findings are final. I needed their photographs and measurements that they conducted. So I did reach out to obtain their reports and their photographs.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the physical evidence that you reviewed. Did you review the car in question in this case?
Yeah.
Where was that car being held and stored?
That car is being held at the Broward Sheriff's Office compensation warehouse.
And if you could explain briefly to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that warehouse looks like on the inside.
It is basically a gigantic warehouse that stores cars that are involved in crime.
In terms of in this warehouse, are the cars sealed individually in each location?
Yes.
What types of materials are used to prevent cross-contamination from the various cars?
All of the cars are closed. They are sealed with red evidence tape. If windows are missing, plastic goes over them so that nothing can get into the car. The plastic would assume the role of windows so that nothing can get inside.
In terms of the security of that building, is anyone allowed to go into that building?
Absolutely not.
When you are doing an analysis of this Jeep, this car in this case, how do you do that?
So in this case, I actually had that the vehicle in question towed from the confiscation warehouse to the crime scene unit, which has a forensic processing garage. And from there, I began my investigation on the vehicle.
The forensic processing garage, where's that located?
What floor are we on? Four floors down.
And can you explain to the ladies of the jury how the forensic processing garage is outfitted?
So it's outfitted, actually has a car lift in it so that we can lift the car in the air, look underneath, see if there's anything in there. There's a plasma cutter in there. There's torches in there. Every tool that you can think of that you would find in a mechanic shop, plus more, is available in that garage.
In terms of you mentioned you reviewed some of the medical examiner's information and photographs. What other things did you review in this case?
I reviewed the crime scene photos that were taken by the Miramar Police Department.
And those were provided to you and the medical examiner's office. Any other photos or any other documentation that you reviewed from the Miramar Police Department?
I reviewed the crime scene unit report from Mr. Kelly.
With regard to the trajectory analysis that was done by the Miramar Police Department, did you review those photographs?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen what was the issue with the string.
So the Miramar Police Department used string with a putty, and they attached the string to the beginning of the projectile hole on the back of the seat of this vehicle. And then they took that string and they brought it back to a big ruler. However, the string...
Sorry, let me interrupt you for just a second. With regards to their attempt to recreate the back glass, what was the purpose of that?
I believe, to determine some type of trajectory.
Is that something that would be useful in this case?
The trajectory would be useful, yes.
But what about trying to recreate that back windshield and the height that a specific projectile would run in?
Yes.
And would the, going forward, you mentioned in talking about the strings, were they taut in a straight line?
No, the strings actually were sagging, which can cause inaccurate readings.
So in terms of that was the specific issue of their trajectory now.
Correct.
In terms of the trajectory rods that were placed through the car by the Miramar Police Department, were there any issues or concerns that you could see from the photographs?
Not with the rods.
So in terms of the data that you relied upon, the physical car, how did you process that?
So I actually, once the car got into our garage, I photographed it in place. And then I put on my smart suit and I actually sat in the car.
Okay, in terms of, you said you photographed it. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review the photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to the defense counsel and marked for identification as state's quadruple D. Detective Williams, do you recognize this flash drive?
Yes.
How do you recognize that flash drive?
That is my initials and ID.
Did you have the opportunity to look at the photos on the drive before you came to court?
Yes.
They fairly accurately depict your involvement and role in this investigation.
Yes, they do.
Here at this time, you request to move state quadruple D in as state 77.
Objection.
No objection, principal. I just need to know the date that was released.
All of them,
The date.
all the dates, all the photos on one missing.
right, no objection.
It'll be admitted.
State's quadruple D, Mark State's 77.
Okay. So Detective, I'm going to start with questions, and you took a number of photographs.
Yes.
So I want to start and do them in order by time. So. Let me just start here. You mentioned the blue Smurf suit, so I'm going to start with what's labeled as CSW 6747. Is this the Smurf suit you were talking about?
Yes,
And is that you in that photograph?
absolutely not.
Okay. I won't tell him you said that. So I want to go forward here to 6762. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
So this is inside our processing garage. This is the vehicle in question, and these are trajectory rods that have been inserted into the vehicle to terminal points.
What is the purpose of putting in these trajectory rods and photographing them?
The purpose of putting them in is, number one, to create a trajectory. Number two, the picture is for demonstrative purposes to show where the projectiles, how the projectiles entered into the vehicle. They don't necessarily just where the ends of the projectiles are. They don't necessarily reflect where a shooter was standing. However, they just reflect where the trajectory or the angle into the vehicle is.
Okay, so we talked about angle, so I want to make sure that we can understand that. Are you taking angle measurements from these trajectory rods?
So what I'm doing is I'm creating a right triangle with geometry with these trajectory rods in order to obtain an angle. Some people will use a protractor to do that. However,
Wait, then why isn't geometry? Explain what a protractor is, please.
so the protractor is always flat on one end and it has a half moon on the other. May I stand?
Please, if you would, yes.
So if you use a protractor, and obviously a vehicle is angled, it's aerodynamic, so some of it comes out like this, some cars like that. If you use a protractor, and obviously a protractor has to be flat, you're going to get an incorrect angle. So I use geometry to create a right triangle, which would then give me the actual angle of each site mark.
So Sergeant, are you telling me that you use a Pythagorean theorem in your day-to-day work?
Yes.
I think I owe apologies in high school geometry. Okay, so talking about that, is that a squared plus b squared equals c squared?
Yes.
And what does that tell you?
That tells me an angle. So obviously you have, it has to equal 180 degrees. We start off always at 90, and then we would work our way to determining that angle.
Are you looking at more than one angle on each of these particular entrance defects?
There are different angles for each site mark.
Are you looking at the vertical angle?
These are all going to be horizontal angles.
Okay, and when you say we're using,
Vertical angles, yes.
and so we're using a poster board and a knitting needle help demonstrate the different types of angles that you're measuring on that.
A knitting needle?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Here, this would be using a demonstrative exhibit here.
Thank you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is using a demonstrative exhibit to assist in explaining and illustrating his testimony. The evidence is the testimony of the witness. The demonstratives, unless they are later received in evidence, are not in evidence and do not go back to the jury during your deliberations.
Okay, so joint counsel has been marked as A, B, and C. So starting with what this demonstrative is on strike mark A. If you to illustrate, can you show the ladies and gentlemen how you would insert a trajectory rod if you were trying to do the trajectory of strike mark A, and we're going to hold it at a 90-degree angle.
So naturally, just to put a disclaimer here, this is only one hole. So I would need a second hole to complete this. However, you would start with inserting the trajectory rod, and you would follow, you don't just shove it in, you actually gently follow the flight path of the projectile until it reaches terminal, and then you stop.
So if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're looking at the vertical angle, what part of it are you measuring?
So I would measure from the ground to the actual strike mark. That would be a measurement that I would need. The ground to the tip of the rod, and then the length of the rod that is sticking out from the projectile hole. That all gets put into fancy math, and it produces an angle.
And so the angle that you are measuring, if you could show with your finger what angle you're trying to figure out.
Trying to get the trajectory angle, the flight path of the projectile.
So is that side to side or top to bottom?
That's going to be from top to bottom.
Okay. So that on strike mark A, does this illustrate a correctly 90 degrees?
Yes,
Okay, moving on to strike mark B here. Would you use the same math on this particular type of trajectory entrance or exit?
yes.
Okay, and so when you're talking about the vertical angle here, what area are you looking at measuring?
The same one. So we'll go from the ground to the strike mark, the ground to the tip of the rod, and then from the strike mark entry to the end of the rod for the length of the rod.
And in terms of the side-to-side angle, or azimuth, as it's sometimes referred to, is this again at a 90 degrees to the side of this piece of poster board?
Yes,
Moving on to strike mark C. How would you do the same trajectory analysis on strike mark C?
strike mark C would be very similar with the view we would want to know that the entrance or the ground to the strike mark, the ground to the tip of the rod, but then we would have to get a horizontal distance and use the, I'm trying to remember off my head, the side of the wall to the tip of the rod.
So you're then getting the azimuth or the entry angle on the
Correct.
side to side.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the math and everything else, you're making the same right triangle every time.
Yes.
So what you're doing with these trajectory rods, is this repeatable?
Yes.
Can someone come back and check your work?
Yes.
And in terms of the projectiles in this case, what was your goal when you started doing these trajectory rods?
The goal was the request, which was to determine if this was a drive-by shooting.
Okay. With the perforations or defects in the car, are you matching them up with any and all recovered projectiles?
Yes.
So I want to go, and in terms of, you mentioned that there was, if you found a projectile or you thought there should be a projectile somewhere, you would stop and look for it.
Yes,
Can you explain if that happened in this case?
it did.
Okay, and so I want to go forward and go to some of your photos from the recovery of projectiles. Did you recover projectiles in this case?
2 projectiles were recovered from this vehicle.
And where were they recovered from?
The first projectile was recovered from underneath the back seat,
Okay,
and the second projectile was recovered on the passenger side interior B pillar.
okay, so I'm going to go forward and show the jury what's been labeled as CSW_677. What are we looking at here in this photo?
May I stand?
Please. And there's actually a red rod right next to you that you want to point at that.
Right here is a projectile. Right here. That was recovered from the seat. So the seat was actually lifted up, and that projectile was recovered from underneath the seat.
And so when you're saying underneath the seat, what seat are you talking about?
The back seat.
Did you have to remove the seat to get to that projectile?
I did.
Okay, and then CSW6778. Is that another view of that same projectile?
Correct.
So you mentioned there was an additional projectile recovered from this car, and you said the B pillar?
The passenger side B pillar interior.
And so if you could orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in what we're looking at in photo CSW6772, what area of the car are we looking at?
This is the passenger side interior B pillar.
Okay, and so if you could explain where the front seat passenger would be in relation to this photo. Okay.
Can you blow it up?
Actually,
guess
Detective
not.
or
Okay.
Sergeant, sorry, I think we council needs to approach.
Can we just short recess, ladies and gentlemen? We're not discussing case, but any things about case, allow anyone to discuss case further. So no research. Please don't take- Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the advice of the defendant, the counsel, the assistant state attorney, and the ladies and gentlemen jury. Our witness, Sergeant Williams, remains on stand. We're proceeding with the counsel.
Thank you. Okay, Sergeant, so I'm going through some of the photos And here we have the first photo that you took in this case. What were you documenting?
This is documenting the vehicle as it initially came to me with the plastic wrap around the window that was broken out and showing the tag as well.
Okay, and is this the vehicle that you did the analysis on?
Yes,
And what tag from the state of Florida was assigned?
that is the tag IEKD22.
Excuse me, can we get the date? I did not recall the date.
Sure, no, Detective, I'm sorry, Sergeant. Were these photos from the initial evaluation of the Jeep?
December 17th, 2021.
And so based on that, when was the initial date you were contacted by myself to review this?
November 16, 2021.
So if there's anything you need to refer to your report, just let us know so you can refresh your recollection.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said December 17th, 2021, sorry.
Yes,
Okay. And did you document the evidence taken the seals on this car?
I did.
Going on to the side view of the vehicle, what are we looking at here?
This is the side of the vehicle that has defects in it. And
I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Are these letters things you put on there?
these letters were placed by the Miramar Police Department.
When you continued with your trajectory and shooting reconstruction, did you maintain the same letters when referring to the various defects?
I assume these letters.
And so if we can just describe for the record, the locations of each of these letters on this vehicle, starting with I.
I would be in the passenger side rear door panel, exterior panel.
Okay. J,
Same,
K,
same,
L,
same,
M.
same.
Okay, moving on to N, O, and P.
These projectiles site marks are on the passenger side front door exterior.
And again, in this next photo, what are you documenting?
These are the seals.
So going around to the seals have now been broken, what are you documenting in this photo?
This would be the driver's side rear door that is ajar with a photograph showing the door ajar and the compartment area of that passenger side.
Okay. So in continuing down here in the floor, there's another object with a blue piece of foam in it. What is that?
That would be the glove box of the vehicle.
Why is the glove box in the back seat?
The glove box had to be removed to remove the infotainment center of the vehicle.
And in terms of on the far side door, that doesn't look like the inside of any car door I've seen. Why is there pieces of it missing?
Can you say?
Sure. So all the black plastic's been removed?
Correct. So that was removed for a footwear examination that was done on the vehicle.
There's some gray substance here. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens to blood after it sits for 5 years?
Blood begins to break down after time, and actually it has bacteria, or if you will, as organisms that begin to break it down. DNA is in there, obviously, so it actually begins to eat itself, if you will, and that's essentially what is left behind.
And so going forward now through the photographs, I want to get to some of the ones with the individuals in the Tyvek Smurf suits. Starting here on 4851, what are you documenting in this particular image?
This is a photograph of the rear compartment or the back seat of the Jeep Compass, and it has a tape measure in it, and it's documenting the inside width of the vehicle.
Okay. And what was the inside width at shoulder height of the vehicle?
51 inches.
Why do you measure and document all of these measurements on the Jeep?
Well, this is a unique case because you have a shooting incident that occurred inside a vehicle. And because it did, we can use these measurements to determine particular investigative leads, such as where a shooter could be and a distance of the end of the barrel of the firearm. So because it's a compartmentalized area, unlike being out in the open field where we have so many variables, the variables are severely limited because it's inside a compartmentalized area.
And so we'll get into why you can make that determination in just a little bit. I want to start in terms of the angles of impact. for each of the strike marks on the outside of the car and on the back of the rear passenger seats. Did you do the angles of impact on each of those?
Yes,
So after the measurements in terms of the seats as well, here, what are you documenting in this photo, CSW 4855?
that would be the distance from the back seat back, if you will, where you put your back, to the back of the front seat,
And what was that distance determined to be?
39 inches.
And what are you showing in this photo?
That would be the other end of the tape measure.
So I want to go here on the ceiling, S1 with the arrow pointed to a cutout. Was that also related to a patent or a footwear impression?
Yes, so that cutout, prior to that cutout in the headliner, there was a footwear impression on the headliner that was examined.
Okay, in terms of this measurement here, what are you showing the distance from?
Showing the distance from the passenger, from the driver's side, rear passenger seat back to the passenger front seat, front of the
Is that the headrest?
headrest, yeah.
And then do you determine that measurement as well to the bottom of the seat?
Yes,
And what was that measurement?
39 inches,
And on the previous measurement, it was a similar?
39 inches.
So in terms of going forward in the reconstruction process, once you have put in all the trajectory rods and gotten the angles, what's the next step that you need to do?
From here, I continued my analysis of the vehicle. Because of the fact that I found the two projectiles, I wanted to ensure that anything else relevant to the investigation was collected. So I examined the vehicle further.
Okay, so I'm going to show you defense counsel what's been marked as states quadruple E for identification purposes only. Do you recognize the exhibits in states quadruple E?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
That is my handwriting and my name on it, and it is sealed with red evidence tape with my initials and ID.
Did you collect those items?
I did.
What are they?
These are two projectiles that were recovered from the vehicle.
And are those the two that we viewed previously in the photographs?
We've only reviewed one in the photograph.
Just the one in the back, and then the other one you mentioned was recovered from what location?
From the driver's side, passenger side B pillar
And if you
interior.
show in this photo that's up here, and you can touch the screen in front of you as well, and it will put a little arrow as to where is the passenger side detail up. Okay. And are those projectiles in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Can I look?
This is pretty clever.
They are.
At this time, the state would request an state quadruple E in at 78.
Any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple E will be marked states number 78.
So you mentioned that you did some additional searching on the car once you realized that there was other projectiles in there. Did you find any other items of evidentiary value?
I did.
And what would that be?
I observed what appeared to be blowback on the headliner of the vehicle.
And so if you could explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is the headliner on the vehicle?
It is above your head as you're seating in the car. It actually just is there for cosmetic purposes, so you don't see your roof.
So showing defense counsel what's been previously identified as states triple T. Sergeant, do you recognize state Western New York identification as states triple T?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is my handwriting, my name. It is sealed with red evidence tape with my initials and ID.
And what is that item?
This would be the headliner with the blowback on it that I cut out.
And do you recall on what date you cut that out?
That was cut out on December, may I just look at
Was it
it?
reflected on the packaging?
Oh, yes, 12/17 of 21.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it?
Mayor,
Please. gloves there if you need them.
Yes, it is, minus the testing that I did, a cutting, and a cutting that the lab did.
Here at this time, state we're requesting a state triple T in a state 79.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It will be admitted.
And Detective, I'm going to ask you to publish this particular item to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
States triple T has been marked state 79.
May.
And Detective, if you could hold it up and show the back of it as well, and then indicate which part went to the front of the vehicle.
Do you have the picture of the headliner?
Sure. I'm sorry. Would this photo help in assisting you in the location?
And I object to the leading nature of.
Will this assist you? Over.
Yes.
Okay.
It would be. So if the vehicle is facing this way, it would be this way.
Okay, and you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the back of it so that it understands. Okay. And in terms of what are you looking at on that piece of headliner? What does it show?
So it shows blood, and it also shows the directionality of the blood.
Okay. And if you could show on the picture that's in front of you on the screen, what your area of the car you're talking about.
Is it okay to put this way?
Please, yes. Previously shown to the defense counsel, and these are the witness gets relabeled as VMEO 18-3118 by Dr. McDougall.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the witness will be using a demonstrative to assist him explaining or illustrating his testimony. Just remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. These demonstrative aids are not to be considered as evidence unless they're later received in evidence. Only items of evidence go back with you during deliberations for your further examination. All right.
So Sergeant Williams, Dr. McDougall conceded on that particular head that your entrance and exit wounds on that. Is that consistent with your review of the autopsy photographs and pricing photographs in this case?
It is.
And based on your analysis of this vehicle, did you find any projectiles anywhere in the headliner?
No.
Did you find any projectiles in the top portion of the vehicle on the passenger side?
No.
What about the A-pillar?
No.
Was there any projectiles in the front windshield?
No.
Based on your training and experience, can you state where the exit wound of that head had to have gone through, where that projectile would have had to exit that vehicle?
It would have exited through the front passenger window.
How can you say that?
Number one, there's no glass there. However, most importantly, is the projectile entered in the back of his skull and exited through the front of his skull with his head at a resting angle. So, can I get up?
Please, that have an assistant.
So this resting angle in this seat, you have the projectile coming in, exiting through the top of the skull, and then continuing through the windshield.
You said windshield.
Or, I'm sorry, the window.
Can you say that it was at the top of the window, or the bottom of the window, the middle of the window?
I cannot.
So based on that projectile and the blowback, we can make what opinions?
So based on the angle of this this projectile, the blowback is indicative of a firearm being in close vicinity of the head. The head is something that bleeds profusely when it's pierced. If you've ever fallen on stairs or hit your head, it bleeds like no tomorrow. And because the projectile entered in right below the skull, the blowback ended up coming in the direction of, as I was speaking earlier about the hose, in the direction that it came from. And you will get that with a very close shot. That blowback then proceeded after the shot. It went up, it hit this headliner, and continued and falling into the back seat.
And so I want to go to some of the other photos. There's a yellow coat jacket that's on the very back of the vehicle. Is it important to know whose DNA and blood was found on that?
What yellow jacket?
Let me come back to the other photos, so we'll come back to that in a moment. Okay, so in terms of the location of the firearm that fired the shot, and we were just talking about in CSW 6745, does this attempt to accurately recreate the potential location of that firearm?
So the purpose of this photograph is strictly demonstrative to show where once the projectile enters into the head, you're going to have the blowback, which again will come up, strike the headliner, and then continue. It's actually continuing this way and landing back here behind the driver in this area of the vehicle.
In terms of the driver and the t-shirt that he was wearing, do you take into account the location of the victim's DNA on his shirt?
Well, based upon the blowback pattern up here, I would expect to find some blowback here if on a driver, if a driver was there.
So would you expect to find the DNA of Anthony Williams on the front of the driver's shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And were you made aware that that is the results that were in this case?
Later on, yes.
And in terms of how does that help with a check and balance on your work?
So that confirms my analysis with the blowback, that the blowback came back, but like I said, went up, it's going to fall here, and then it's going to continue to fall into this back seat.
Okay, so I want to move on again, and you talked about like a wound that was close. Do you look for things like stippling in photographs?
Yes, so we'll look for stippling, and it's also referred to as tattooing.
Okay, and did you notice any of that powder tattooing in the photographs of the deceased Anthony Williams?
Yes, there was some there. However, due to the fact that Anthony Williams has an intermediate object, i.e. the head back, what are that called?
Headrest.
The
Is that the word
headrest.
you're looking for? Okay.
Due to the headrest being there, that's an intermediate item. So the projectile was able to go into into Anthony Williams. However, whenever you fire a gun, you have gunshot residue that's going to come out of the barrel and out of the ejection port. In this case, because of the position of Mr. Williams's head and the intermediate object of the headrest assumed most of the GSR, the gunshot residue, and then only some of it went into Mr. Williams.
Without a pattern, can you give any sort of a range of distance?
No, I cannot.
So do you also look at ejection patterns for casings?
You can look at ejection patterns. I generally don't because it is a very strong variable. Semi-automatic firearms have springs, and depending on the age of the firearm, the springs will start to wear. The way the firearm is held will dictate where the cartridge is ejected. The spring will determine where the cartridge is ejected. If there's wind, and that will have an effect. So it's not necessarily going to help with determining where, just doing any analysis on any ejection port, any ejection analysis from a firearm.
In terms of an enclosed space such as this, does that also make a difference?
It would, well, I would expect the cartridge to remain into the vehicle, and that's all I would expect for this.
In terms of the angle of the entry without the actual body, can you do that?
No.
Is it common practice to take a body and put it back in the car after autopsy?
It is not. However, it can be done if the body was in place upon scene. We can make a preliminary analysis there. I don't believe the Miramar Police Department had that opportunity. These individuals were brought right into the hospital, so that opportunity was lost.
Okay. In terms of the firearm itself, were you ever presented with a firearm that used to be the one used in this case?
No.
So, let's talk about that pattern. On the medical examiner's report, Did you review the medical examiner's report for the backseat passenger, Christopher Thomas?
I did.
Who was it that noticed a mislabeled entrance and exit wound?
I noticed that.
And what did you do when you realized that there was an issue or concern with the report?
I notified you that there was an issue, that a defect in Mr. Thomas was labeled twice.
Okay. And so what, after that was done, did you look through the photos from the hospital?
I did, because I observed that Mr. Thomas had a defect on his right calf area, or I'm sorry, quadricep area, upper part of his leg, that came from the door, and it entered into the seat. And when I was looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. Thomas, I would expect to find an exit wound from the medical examiner's office, and they did not have a picture to produce that, and it wasn't annotated in their report. So again, I notified you of this discrepancy as well.
And in terms of, were you able to figure out and determine which projectile caused that specific injury based on the reconstruction?
I was.
So we talked a little bit about the shots to Anthony Williams. I'm going to move on and talk to any of the injuries to Christopher Thomas. What did you look at in review in trying to establish a shooting reconstruction of the injuries to Mr. Thomas?
So the rods from the rear of the vehicle, Mr. Thomas assumed most of his injuries from the rear of the vehicle. I believe 5 projectiles entered him from the rear of the vehicle. 1 projectile entered him on his quadricep, upright quadricep. Okay. And I believe 2 projectiles entered him on his foot. And that's going from memory, right? These autopsy photos, or?
So I'm going to come here to 6754, your photograph on that.
Okay, so these are the terminal points from the rear of the vehicle. Mr. Thomas is seated in this position, and of the 6 rounds that went into the seat, Mr. Thomas assumed 5 of them, and it is a very similar pattern in Mr. Thomas's back. It may not look like it lines up correctly, however.
Let me interrupt you just there for a second before we go. On the top photograph that is labeled and marked as H, did that wound intersect in any way with the body of Christopher Thomas?
No.
Where was that projectile or defect later found?
That projectile perforated that headrest and continued to go forward in the vehicle and ended up striking Mr. Williams and I believe his back.
Okay. So I want to go forward on the back of the car. You take this picture, CSW_6760. What are you showing with this particular photograph?
So these are the trajectory rods that have entered into the vehicle. They are not exactly at the correct angle. The reason being, obviously, there's no glass. So they perforated the glass first, and then they made a secondary perforation into the seats. So that's why they're not exactly level.
So, Sergeant, are you saying that the end of these rods is where those shots were fired from?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm missing the glass. So the glass would, obviously, if I can take a rod and put it through the glass and then into the terminal point, I would be able to obtain this picture to be demonstrably correct.
Okay, in terms of the angles and things that you measured on these, how did you get those angle measurements?
So what I ended up doing is recreating the back glass based on putting tape across the entire back of the window and making it line up with the glass that's existing in place on the top, sides, and bottom, and lined it up with that to make the arch of the glass window, and then ended up putting these rods into the proper position, and then created my right angles to create the proper angles for these strike marks.
In terms of the location in which the gun was fired that created these defects in the car, can you say it was a certain distance away with specificity?
I can give a range for these shots and for the shots on the side of the vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of the range, are you saying it could be a mile away at a 50-foot ladder?
No, I can give a specific range.
And how can we do that in this case?
So the specific range is based upon the two shooters that were presented to me, and I would obtain measurements.
Objection, Your Honor.
Suggestion.
Can we go second?
Added into more trig to determine a minimum and maximum distance of that particular shooter.
So with regards to this incident, were you there on scene?
No,
Do you know who fired the shots?
no,
In terms of the shots to the outside of the vehicle, are you aware that individuals were already dead and those were fired?
they were already dead, yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
How does that play into your reconstruction?
It comes into play because specifically with Christopher Thomas, because Christopher Thomas was already deceased when these rounds were coming into the back of the vehicle, because Christopher Thomas was what we would call crumbling. He was starting to fall, if you will. And on top of that, I know that he was already deceased because the back of his back, essentially, the rounds that are in his back have no blood in them, which means that there's no circulation. So the rounds are coming in. Christopher Thomas is crumbling with each round. He's falling with each round, and that's the answer.
Okay. So in terms of, we'll get to the shooting inside the car in a little bit. I want to stick to the outside at this point. When you were looking at the side of the car on the angles of entry and the side-to-side angles that I'm talking about, why is that important in your analysis? I'm going to go back to 4809 to describe those angles.
So these angles are important because it is part of my assignment, which is to determine if this was a drive-by shooting. And my determination was that this is not a drive-by shooting, and it's based upon this picture here, which is a very good picture to describe it. All of these rounds are done, and all but one is done at a stationary position. The shooter is at a stationary position when all but one of these rounds are going in. The one round that has some movement in it, which is round site L here, the shooter is actually moving in that to create the little bit of a keyhole that you see there.
Okay, we have a lot of information in that answer, so let's break it down a little bit. You mentioned a keyhole, so I'm going to zoom in on site L and explain what is a keyhole.
So a keyhole is a projectile comes out of the barrel and it is actually spinning in a line. It's also falling as it spins. However, once you add movement to the gun at the same time the projectile is coming out, you introduce that movement to the projectile. Once the projectile has altered movement, it will start to tumble. So it's no longer going in a straight line. It is actually going like head over feet, if you will, as it's entering into its target. And that head over feet gives you this right here, which is essentially the projectile coming in sideways.
And in terms of a drive-by shooting, if two vehicles are moving at 45 miles per hour, what would you expect to see?
So if it's a drive-by shooting, all of these rounds should look like this.
Why?
Because movement is being introduced to that projectile.
So to contrast site L with one of the other sites like you, what does that tell you?
So that's a shot that the shooter is stationary. The vehicle is stationary.
And so, Sergeant, were you given a copy of what's been previously introduced into evidence, the statement of the co-defendant Courtney Henry?
No.
Okay. In terms of the information as to the suspected location on Miramar Parkway that was initially reported to law enforcement, was that told to you?
The hospital scene?
No, right off of I-75.
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me, what's your second?
I would look for directionality and, again, the keyholes. So if you have two vehicles going in the same direction, I would expect them to have the keyholes, but I would also, if you're being shot at, it's natural to step on the gas and go, which would put you either,
Excuse me, what's the objection? Now, these-
Speculation. Speculation.
which would put you either above or forward or behind your shooter. And once that happens, I mean, it's human nature then we would start to have directionality vehicles from different directions. There's no way that you're gonna sit there and let someone shoot you.
Okay. In terms of, is there a demonstrative that would assist in showing the jury what you mean by directionality?
Yes, I believe I have one actually. Or you have one, okay.
Previously shown defense counsel.
And I'm objecting on the same basis.
It's a demonstrative at this point, Your Honor, so I believe the appropriate instructions should be read.
Hey, can I see what you're showing?
Sure.
The objection to it?
Being illustrated in this demonstrative photo.
So these are, obviously the author of this book has already identified the angle for all of these, so that I'm not going to discuss the angle. The question is directionality, and the directionality for each of these is you'll be looking for the leading edge of the entrance. So for this particular, so we'll start with 40 degrees. This is the leading edge, so the projectile is actually going in this way. This one here, this is the leading edge, projectile is going in this way. For this one here, on 60 degrees, this one is quite unique actually. It's actually coming in this way, going down, that's our leading edge. For the 30 degrees, our leading edge is coming in this way. I don't know what is next, what's below that. For the 20 degrees, you have directionality coming in this way, 10 degrees. Directionality is coming in this way.
Okay. In terms of the car in this case, did you see any indication of directionality in either direction?
None of those words were existed.
At some point, did you go out to a scene on Pembroke Road in US 27?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go out there?
I went out to US 27 and Pembroke Road, and I actually brought the vehicle, had the vehicle towed out there as well, to the site that was determined by the Miramar Police Department. And I actually obtained different heights, although I'm coming in 3 years later from this investigation. So the bank on the side of the road can be different. It can be higher, it can be lower. But I wanted to put the vehicle in place and have that have those distances as an option, and just to say that I did it. I also went out to 27 on Pembroke Road and had the Public Works Division from Miramar clear the entire brush area, and I actually was looking for a magazine to see if there was anything there, because it was relayed. My question to the Miramar Police Department was, did you guys look for anything out in this brush? And the answer was no, so I asked it to be all cleared out and thoroughly examined. I spent about 6 to 8 hours out there and knee deep water looking for anything. The results were negative, but that was my involvement out at Pembroke Road for that point.
So you mentioned knee deep water. What type of, at that location, you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of area this is?
So 27 borders the Florida Everglades. East of 27 is Pembroke Road. Pembroke Road dead ends from 27 going eastbound. It dead ends, and there is a trash company there for garbage. They're on the east and west. It's a 2-lane road. On the north and southbound sides of the road, at the time of my examination, was grass and rock. And then if you continue further down, you come to marsh. And if you go further down, you come into water marsh. And that's about all that's out there, besides a lot of mosquitoes.
And so why is it important as a shooting reconstructionist to know the landscape in which this happened?
Well, if I would have had the landscape in 2018, it would have allowed to create a more precise distance for a shooter.
In terms of the drive-by aspect of it, does knowing that location at Pembroke Road help in assessing distances that another potential car could have been?
It would not, because this definitely was not involved in a drive-by. There were fire cartridge cases found on the side of the road. I don't think a car, even when I was out there, I don't think a car can drive along that area and shoot the passenger side of that vehicle.
The additional processing that was done, did you collect a plastic bag from the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, the Miramar Police Department collected a plastic bag out of the vehicle initially during their investigation.
And what additional equipment does the Broward Sheriff's Office have to do further analysis on that?
We have a machine that's called a vacuum metal deposition machine. Essentially, it's a giant cylinder that on the bottom has 3 electrically charged trays on the front half of this chamber and 3 on the back half of the chamber. Those trays hold silver. One holds silver, one holds gold, one holds zinc. The bag, in this case, the bag is placed into this vacuum metal deposition chamber. The air is taken out of it to make it a vacuum chamber. At that point, once the chamber has been fully vacuumized, then I heated gold, which then vaporized the gold. Gold attaches to lipids, which lipids are part of your entire body, but lipids are also on your fingerprints. So vaporized gold is attracted to fingerprints. After the vaporized gold is applied to the bag, it's followed by zinc, which the zinc gets vaporized, and that zinc kind of, for lack of better words, seals that print in place. On this particular bag, the results were negative. However, I believe something was found in it of value, and the Miramar Police Department does not have the capability they don't have that machine. So I wanted the evidence to try to attempt to make fingerprints out.
In terms of the casing that was recovered, did you do additional analysis on that?
Yes. So we also have what's called a Recover LFT system. That system essentially is another vacuum system where we place a proprietary sulfur mixture into a chamber. We put the fired cartridge case into the chamber, and the theory behind that is, so your skin has the lipids, but it also has oils and water, but the oils, they begin to etch metal the second that you touch it. And that metal will continue to be etched by that print until that cartridge is fired. So when you load,
If I can interrupt you, I'm assuming that there's a good print on the casing.
that's where I was going, yes. So when you load a magazine, you're going to load it with your thumb or your finger, and you're going to enter cartridges into there, and you're going to handle that. You're going to handle that cartridge. So your print is going to be on it, and it will continue to etch, and it's etched until fired. So I took the cartridge case, I signed it out from the Miramar Police Department, I put it into there, and that proprietary sulfur that the company, Foster Freeman, who makes the Recover LFT system, they're able to extract the etching of the fingerprint from metal. On this case, a fingerprint was developed. However, it was determined by our lab analysis of the link print unit to be of no value.
And so in terms of the further analysis on that item, did you do anything else?
On the cartridge case? No.
And when you were processing it with the sulfur, does that change the color of the cartridge casing?
It adds a blackening to it.
So I want to go, when we've talked about the injuries to Anthony Williams, I want to go now to Christopher Thomas. With regards to inside the car, can you discuss the injuries to Christopher Thomas's head and what you observed based on your training experience?
So Christopher Thomas had an injury to his left cheek. Part of that injury, his face or his cheek, if you will, had the tattooing or the stippling on there, which is indicative of close range fire. Also, part of the wound had an abrasion ring on it, which is also indicative of close range fire.
So I'm going to, with a demonstrative of the head showing the entrance of help and explaining your testimony.
Yes.
So I'm showing counsel what was previously shown to Dr. Sauter, and then identifying as EMEO 18-3119. And the mark on here placed by Dr. Sauter.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. remember that the evidence, the testimony of the witness, not that this, not sure the exhibit unless it's later received as evidence, only items of evidence will go back to you, to the jury during your deliberation. So it's not accepted as evidence at a later time, it doesn't go back to the jury.
So Sergeant Williams, with regards to Christopher Thomas, did that projectile exit his head?
No.
So can you give the same type of opinion as to the orientation of Mr. Thomas's head that you did as to Mr. Williams?
I can give an orientation that he was facing forward.
And how can you say that?
Because the round that the projectile that entered into Christopher Thomas, that's actually about in the middle of his cheek, was completely, it was a full circle. There was no leading edge. There was nothing to indicate that his head was turned to the right, turned to the left. It was straight forward, looking forward. It was the circular pattern that indicates that he was facing forward when that round entered his cheek.
So Sergeant Williams, you talked about directionality on the car. Does the same thing apply on skin?
Yes.
So you mentioned earlier doing a height and measurements on 2 individuals. What 2 individuals did you measure in this case?
I measured Jamel Demons and Cortland Henry.
You discussed about an angle at 90 degrees. Can you exclude or include someone just based on that particular data?
I'm directly 90.
Correct.
With no other measurements?
Yes. Can you do that?
No.
Why not?
Because you're right at 90, and 90 is that it makes the exact right angle. It makes the perfect square, and it's, you get nothing. You're back at 0.
Can a person hold a firearm in a way that is different than 90 degrees?
Yes.
How many different ways have you seen videos during your time in crime scene of people holding firearms?
Many firearms are held in all different ways.
So when you're talking about the shooting reconstruction and ranges, what are the limitations on that particular information that you can give to the jury?
The limitations would be environment, gun, ammunition, any intermediate targets. Those would all be limitations.
Is there anything that requires an individual's arm to be fully straight out before they fire a firearm?
No, you don't have to have an arm fully extended to fire a gun.
And so, Sergeant, with regards to firearms, how long have you carried a firearm?
For almost 20 years.
And are you required to shoot that firearm on a regular basis as part of your employment at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
How often?
We shoot about 3 times a year.
And is there anything about the location or positioning of an arm that you take into account on the ability to pull a trigger?
You can pull a trigger with either hand.
So going forward on Chris Thomas inside the car, you said that you can give a distance away based on the measurements inside the car. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that now. How can you determine that that door is closed?
The door, which door?
The rear driver's side passenger door.
That door was closed because I actually applied a chemical called Blue Star to it. Blue Star is attracted to the hemoglobin blood, and it reacted positive, which would be indicative of the door being closed. It actually captured some of the blowback from Anthony Williams and struck that door.
Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of alternative light sources you used when processing this Jeep?
So I used UV lighting, and the UV lighting is used to locate potential gunshot residue. We're looking at it really illuminates like the barium and the nitrates and gunshot residue. It's also followed by wearing orange goggles, and it allows me to find potential gunshot residue, and on top of it, collect the gunshot residue with a special dauber, which is part of a gunshot residue kit, and it's sticky. So I would combine and dab, if you will, the GSR, the gunshot residue that is identified by the UV light and the orange goggles.
So the image that we're looking at here, which is identified as CSW_4814, what are we looking at here?
So this is the back, this is the driver's side back passenger seat compartment area with that door open, with the passenger door in the open position.
And why is it kind of orange?
It's orange because as I'm also wearing orange goggles, so there's an orange tint lens on my camera.
And what are you showing with these particular images?
So I'm showing potential GSR, which is, do we have a different color? That's not good. Here here, here is potential GS. There's one right here, potential GSR. So these are here, here, all collected with the dauber.
Okay. And those were submitted to RJ Lee for analysis?
Yes.
Going on to this back seat here, what are we looking at in this photo?
This is the driver's side of the vehicle, the back seat, and there's potential GSR on the back seat. There's some right here, and right here. Nope, I'm sorry, that's not GSR. These areas here were GSR that were collected.
And so it's clear for the record that the two that you're circling on the right.
Yes, I'll redo it. Those two right there.
Okay. In terms of this photograph, what are we looking at here?
Do we have a prior?
Is this the back of one of the seats?
Actually, same.
What are we looking at in this photo?
This, I don't know which seat this is. I think it's the middle seat, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I don't want you to guess, so we'll stop on that. Okay, going forward to this photograph, can you orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to what this particular part of the car is?
This is the back seat, and this is the center console that flips down, that has cup holders in it so that you can place drinks.
Okay. And did you see any suspect GSR particles in this area?
Yes, so there's some right here, right here that were identified down to the down.
Okay. With the orange tint on it, is that some of the things you're bringing about the difficulties of forensic photography?
Yes. So this is actually the top of that center console where it's the storage area for it. So if you wanted to flip it up, it has a place to be. And this is actually some GSR right here. That would be from the ejection port of the firearm. And this is some GSR over here as well. And that was collected on the dauber.
Okay. Now looking at this next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is the front passenger seat of the rear of it. And it identifies GSR as well. There's some right here, here, and here, which is indicative. There's actually one right here. That's indicative of that intermediate object intercepting the majority of that gunshot residue.
Okay, and in terms of that item, I want to make sure I show you, identify it for, it's been previously admitted into evidence as state 60. Okay, so Sergeant, in terms of the item here that's been previously admitted as state 60, is that the dauber that you're talking about?
Yes.
And can you explain exactly how it works and how you collected it?
May I show it to the jury?
If it helps, we can publish it on the large screen here. You just have to step down.
So this is a collection vial. And on this brown part here pulls out, and on the bottom of it is a black sticky item. And I'll explain its purpose besides collecting in a second, but I want to show what that bottom looks like. So when this is sent to a laboratory for gunshot residue analysis, this is actually what's called a SEM, S-E-M, and they put it into a mass spectrometer to determine the gunshot particles the gunshot residue particles that would be there.
And is this the SEM that you use to collect the GSR suspect particles?
Yes.
So Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as states GG and shown to defense counsel for identification. So Sergeant, I'm showing you it states GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize two of those three items?
Yes,
How do you recognize those two items?
those are my signatures and my ID on those.
And are those items in the same or substantially same condition when you collected them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would now admit states GG into evidence.
Any objection?
And so,
Sorry, I didn't hear. Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States GG will be marked states 80.
yes, thank you. Okay, Sergeant Williams, with regards to the items in this particular packaging, what are the two swabs that you collected?
So on the back of the driver's seat of the vehicle, I observed when I applied Blue Star, the Blue Star, the chemical that I spoke of that eliminates blood and the hemoglobin of blood, I observed what appeared to be a swipe in blood. And a swipe is a blood-bearing surface being transferred to a non-blood-bearing surface. So in this case, a finger or a hand transferring to the back of the seat, which had no blood on it. And I observed this swipe. So I collected with the swab, the swipe, and then I used an additional swab to collect the non-blood areas on each side of the swipe.
Okay. So in terms of the location, is there a photo that would help demonstrate where that came from?
I believe there should be one in here.
Excuse me, can we approach?
Yes.
Maybe be a good time for us.
When were those swabs collected, if you know?
Those were collected by the Miramar Police Department during their initial investigation.
So counsel had asked for lunch break. This would be a logical point to stop.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take a vote. Take recess for lunch. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case when forming an opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence of no research. Thank you, please be seated. Let's reflect the presence of the defendant, defendants, counsel, state attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, here, please understand. Hope you have a nice lunch. I didn't talk. Examination of the witness, Sergeant Williams. Counsel, great. Proceed.
So Sergeant Williams, I'm going to go back and follow up on a couple of those things that we were waiting on. I'm going to start with this yellow raincoat that the blood was testified to as the blood of Anthony Williams. We were talking about that in connection with the logo on that. Can you comment as to the location, if that would be consistent with it being in that location when the blowout for Anthony Williams had wound occurred?
I don't think that it went back that far. Can you zoom in a little?
Sure.
And unblur it.
I'll go to the next photo on that one, make it a little bit easier to see.
To me, that looks more like a transfer stain.
Okay.
Because it has smear in it with a drop of blood that's already dried, and so the blood is already dried and it's transferred. So I think that's I believe that's a transfer stain with a hand.
Okay. So to go back to the photos that you had taken. For photo 6691 on this, what are you demonstrating in this photo?
This is a demonstrative photo that would show if an individual was seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver, would be able to obtain a shot into the front seat passenger.
And in terms of the individuals that are in this car, how are they attired?
Mr. Williams had,
I'm sorry, let me clarify on that one. The people that are pictured in the photo,
oh yes,
what do they have on to protect the scene?
they're in tie back.
Okay. So going on to this next photo, what are you documenting here?
It is a photo from the other side of the vehicle for its demonstrative only.
What number?
6693. I'm sorry, 6692, and now moving on to 6693.
And it's just an additional angle. It's all angles from the vehicle.
And in terms of, there's a marker spot there, the red marker on the back of that individual's head in the front seat, what is that showing?
That is the approximate entry point for the defect on Anthony Williams.
And so now going into photo 6696. What angle are you showing in this particular?
This is from the rear of the vehicle.
The orange that we see at the bottom right, what are those things?
Those are the trajectory rods.
Going into the next photo, which is for council, 6697.
That's another photo from the rear of the vehicle.
Are you in any way, shape, or form stating this is the gun that was used?
I'm not stating that's the gun that was used at all.
Going into 6698. Again, what are you documenting here?
That would be a photograph of the same positioning of the gun from behind from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. Going to photo 6701. What are you showing here?
This is showing the proximity of the backseat passenger behind the driver in relation to the front seat passenger.
And so I'm going to go forward to some of the ones now with the ruler. When you are putting the tape measure in, what is your purpose of introducing the tape measure in these photos? And we're now here at 6708 and 6709.
To give, for the demonstrative photograph, to give a relation of distance.
And so in terms of this picture is showing what?
Well, it's not exactly to the end of the barrel of the firearm. And so it's approximately probably about 12 inches from the head to the end of the barrel.
And so showing it from the other side, is that the better angle?
Yes.
Okay, and that is photo 6713. What are you showing in this orientation of the arm?
The photo is showing that the arm does not have to be fully extended to obtain that shot.
And so going out to this photo, which is 6714, much greater distance. Oh.
Correct. So 6714 shows the firearm in an alternative position, again for demonstrative purposes, to show a distance range, and a firearm can still be fired in that position and in the direction of the front seat passenger.
So now we're moving on to the rear passenger. Are you using the same demonstrative model for this individual?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked about the blood from Portland, or the driver, Portland Henry's shirt on the front. Was there also an analysis done of the blood on the back of Portland Henry's shirt?
By the crime lab, yes.
Okay. And were you made aware of the results of the DNA of the blood sample on the back?
Objection, hearsay.
Steve, watch yourself. Sustain your, never mind, this is not, refresh it.
So, Detective Williams, there's testimony before the jury as to the person who contributed the blood to the back of that shirt. How does that information help your analysis in terms of the shooting inside the car?
The information was learned by me after the fact, and
Objection, hearsay.
And I'll tell what the information was.
Go ahead.
and it helped to solidify my analysis.
Okay. In terms of, based on the information that you have, can you state how the driver was positioned when the shots occurred for the backseat passenger, Mr. Thomas?
The driver, in my opinion, was seated in the front seat when the shots were fired inside the vehicle,
And in terms of how would blood get on the back of the shirt?
because he's seated in that position.
So I want to ask, can we put some chairs here to help demonstrate what we're talking about?
Sure.
So you reviewed all of the photos from the initial crime scene,
Yes,
and is there a difference in the height of the front seats and back seats?
there are.
And so this is not anywhere close to exact. Is that a fair statement, chairs here?
Correct.
So can you demonstrate, if you were the driver, how you would be positioned when the individual sitting in the rear passenger side seat is shot? If you could step down and show how the blood from him then be on this individual.
So the driver is seated in this position, just seated here, and not moving. The blood from this individual, from the blowback, lands here, and the blood from this individual lands on the back, and it's all from this not moving.
Okay. In terms of the back of the seat, is his back pressed against the back of the seat?
Yes,
Okay. And that for the first individual or the second individual?
for both.
Okay. In terms of, and you can resume your seat and grab this in a moment. So in terms of the distance between the individual in the rear driver's side seat and Mr. Thomas in that, do you know there to be a minimum distance they were separated by?
Can you restate that?
The individual, whoever was in the rear passenger seat on the driver's side, and then Chris Thomas, who is in the rear passenger seat passenger side. Is there a minimum distance that they're separated by?
There is.
And how do you know that?
So we have a known distance. As I said earlier, we are confined to the inside of this vehicle. So we have a known distance of shoulder width inside the back seat of this vehicle. We know a distance of shoulder width of Mr. Thomas, and then we would be able to deduce the difference between the center console and another passenger.
So in terms of the photos at the Jeep when it first came to the hospital, are you aware of how the back center console was positioned?
Yeah, it was down just like that.
And showing from what's been previously admitted into evidence as state 30, photo DSC_0127. Is that important for your reconstruction?
Correct. So this is the blood that is on the center console is consistent with Mr. Thomas crumbling into the position above or onto the center console of the back seat.
So the next photo in the series, again from page 30, is that one shows DSC_0133. Is this the plastic bag you spoke about processed?
Yes.
Going back to your photos, what are you demonstrating in CSW_6716?
So this is a demonstrative photograph to show that you can fire a firearm from that position in the direction of a passenger who would be seated in that seat.
Now, looking from the other angle, what are you looking at in this photo, which for the record is 6717?
And that is just a forward picture from the front of the vehicle facing towards the back of the vehicle to show that it is still possible to fire a firearm inside the vehicle.
And then in terms of the measurement, how far away is the firearm from the face at that demonstrative photo, which is 6719?
In this particular demonstrative, it's approximately 6 inches.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if Mr. Thomas was sitting straight up and didn't move to the side to get away from the gun?
At one point, I believe that he did.
And how do you know that?
Because Mr. Thomas has what's called a defensive wound on his right hand, and that defensive wound was caused by a projectile. So I believe that at some point he turned and put his hands up or attempted to de-escalate what was going on and received the firearm projectile through his thumb.
Okay, and so you're pointing to your right hand. In terms of the injuries to Mr. Thomas, do you recall what hand they are on?
I would have to look at the photograph.
Okay, we can come back to that in a moment on that. So the defensive, why is that important for you as a shooting reconstructionist?
Because it lets me know that Mr. Thomas was not aware of what was going on. He was taken by surprise, and his hands being up. His hands were down, would not receive a projectile through his thumb. His hands are in an up position, almost saying, maybe don't shoot, or I relinquished or something, but he receives a defensive wound due to that projectile. And I think at that point, he repositioned the forward facing.
Okay, and so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to approach with the NE photos, which are state 75. I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as state 75. Which hand is pictured in photo 12 on that exhibit?
It's the left hand.
So continuing on with regards to, we talked about, you can state that the front passenger side door, that the window was taken out by the projectile from Mr. Williams' head.
Correct.
Can you testify to whether or not the door was open?
I cannot, I have no idea if the door was open or not.
As to the door next to Mr. Thomas, the rear passenger side door, can you testify, giving an opinion as to the state of that door when the shot to the face took place?
No.
Why not?
Well, I believe, actually, let me recant. I believe the door was closed. There is actually a projectile that goes through Thomas's door during this incident and actually enters into the driver rear door.
The driver rear door, okay.
Correct.
So, in terms of the driver rear door is open or closed?
Well, I believe this door, the door that you asked about, was closed.
Excuse me, can I just clarify what door we're talking about?
That's what I'm getting ready to do.
Christopher Thomas's door.
Okay, so we're clear here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. If this is the seat for Mr. Thomas, the door that was right to the right of him, we believe was closed.
Correct.
And why can you say that?
Because we have a projectile that enters in this door and travels across the vehicle and into the other door, into the back passenger, the driver passenger door.
So the door here on to the left, if you're facing forward in the car, the door to the left of Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Can you state how that door was positioned during the drive-by, the stage drive-by?
So after Mr. Thomas was shot, the door of the backseat passenger, the driver back door, was in an open position.
How can you tell that?
It was in an open position because of the projectile strike, the projectile that I spoke about earlier that enters in from the passenger side rear door, travels across the vehicle and enters into the door panel of the driver side rear door.
Okay, so I'm going here to photo 6733 that you took. There's now another individual outside the car. What is this individual in this photo trying to demonstrate?
This is another demonstrative of an alternative theory.
Okay.
Of if a shot could be obtained from a person outside of the vehicle.
Okay, and so you mentioned we were talking about the one that goes through into the door here. Where did it strike that driver side rear door?
It struck it where the speaker is.
Okay.
And it struck, so if you have a picture of the door, you'll see that the speaker is whole, and then it has, because it's a speaker, so it's pretty thick, and the projectile actually entered on the front of this speaker. If the door was in the closed position, the projectile should have went into the speaker.
6733.
This one right here is 6733. Okay. So, and there's some other photos that we'll come back to from Miramar to discuss that one. But right here, so you're saying an alternative proposition is being demonstrated by 6733.
Yes.
Are you able to rule this out as a possibility?
Yes, because number one, the angle would not be able to be obtained into Anthony Williams. Number two, if the shot was made, the blowback would be more of a vertical blowback.
What do you mean by vertical?
So it wouldn't come up and down.
Okay.
So because of where we're at, as you stated earlier, of being how the seats are and the closeness, this is a little further away, so you're not going to obtain as much blowback to be able to hit up here, and the blowback would come this way, back that way.
Okay.
It wouldn't go any other way.
So I want to go, so we've gone through, that was 6733. So going to I want to go back a little bit on the angle for Mr. Thomas from that alternative proposition. So we're going to go to 6722. And what are you demonstrating in this photograph?
So this is a demonstrative of an individual reaching into the vehicle to fire a weapon at Mr. Thomas.
And in terms of the shot, could the individual get that angle from outside?
So if the individual could obtain that angle and make that shot, unfortunately, they would have to be the arm would have to be completely up against the passenger. So in the photo here, the person represented with sunglasses, the arm of the shooter would have to be completely against that person to make that shot. And I don't believe that this scenario is feasible.
Okay. And now that was 6723. Are you showing the same thing?
Yes.
Going to 6730. What are you demonstrating with this trajectory rod and this photo?
So this is the suspected trajectory of the flight path of the projectile that went into Anthony Williams. Again, as I stated, Mr. Williams had his head canted to the right, which is the reasoning for the flight path, and its continued perforation into the window, perforated the window and exited the vehicle.
So Sergeant Williams, I want to ask, were the driver's side window intact?
Yes,
Were you provided the keys to the car to be able to turn the power on and to put them down for the purposes of pictures if needed?
yes.
On 6732. What is, you showing the same thing as the last photo?
Correct. This is another demonstrative with the firearm canted and a downward with the ejection port facing down. And again, you would literally have to be leaning into the vehicle and onto the person who is seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
And is this the opposite angle?
That's one we already discussed.
Yes, you're right, 6733. Moving on to 6736.
What was the one just before that?
6735. And so in this instance, is this firearm, the magazine has been removed?
Correct, for safety purposes.
Okay. So going on to, again, like I was saying, 6736. What is this showing?
This is just another demonstrative of the firearm canted with the ejection port down and at an angle. Again, you would have to be pressed up against the backseat passenger that's behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
Okay. And we'll get into in a little bit with the blue star as to why you put an individual there. So then you've gone on and showing now on 6739. What are you showing on this particular demonstrative photo?
That is a demonstrative photo showing that a firearm can be fired in the direction of Anthony Williams with the hand and with the elbow up, and the arm does not have to be fully extended in order to fire the firearm.
Okay. So in terms of the trajectories on the back of the car, I'm going to talk a little bit on that aspect. As to one that is labeled A, could you describe where that is on the vehicle?
That is in the rear hatch of the vehicle. It actually perforates the plastic. That whole back of the vehicle where it states Jeep is actually plastic, and it perforates the plastic, perforates the paneling that's on the inside of the vehicle, and it then enters into the bottom of the back seat.
Is that the projectile that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to the other ones, we've already looked at 6760 and 6761. On 6755, are you identifying these by the same letters that the Miramar Police Department assigned them?
Yes.
In terms of the trajectories of B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, were you able to determine if there was a change in the angle side to side on them?
Meaning a shooter is changing
Changing lanes in a car, let's say.
So the majority of these shots was from a standing stationary position,
And how can you tell the ladies and gentlemen during that?
because it's what's known as in firearms as a grouping. So it's grouped pretty close together, which means that the person stationary firing a firearm and actually creating a grouping. So if the person's moving, you won't have such a grouping, it'll be scattered.
If the vehicle was moving, would that affect it?
Yes.
In terms of the glass in the back, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not the rods that are indicated, and again, the photo that we just looked at, 6753, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H at the top, I'm going to go to photo 6760, if the glass was in place when it went through?
So I would surmise that the first 2 or 3 rounds took out the glass altogether, and the rest of the rounds were not affected by the glass. And that is evidenced by the firearms unit of our lab being able to positively identify the projectiles, because the glass will make artifacts onto a projectile as the projectile passes through it. And if there's artifacts on there, our lab would not be able to identify those items.
Okay, so you said that you figured 2 or 3. Why would you give a range of 2 or 3 could have gone through the box?
It's a rather large window. Again, it has the plastic in between it, and it's going to take quite a bit to remove it completely.
Okay.
Now,
And
keep in mind, this is not the way that it was when this vehicle presented itself to the hospital.
you've reviewed those photos?
Yes.
So I'm gonna go through, did you turn on power to that Jeep you mentioned?
Yes, battery pack.
Okay. And so the Bluetooth was able to be turned on?
Yes, there's a non-blurry one.
Sorry. In terms of the phones that were the most paired phones on this, what were they?
So we have 5 paired phones on this infotainment center. Number 1 just states iPhone. Number 2 states YNW''S iPhone. 3 states the same. 4 states YNW TALABAN. And 5 states iPhone.
We talked briefly about the B-pillar column that you recovered that second projectile from. Is this a photo of that B-pillar?
Yes.
Okay. Going forward, what are we looking at in this photo, which for the record is 6773?
So this is actually the perforation site of the B-pillar, of the projectile perforating the B-pillar panel.
Okay. And then once it was removed, and that's in photo 6775 and then 6776, but staying on 6774 right now. What is this picture showing?
That would be the projectile.
Okay. And then 6775.
Is a close-up of the projectile.
So I want to go to the, and then you mentioned on the back, that was, we'd already reviewed that photo, which was 6777.
Yes.
So I want to go to the outside of the vehicle and talk about the impact strikes there. You have rods through I, J, K, L, N, O, and P. Why not M?
M is a penetrating strike mark. It actually perforates the skin of the door and then stops at the B-pillar. And because the B-pillar did the job that it's supposed to do, it's actually designed to stop around. So there cannot be a secondary spot to put a rod in to create a trajectory.
Okay. So in terms of sites I, J, K, L, N, O, and P, do you have an opinion as to how fast the muzzle of the gun was moving when those shots were fired?
I don't have an opinion. I would say that they're not even methodical. They're scattered. There's no grouping with them. It's there's no methodical reason to it. It's senseless firing into a vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of which of these I, J, K, L, N, O, or P goes through and strikes the driver's side rear door? Do you think you know which of those that was?
Can I look at my report?
Can you refresh your recollection, please?
Can we get the date of the report? December.
Which report are you referring to, Detective?
November 16, 2020.
You amended?
No, 16th, the
I
initial.
both say that.
It would be site M. M is in Mike.
Okay. So M is the one that you could connected through to the other side?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, I'm sorry, I thought you said M stopped at the B-pillar.
Let me look.
Thank you. It's from the cold air, Judge.
For some reason. My apologies, it's site K kilo.
A kilo, okay. So when you are going through the rear of the car and documenting all of the strike marks, do you assign a letter to the one that you found in the V pillar?
That became site Q.
So in terms of the total number of projectiles that were fired from outside the car to the inside, how many were there? Sorry.
So we have 17.
And can you say the order of whether the ones to the back of the car happened first or the side of the car happened first on the outside?
No.
Can you say whether the shots inside the car happened first or the shots on the outside happened first?
Inside happened first.
So we talked a little bit about defensive wounds on that. Were there any defensive wounds on Anthony Williams?
No.
So there is testimony that there's a driver in a car. Could the driver, Cortland Henry, have gotten that angular shot on Anthony Williams?
No.
Why not?
He would have to have a rather large arm, like he'd have to be Inspector Gadget.
So in terms of, did you measure the height of Mr. Henry?
Yes.
And what was that height? Can you refer to your report? Please let me know.
He's 70.5 inches tall.
Okay. And in terms of his arm length, did you measure that?
No, I did not.
No. In terms of the height to his shoulder, did you measure that?
No.
So with regards to the length of his arm, why do you say you'd have to have Inspector Gadget in front to get that shot on Anthony Williams?
Because you would have to, it would be a very awkward position that his wrist is, no human wrist is simply capable of being in order to reach around, extend it out, and pull the trigger.
Okay. In terms of the intervening objects, how does that help you in saying where that firearm had to have been?
The firearm had to have been due to the headliner being there. I mean, I'm sorry, the head rest being there. That all puts it all in line with the backseat driver passenger.
Okay. In terms of the angle for the driver to get the shot on Christopher Thomas, is that possible?
No.
Why not?
Because the injury to Christopher Thomas's cheek is an exact circle. And if Cortland Henry is pointing back from the driver's seat to the direction of the position of Christopher Thomas, you would expect to see a leading edge injury to his cheek instead of a perfectly circle on his cheek. On top of it, you would see more blood on the seat that Cortland Henry was sitting in for both. If he were to make both shots of those two individuals, there would be a substantial amount of blood on his seat.
Now, speaking about the rear passenger, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury or identify who was in that seat?
The rear passenger?
Yes.
Driver's side?
Yes.
I was advised that it was,
Without going into that, in terms of what you were advised, can you say based on your own personal knowledge who was sitting in that seat at the time of this homicide?
that would be Mr. Timmons.
And how can you say that?
Can we approach? Sure.
So, Sergeant Williams, can you give an area of the car with which the shots emanated from?
Yes.
And could you describe for the ladies of the jury what area of the car did the shots that killed Anthony Williams emanate from?
From the driver's side back seat.
As to the shot that killed Christopher Thomas, where did that shot emanate from?
Driver's side back seat.
Is it possible for there to have been two shooters inside that car?
No.
Why not?
There is no time.
So explain what that means.
So Mr. Williams was not even aware he was about to be shot. When Mr. Williams was shot, Mr. Thomas puts up his hands and is shot, and then is shot again.
Okay.
There's no time for anybody to switch a firearm. If there were, I believe one of those individuals would be alive. There's no time to switch. It was a very, a rather rapid event of firing.
Can you say the length of time between the fatal shots and then the staged drive-by shots later on?
It was enough time for the heart to stop beating, for there to be no circulation due to the wounds that I examined from the medical examiner's office. None of the wounds have any blood in them, which tells me that they're all antemortem wounds. So the time was long enough for the heart to stop beating.
Okay. Is there scientific or medical testing to recreate that in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, it's knowledge that's I'm sure the medical examiner could say the same thing.
So in terms of, it's nothing that can be recreated with a live human.
Correct.
In terms of the number of shots, you said 17 outside the car. How many rounds were fired inside the car?
3.
And can you exclude the shots to the head for Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas as coming from outside the car?
Yes.
How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that, for example, shot that was marked as H in the, here, let's go to 6755. How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that shot H is not the one that wound up in the face of Mr. Thomas?
Because Mr. Thomas is already crumpling at this point, and he is actually he's in the clear, if you will, of site H.
How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that site H is not the shot to the back of the head of Anthony Williams?
Because site H continues and strikes Anthony Williams in the shoulder.
In terms of site K, the one that goes completely across the car, how can you tell that no one was sitting in the rear driver's side seat when that bullet came through the car?
It would have hit their legs.
Was there any sign of blood or anything on that seat?
There were signs of blood on the seat, yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Blue Star? You talked about it a little bit.
Blue Star is a chemical that is used in forensics. It's very similar to what most people know as luminol.
What's the difference between the two?
Luminol is a very caustic chemical, and it's not really healthy to use. It's effective, but it's not really healthy to use. Blue Star accomplishes the same thing. It still detects blood diluted up to 100,000 times, and it's not caustic.
Okay.
So it's attracted, luminol and Blue Star, they're both attracted to the Hemi group of blood, primarily iron, and it will detect trace amounts of blood even after it's been washed. So if you have blood on your shirt and you throw it in the wash, throw it in the dryer, and then hand it over to me, I'm going to tell you to put it back in the wash because there's blood on it still.
Okay. What if it's been 5 years?
You'll still get that result.
Okay. And what type of result are we looking for?
Or looking for blood.
And so what does it look like if there is blood?
So if there is blood, and that's the other difference between luminol and Blue Star. With luminol, the illumination of the luminescence of the blood, the Hemi group, is not as bright, and it is not as lasting. So you have to be very quick with your photograph in order to get it. With Blue Star, it is very bright and it's lasting. So it's long enough for us to get a photograph of it multiple times. And if we need to, we can come back and squirt it again and duplicate the result if we're not happy with our photographs.
Okay. In terms of the luminol, does that destroy the DNA?
No.
Does Blue Star destroy DNA?
No.
So is there a version that the sheriff's office uses now? More so than the other? Is there a difference?
We primarily use Blue Star.
Before we end, is that something you could demonstrate during court as to how Blue Star works?
Yes.
Do you have some with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to state we're asking you to demonstrate and how the Blue Star works?
You have the show the council.
Counsel?
Go ahead.
No.
You can see-
Detective Williams, if you'd be so kind.
Go ahead. No, I asked you to make. didn't see you move, so I, hold on now. He wants to take a look at it.
How does that work?
So, ladies and gentlemen, I understand reading numbers, needs restroom break, we'll take a short recess, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case further, so no research, just so you know, table on your chairs. Thank you.
Yes.
And so, everybody take a look at what the demonstration is, any issue with that?
No, sir.
Jury ready? All right, we're all set, let's bring jury. Jury entering. Danielle, thank you, please be seated, let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and the ladies and gentlemen, jury, please remain on the stand, and we broke, I think you're in order to demonstrate again, ladies and gentlemen, remember, the witnesses using a demonstrative to assist and explain or illustrate the testimony, the witness says is the evidence, and demonstrative not to be considered by you as evidence unless it's later received. So the items of evidence go back to the jury room during the deliberations. Proceed now.
Thank you. Sergeant Williams, can you explain what this object is in front of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So this is the back seat of a Ford Explorer that was owned by the private sheriff's office. We were deadlining the vehicle and sending it to auction for those seats. They gave me this for this demonstration.
Okay, so you talked a little bit about Blue Star. Can you explain how Blue Star is used and how it is reinstituted or reconstituted, I guess would be the proper term.
So we use Blue Star to, in any crime scene, to locate blood. As sometimes when we have an investigation, there'll be what is often referred to as cleanup, where the subject who committed the crime will begin to clean up the area to make it look like no crime happened.
And so when is Blue Star concrete mixed or formulated?
No, so Blue Star comes with a, not normally garbage trailer. So Blue Star comes in a container like this. It comes with a chemilucent solution, and then on top of that, it comes with 3 oxidizing tablets. All of that is contained in this box. I pour the solution into a sprayer bottle. I add 3 oxidizing tablets, and I gently stir it until the oxidizing tablets have dissolved. And once they're dissolved, it is ready to be applied. This is one of many chemicals that we use to detect blood.
And in terms of, is that one toxic?
This one is not toxic.
In terms of the time frame, once you mix it up, how long do you have to use it?
24 hours.
And when did you mix up that batch right there?
About 10 minutes ago.
And in terms of the seat that is in front of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury is demonstrative, is it have any visible blood stains on this?
It does have some visible blood stains, and it has some non-visible blood stains.
And how do you know that those blood stains are on that seat?
Because I put them there.
And so, with your permission, Eric, we could dim the lights, so Sergeant Williams would step down and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how Blue Star works.
Yes, you may step down. Do the lights, please. that good enough for you, Councilman?
Yes, sir. And so, Sergeant, you're treating the entire seat.
Yes,
Why is that?
because I don't know where the blood could be, even though I placed it there. I don't remember exactly, so I'll spray everywhere, and then you see where it all is. You'll see that it lasts a pretty long time, and it allows us to identify where blood is. Okay. Everybody see that over there? Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Travis, if you. Sergeant, I'm going to turn the television on again.
So Sergeant, did you have the opportunity to process the 2018 Jeep Compass in this case using Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
When you are processing it for Blue Star, do you take initial photographs to show how it looks without Blue Star on it?
Yes.
And is this one of those photos CSW 4835?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Travis, if I bother you to dim the lights just slightly? Thank you. And again, going to the next photo that you took, which is CSW 4839.
That would be prior.
Okay. And this is CSW 4841. Again, is this prior to the application of Blue Star?
Yes.
What are we looking at here in this photo?
So this is the application of Blue Star to the picture that was just shown. And it's illuminating blood and the driver's side rear passenger seat. And it clearly shows that somebody was seated in that seat. If you look at right here, that would be where the legs are. And it continues on to show where the buttocks were. And what's very telling is that there's no blood on the back of the back seat, which means that a back was leaning against it.
Why would you expect to see blood on that area?
Because that's going to be from the blowback from Anthony Williams.
And in terms of that seat, did you saturate it like you just demonstrated in court?
Yes.
And for the record, that was 4846. This is 4847. Going out to 4848.
So this is the same back seat, the same area. It's just from a different angle.
And is that kind of the moisture that is showing up in some of the reflection in this photograph? Is that the application of the
Yes, from the previous photographs.
So going to this particular side, what are we looking at here?
So here again, you have the outline of buttocks. You have where the leg separation is. So there is somebody seated here. And then again, this whole entire seat has no blood on it. Where this area along here all has blood on it. So this void is indicative of an individual seated in this position.
So in terms of the seat that we're looking at right here, remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which seat in the car this was.
This is the driver's side back passenger seat.
Did you also do the same testing on the front driver's side, going to photo CSW 4863 for the record?
I did.
And is this seat also processed in the same way?
Correct.
Okay. Again, showing the moisture in this photo of 4865. Was this all done on the same day?
Yes.
And 4866?
That was the smear the transfer that I was talking about earlier. So I actually swabbed that area with a swab to collect the blood. And then I swabbed an area of non-blood, an area of non-blood, and that's what was submitted to the lab.
Okay. So going forward to 4868 and 4869. And so now we're looking at 4870. What is that showing?
So this is the seat, and
which seat?
This is the driver's seat, and the only illumination on the driver's seat is the very, very edge of the seat back on the outer portion or the interior portion of the driver's seat. And again, this is indicative of an individual seated in this seat, and that's why there's no blood here. The blood actually landed on the individual, and I'll take that out for you real quick. And it landed on the individual and a little bit on the seat right around in here, and the rest of it was absorbed by the individual that was seated in that seat.
If there's blood on clothing, would it transfer to the seat?
If it's enough blood, it can transfer. If the clothing has already absorbed it, then it generally will not transfer.
And so going forward now to the same Jeep, where are we looking at the Jeep in this picture?
This is the Broward Sheriff's Office evidence confiscation warehouse for the vehicles.
Okay. So did you use Blue Star again on the door of the Jeep?
I did.
Okay, so this, for the record, we are now 4875. What are we looking at in image 4875?
This is the driver's side rear compartment area with the driver's side rear passenger door in the open position.
Okay. So going forward to the next image, which is 4876, what are we looking at here?
You see that there's a reaction to blood on the door.
And so what does that tell you as a shooting reconstructionist?
Tells me that the door was closed during the shooting incident inside the vehicle.
And again, 4877.
It's the same thing.
So Sergeant Williams, in terms of the stippling and powder tattooing that was present on Mr. Thomas, would you give a range as to how far away a muzzle would have been from the six?
The range that I would give to that would be 8 to 12 inches.
And without a actual firearm that caused that wound, could you do a recreation?
I could not, but again, like I said earlier, this is a unique case where our shooting is confined to a known area with known confinement measurements, and it can be deduced.
Okay, so I want to go to what's been previously in evidence as states 30. On the photographs, we talked about the site K and the strike mark across the car. I wanted to go through, this is photo DSC 0403, DSC 0404, and DSC 0408. You're describing the speaker and things. Is this what you were talking about?
Correct. So if this door, the driver's side passenger door, was in a closed position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle, I would expect to see this projectile strike mark to be in the speaker. So that is indicative of the door being in an open position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Just one moment to confer with program. And in terms of on this particular strike mark that we're looking at here on state 30, this image, was this from inside the car?
Was the round fired from inside the car?
Correct.
No, the round was fired from outside the passenger side of the vehicle. It perforated the the passenger side rear door, traveled across the vehicle, and penetrated the speaker area on the driver's side rear passenger door.
I don't have any other questions of this witness.
Counsel, thank you. During cross-examination, this witness?
Just a little bit, Your Honor. Sergeant.
Sir, good. How are you, Mr. Howard?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I want to start by clarifying. You were initially asked to get involved in this investigation in November of 2021.
Correct.
More than 3 years after the actual incident, right?
Yes.
And your initial understanding was that your primary purpose, or at least one of them, was to disprove the notion that there was a drive-by shooting.
Not necessarily disprove it, just to determine if it was a drive-by shooting.
And you are aware that the person that claimed it was a drive-by shooting is Cortland Cameron.
I believe so. I don't know who said that it was a drive-by. I was just asked to say if it was a drive-by.
Okay. And you are aware that when Cortland Cameron made this statement, that this gentleman was nowhere around, right?
I wasn't part of the initial investigation,
Okay.
so I don't know if that was included in Miramar's investigation of that.
Okay. But what you are saying is whoever claimed it was a drive-by shooting was lying.
Was incorrect.
Okay. Not necessarily lying, mistaken maybe.
But if you want to call him a liar, yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Now, you had also indicated to us, we had a little demonstration with some cheers. And I want to start off there. You had indicated that you were of the understanding that there was some blood on Cortland Henry's shirt, right?
Correct.
Cortland Henry, who you understood to be the driver.
Correct.
And there was some blood on the front of the shirt and there was some blood on the back.
Yes.
And during your testimony, you sat in what would be the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
Now tell me something. Do you know what kind of firearm was used?
No.
What caliber?
40.
40 caliber?
Yes.
If a 40 caliber is fired inside a vehicle, will it make a noise?
Yes.
Will it make a loud noise?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony was that Cortland Henry was sitting here, sitting in his seat, right?
Yes.
Based upon your reconstruction, there was blood spatter that hit the front of his shoulder. And I think your words were, and he was sitting still and not moving. And there was also blood spatter that hit the back of his shirt.
Yes.
Okay. So with a 40 caliber blasting in that car, you're saying that based upon your analysis, Cortland Henry was sitting still and not budging. That would be your analysis, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that Christopher Thomas, who you believe to have been sitting in the rear passenger seat, had a defensive wound.
Yes.
In his hands.
In one of his hands.
In his left hand.
Correct.
There was a gunshot wound.
Yes.
And that he was shot from 8 to 12 inches away.
For the cheek.
Okay. So whoever was shooting at him when he had his hands up would have been a pretty bad shot to miss him from 12 inches away and hit his hand.
Well, it didn't say that he was 12 inches away during that shot. State never asked the distance for that shot. State only asked the distance for the cheek.
Okay. Well, you had indicated in your report that you took account of the width of the cabin of that vehicle.
Yes.
What was it?
50.
Feel free to look at your report. I don't want to.
I think it's in my notes, but do you have the picture? Can State pull up the picture?
Sure. Should be in your notes. You have the same thing with all pictures you just sent me.
It's state 77.
Okay.
50.5 inches.
50.5 inches. And give us an estimation of what, well, not an estimation, a calculation of what that would be in feet and inches, so that we have a base.
So 4 feet, 2.5 inches.
4 feet, 2.5 inches.
Yes.
Okay. So the entire inside cabin rear of that vehicle is less than 5 feet wide.
Yes.
4 feet, 2.5 inches, almost 4 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're saying that there was a shot. How broad was the width of Christopher Thomas's shoulders? You indicated that as well.
It was. To the autopsy.
Yeah, sure. By the way, did you ever account for the width of Christopher Thomas's shoulders at all?
Yes, I think I got it off of the autopsy photos though.
Okay.
So, do we have them that I can review? To answer your question?
That would be state 75.
Is this all of them?
That's for Mr. Thomas, and state 73 is Mr. Thomas.
Do you have the one with him on the table with the scale?
That's not evidence, so if you have.
I don't mind you looking at it.
Is that on a thumb drive or just on your computer?
I have it on the drive here, so.
Got it?
Yes.
How broad?
2 feet 6 inches.
2 feet 6 inches. So that's more than half of the 40 inches.
That is
More than half of the 40.
less than half.
2 feet. There's
24.
24.
30.
6 inches is 30.
We're at 50 and a half. So, yeah, a little over half.
A lot over half.
A little over half.
60% of the width of the vehicle,
Correct.
according to your measure.
Right.
Okay, so that means the other person, if they were seated there, would have to be taking up less than 20 inches of space, according to you.
Right.
Okay. And in that less than 20 inches of space, you have a tape measure there?
I wish I did. I have a ruler, I think.
You have a ruler?
I think so.
Please. Thank you for having me. No, don't have it. Okay. All right, so let's just work with our
Yes.
imagination.
Okay.
The total width of the rear of that vehicle is 50 inches.
Now that's the total width from where we measured it, which is going to be from the top. The inside from door to door is going to be larger. What I did was shoulder.
What are you measuring the top for? What, somebody was up on top of the vehicle?
No.
Oh, what are you doing?
Can we go back to that photo? Right, it's 4851, I think it is. Right here.
48,
So that's shoulder right there, Mr. Howard. That's shoulder length. It's going to be larger for the seating area.
That seems to be, if I'm not at 51 inches is the entire width of the inside cabin of that vehicle.
No, that's the shoulder. So it actually gets wider as it goes down.
What are you talking?
Can we pull up a vehicle, pull up the vehicle, just an actual picture of the vehicle?
But you're saying that's shoulder.
That's the shoulder.
Okay, well, we're talking about shoulder.
No, you're talking about butts in a seat.
No, that's
So, but butts in a seat is going to be bigger than shoulder. You follow what I'm saying?
okay. I don't, but let me just continue my question and then you can. So the width of that shoulder space is 51 inches, actually, not 52, right?
50 and a half. It's actually 50 and a half.
Okay.
The angle makes it look larger.
And that's a shoulder width.
Shoulder, yes.
And Christopher Thomas's shoulders account for 30 inches of that 51 and a half.
For the
Correct?
shoulder, yes.
Okay, so the other person would have been inside of 20 inches of space on the other side.
Correct.
And firing a firearm inside that 20 inches of space, minus the 8 to 12 inches between the muzzle of that gun and that face, right?
Okay.
You agree?
I'm following along with you.
Okay.
But can you sit back down?
I will. I'll be back. So I'll give you that he was shot in the face and not the shoulder, right? He was shot, Mr. Thomas was shot in the face and not the shoulder.
He was shot. Are we talking inside the car or?
Inside the car.
Yes.
I'm talking about the face shot.
Right.
Okay. And however, the person who was doing the shooting is now confined within 20 inches of space, according to your analysis, and the muzzle of their gun was 8 to 12 inches away. Okay? I want you first to look at.
Can we just finish your first question?
I'm about to give it to you. At 6719. Now, first of all, you said you've been in law enforcement now for 20 years. You're starting your 20th year and a recent promotion. Congrats.
Thank you, sir.
In your 20 years of law enforcement experience, have you ever seen anybody fire a firearm like that?
I've never seen anybody fire a firearm because I'm always after the fact.
Okay. Well, you go to the range.
Right. Actually, we fire like that at the range.
You do fire like that at the range.
It's called close quarter shooting.
I'm talking about that picture. Well, that's up there.
So
67.
if this individual in the sunglasses was standing, that would be considered a close quarter shooting stance.
If they're standing, they're outside.
Same thing. If they're seated, it's close quarter. But can we go back to your other question on the inches?
First, let's talk one at a time. Okay? We're driving
her crazy.
Crazy. Now, you've indicated to this jury that in your experience, you go to the range with your fellow officers and practice shooting, like what we're seeing in that picture, 6119.
6719.
6719.
What's your glasses?
Yes, that's close quarter shooting.
Okay. And when you say close quarter shooting, you're not talking about somebody holding a firearm in front of them. You're talking about one to the direct side in the way that you have positioned those gentlemen inside that vehicle in your demonstrative shot 6719.
Can you restate that?
Okay. That image we're seeing,
right?
6719?
Yes.
You've seen people fire firearms in the position of the gentleman in the dark glasses.
That is called close quarter shooting. And like I said, I am after the fact on any shooting, but the purpose of that photograph is to show that you can fire a firearm like that.
And that you can fire a firearm like that, requiring that ridiculous contortion, right?
How is that a contortion?
Okay. In any event, based upon your analysis, 6719 would be, image 6719 would be how the shooter would have to have been positioned in order to effectuate the shot that you say occurred, correct?
No. I stated that that picture is a demonstrative of showing that you can fire a firearm in close quarters just like that.
Okay. Well, you did not offer another photograph of how the shot that you claim took place from the back of that seat could have been effectuated. That's the only one you thought to present in your reports.
Actually, you have access to all of these photos,
right.
And we went through with the state multiple scenarios of different ideas or ideals of how this could have occurred inside the vehicle. And this is one of them of the multiple that were demonstrated.
So you're indicating that among these pictures here on this drive, there is another?
I believe there's 3 total.
Okay. May I have the witness step down, Your Honor?
6715 is one.
Okay. 6715, isn't that just?
Oh, yes, that's correct. I thought that was standing up.
Okay,
Up.
that's a step. Come on. See? Sure. Well, actually, if you don't mind the witness testifying there, instead of me writing them down, why don't you just tap them as you go? That number is?
6722.
6722. Oh, this person is outside the vehicle, I see.
Correct. That's another demonstrative.
Speak up, sir.
That's another demonstrative.
I thought you said the person wasn't outside the vehicle.
No, you're misunderstanding or you're taking it out of context, actually. So the pictures that I testified to were all demonstrative photos of different scenarios for the shooting.
So the person could have been outside the vehicle?
No.
Okay,
what
but
I testified is that somebody was inside the vehicle, but the pictures that you are referring to you're saying that I only considered one option when I have multiple options for this.
Okay, I'm asking for you to show me the other demonstrative scenario that you presented or that you devised in your examination with the shooter inside the vehicle.
There's another one outside right there.
I noticed.
There's another one right here, 6726.
You can make it bigger so we can all see.
I didn't know if you wanted me to.
No, please.
It's another one outside of the vehicle.
Oh, he's outside again?
Mhm.
Okay.
Outside the vehicle. It's another one that we discussed during direct, where he would be up against the person seated in that seat.
And where's the shooter?
Outside of the vehicle.
Thank you.
Another one. We're only talking about Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say that after reviewing all those photographs, the only demonstrative scenario you devised was the one that we discussed that is depicted in
6719.
6719.
67.
That's the only.
Well, there's actually multiple pictures of 6719 at different distances, actually.
Okay, show.
They're all in here. All of these are all different distances for 6719.
The screen is yours.
So we have this one. There's 2. That just shows the distance for that one. Another distance. There's another one.
Wait a second. What number is that?
6720.
In 6720, the gentleman in the dark glasses is even in a more clownish, awkward position, isn't he? He's in a more awkward position, is he not?
He is in, actually, that's why I wanted you to sit down and finish your first question, because it would make a little more sense to finish that one to explain where you're going with this. Because where you're going with this isn't going to help if I can explain my thought process on the injuries and the distances.
You can retake the stand. Thank you. So, 6720. And the other similar photographs showing the 2 people in that position at whatever distance the muzzle of the gun is away. The person who got shot, Mr. Thomas, the person who did the shooting would have had to miss from that distance and hit Mr. Thomas in the hand
according to your scenario, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
not miss. I think he shot him in the hand.
Oh, he deliberately shot him in
I
the
think he
thumb.
was firing, but so this is where you're not letting me sit down there to explain this. But you gotta be there too.
Okay.
I don't wait.
Let's sit down together.
I'll take that seat.
This one.
Alright, so we have a little gap between us, right?
Big gap.
It's almost 2 drinks.
Go ahead.
I didn't think the concerning part in here. So you got me.
Okay, so I'm Thomas. You're holding a gun, right?
Oh, you turned now.
Well, oh yeah, you're pointing a gun at me.
Okay.
So that's a defensive. Like, whoa, stop.
Okay.
So that's where we're gaining distance now.
Okay.
All right. So that's where that shot came in because what do you think? He's just going to go like that? There's no stippling here. So he's backing up. He's saying, whoa.
Right.
Okay.
And
He
then,
gets shot.
and
And
then,
then looks down or somehow looks at his thumb and gets shot.
okay.
So I think that he's leaning to get away. He wants to get away. He has a gun pointed at him.
Okay. So he's leaning to get away after he gets shot in the hand. And he says, oh, wow, I got shot. Let me look straight ahead and get shot in the side of the
Or he
face.
could be opening the door to try to get out and get shot in the face. Because he's doing something that's making him look forward. So he's like this, don't shoot me, get shot. And now he's looking for an escape plan. And there's some reason he's looking forward.
That's everything you came down here to do. Right?
Well, yeah, because he lets me do this.
Okay.
Let's just know.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to move on to something else for now. You indicated let's take a look at 6722. This was a scenario that involved the firearm or the shooter being outside the car.
Correct.
And if you would observe in your depiction there, the person who's shooting is looking above the car and sticking his hand not quite inside the vehicle all the way, but up to maybe his elbow,
Beyond the elbow.
a tad,
I don't know approximately how much, but beyond the elbow.
and you
Almost to the armpit, actually.
opine during your direct testimony that you think it's not likely that the person could be standing outside and get that angle because his arm would have had to have been pressed up against the person assuming there was somebody there in the rear driver's seat.
Correct.
And of course, that would be rude, and you wouldn't want to be rude in a shooting.
Well, I mean, if there was somebody sitting there also and you have a gun pointed at you, I would, it's human nature to try to probably hold the person. It's who is going to let somebody hold up against them and with a gun in their hand
Okay,
without taking any action whatsoever.
so part of your analysis here wasn't dealing with just trigonometry and common courtesy, that's being rude, but also your psychology of what that person would have done.
Not necessarily. So for this particular demonstrative, that is my answer. If you have somebody being rude and pointing a gun across you, I would say that it's human nature to hold it. You want to protect yourself. You would want to make sure that nobody gets hurt. But that didn't happen, and we don't have any blood directionality coming this way. So this scenario, although it was hoisted, is not possible.
I just want to be clear, the reason that's not possible is 2 reasons. One, the shooter would be being discourteous by pressing up against the person in the rear driver's seat, assuming somebody was there, rear driver's side seat. And 2, because you're assuming that that person would have grabbed the arm and therefore it couldn't have happened that way. That is your science that makes this shot, not what happened.
And what you're forgetting to mention is the blowback that's on the headliner. That would be part of this shooting incident, which I testified on direct that you would not have the blowback on the headliner if you had someone outside the car shooting Anthony Williams and shooting Christopher Thomas. So therefore, you added rudeness. So I disagree. I agree it's rude to hold somebody up against their car like that. But at the end of the day, it's not possible, based on the blood evidence and the trajectories of this, that somebody was outside of this vehicle shooting into the vehicle.
At the end of the day, it's just not possible. It didn't happen that way.
Correct.
Okay. And I just need this jury to be clear on why, at the end of the day, the shooter was not outside.
because we don't have the blood evidence and the trajectory to line up with somebody being outside of the car.
Okay. We have another picture here of, is this just another angle? We're talking about 6729. Is this just another angle of that demonstrative that we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And in your demonstrative, the person doing the shooting isn't even bothering to take a look at his target. He's looking over the top of the vehicle. You see that?
Well, I don't think that we need to be focused on what he's looking at. We need to be focused on the position of the gun and his arm, because those are the two, well, specifically his arm, because his face is not going to fire a gun. His arm and hand is going to fire the gun. So we need to look at where that gun and hand is in order to make that determination.
Okay.
And like I said, it's all demonstrative in order to throw out, not necessarily throw out in a negative way, but to throw out possibilities or scenarios.
Okay. So if this, indulge me because we don't have anything for me to really demonstrate, but if this, for example, is the frame of the window, there's no way that the person could be like that inside and actually looking at what they're shooting? That's not possible to you.
So you're suggesting that somebody is reached fully into the car, stretching across somebody.
I didn't say anybody was in the rear passenger seat. You did. But I'm asking you,
Excuse me, guys, one at a time.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry. I'm asking you if it's possible that somebody could actually have been looking through that window and where they're firing instead of looking at the moonlight.
So they would, if they're putting their body into the car, they would actually have to drop their arms down in order to obtain that shot for Anthony Williams, because it is at such a degree that it exits out the front of his head and into a window, through a window. So dropping your arms in there, I just don't, it's not possible.
Okay, you do realize we're still talking about Christopher Thomas, which is the person.
Okay, I understand. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you.
You realize we're talking about Christopher Thomas?
Yes.
Who is the person that the photograph up on screen 6729 relates to.
Right.
Okay.
So
let's deal with him before we get to Mr. Williams.
let me answer.
Okay.
So I testified earlier that this is one shooting incident without the possibility of changing guns. So therefore, both victims are included in a simultaneous shooting incident. So you can talk about Thomas or Williams. Specifically, you're talking about Thomas and an angle that could be obtained. But to keep in mind, what you're saying would have to be lined up with Williams as well. And that's why we can't agree to your theory. We have to agree to, your theory has to match the shooting incident, which is simultaneous.
Okay. I have not, thank God, been in a shooting incident myself. But I have seen on TV where somebody with a,
Repeat your question.
if somebody with a firearm said, freeze, don't move, could it cause the people inside that vehicle to freeze and not move?
When I work the streets, I tell people to freeze and don't move, and they keep running. So I would disagree.
That's your answer to that.
Sustained.
These people we're talking about in the scenario I'm presenting to you, sir, are seated inside a vehicle. And somebody is outside and says, freeze, don't move. Do you allow for that possibility?
The possibility that, no, you don't allow for it. I'm not allowing for it, because we could sit here until we're both blue in the face and discuss possibilities. And the possibilities that you're suggesting, I don't agree with. Basically, the shooting happened from somebody inside the car. The blood evidence shows that it happened from inside the car. The angles show that it happened from inside the car. So any suggestion of it happening outside of the car I would not entertain, because it's not possible.
Except when called upon to disprove the scenario that I presented to you, you can't do it with science and trigonometry. You're telling me that the scenarios that I presented to you are impossible because of your assessment of whether or not somebody would have grabbed his arm and whether or not somebody would have taken off running. Is that what you're saying?
So the scenarios that you're presenting to me do not line up with the angles into the bodies. Those angles are set. Those angles have been completed. They don't change. The angle into Anthony Williams' head is does not change. The blood spatter that comes onto the headliner and the directionality that it's going, which is it's heading towards the backseat driver passenger, does not change. So anything that you suggest would not obtain the results that are inside that car right now.
Okay, let's move on. I want you to take a look at photo 6733. We can take a restroom break if the court doesn't mind.
All right, take your own system, not discuss the case, ladies and gentlemen. No form any deed, not to be drawn, anyone to discuss the case, including serving no research, including no bed on the jury.
Still, Jens. I got one more.
Jury entering. All present. All right, let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demmings, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, the witness who remained on stand, our jury's present. People, we broke your sign of cross-examination. Howard, if you're ready to continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You know, I got excited. Let me get some stuff I wanted to get out of the way.
Okay.
The firearm that you're using in all of these demonstrations is a 9mm,
Yes.
6 hour.
Yes. Good.
Another thing, we went through the part of your testimony concerning all the potential GSR that you retrieved.
Correct.
Identified, and you swabbed and sent to the lab for testing.
Down it, yeah.
Yeah. And you're aware that none of them came back positive definitively for GSR.
So there's 3 particles to GSR, and what was collected were 2 particle GSRs. So there's elements of GSR in there, just not all 3 of them. And one of them will diminish over time. Obviously, I came into it 3 years later, so the nitrates one will tend to diminish over time. The barium will be around, and the lead will be around, and that's the other 2 particles. So those will stick around because they're stronger metals, but the nitrates that burn, they'll disappear relatively soon, which is generally on the gunshot residue collection kit that there is. It's recommended to collect GSR within 3 hours of the shooting due to wanting to collect those nitrates so that you can have 3 particles. But just because there's not 3 doesn't mean that it's not there. What was collected were 2 particle GSR, which is 2 of the 3 particles of gunshot residue.
Okay. So if you can follow, for there to be a definitive determination that the particles that are being tested represent GSR, there needs to be all 3, correct?
Correct.
And there were not all 3 in this instance, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you think they weren't all 3 is because the 3rd one would have dissipated over time.
Correct.
And you were called in 3 years later.
Yes.
So the incompetence that would have occurred here, it's not your fault that what you're saying is this isn't your fault.
Well, I don't know if that's a fair question. I'm not saying that I'm wrong. I collected what I saw.
Okay.
If I was there on day 1, there would be 3 particle GSR.
You're speculating that there would be 3 particle GSR, correct?
Well, it would be within the time frame.
Right. But you don't know that it would have come back as GSR because there was no definitive determination made on the particles that you collected, correct?
It's not that there was no definitive. So RJ Lee will generally want, I gave you that report. Can I have that?
This one?
Yeah. So they have on there, I believe it says 2 particle GSR, there's over 9.
Is it correct that as regards the samples that you retrieved, the result of the testing was total particles characteristic of GSR 0?
Correct. So in order to have that and have that back, in order to have that, you would need to have all 3. That's my argument. So if you look at the analytical results on page 2, where it says that there's total particles characteristics is 0, and then total 2 component particles is over 9. And it explains up here what 2 components are. And the 2 components, it says right here that 2 component and
You can't read from the report.
all right, 2 component and 1 component GSR are 2 component and 1 component particles are consistent with GSR.
But there is no definitive determination that an expert would make that is GSR without all 3 components. Is that correct?
No, so you're missing the point. There are 3 components to GSR. The report that you just referenced states that they found 2 of the 3 components of GSR. Now, it is not normal for people to have in their car lead and barium. So lead and barium are going to be in the car from a GSR incident. So those are the 2 that were collected. The nitrates were not collected because it's 3 years after the fact from me.
Okay.
So
Understood.
therefore, when it says 1 component, which is going to be the lead, 2 component would be the other, which is barium, they are characteristics of GSR. And on that report, it states that 2 component particles, there are over 9. So that is everything but the nitrates. And if it was collected on day 1, you would have the nitrates. So your argument is not right.
Okay. So let's go now to 67. Oh, we're at 6729. That's the photograph with the gentleman looking at the stars. Let's go to 6730. Get a clearer picture of 6730. 6731. This is another scenario that you posited.
Correct.
And in that scenario, you have someone holding the gun sideways and sticking their hand in the window like I have my phone in my hand right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't consider somebody back here sticking the gun in a way that would be natural to shoot as opposed to what you depicted.
So if I were to consider your scenario, the projectile would actually end up in the headliner and possibly through the roof, because that is a very sharp angle. You're on your knee and you're shooting in an upward position through the window, and it would not hit anybody but the car.
Okay, I'll give you that. This chair, you would agree, that I was trying to demonstrate on is lower than the car window. You agree with that?
Yes.
So I wouldn't have been on my knee. I was trying to give you a demonstration. You can.
Oh, you can't tell me that.
Okay. So if somebody were sticking their gun in a natural firing motion, as opposed to sidearm, at the back of that window, at an angle that would have allowed the projectile to go through that window, that's not something you considered and thought maybe you might put in the picture as opposed to this guy with the sidearm action? Well,
Again, we could go back and forth onto every possible scenario that you could have in your mind. I'm not going to entertain all of your scenarios. If you come up with one that would line up with the blood and the trajectories, then we can talk about that. But as far as your scenarios that are moot, I can't speak to them because they don't make sense.
Fair enough. Have you ever in your 19 plus years seen someone fire a firearm with their hand in the position that you see depicted in your demonstrative 6731? Ever?
Well, as you said earlier, maybe in movies.
A bad movie.
Well, I mean, whatever movie you want to pick.
In real life, have you ever seen anybody at the range or anywhere fire a firearm in the way that you depicted that person in 6731? Ever?
I don't recall, but it is a possibility that a firearm can be fired in that position without jamming and strike a target.
Okay. Now let's move to 6732. Same picture, same angle.
Yes.
Right? 6733, same sideways gun angle from the other side of the car.
No, it's the same side.
I mean, photo being taken from the other side of the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. 6734. The gentleman is holding the firearm again.
Same position.
Same position. 67-35, same position.
Yes.
67-36, same position.
Yes.
Okay. Now, of all the scenarios you could come up with to put in your report and to have demonstrated, every last one of them included somebody holding a firearm at an angle that you have never seen anybody hold it in your life.
No, that's an incorrect statement.
Okay. You were brought in to do a reconstruction, a shooting reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And prior to doing that, you observed the shooting reconstruction that Miramar did, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said you took one look at it and you knew you had to start from scratch, right?
Yes.
The term that you used is what Miramar did was the worst thing you had seen in your life, right?
Yes.
Okay, because they used string and some kind of gum, putty.
Putty.
And first of all, in their depictions or in their reconstructions, they had the string sagging.
Yes.
They also had all the strings from all of the perforations tied to the same lamppost, right?
Yeah, to the ruler, like a ruler thing.
The ruler,
I think it was a ruler.
which didn't make sense at all.
No, that would surmise that the shooter stood there and made miraculous rounds.
Okay, and that. So just to be clear, what Miramar did before you took over was totally incompetent, in your professional opinion.
Improper characterization.
It lacked training.
Okay. When you said it's the worst thing you had seen in your life, your words, what you meant to say was it lacked training.
Well, it's the same thing. I mean, I don't like to be rude, but it lacks training.
Okay. So if you weren't being rude, you would say that it was an incompetent exercise in investigation.
Let's move on. You got the point.
Okay. Thanks. And then when you took over, the first thing you asked the state to do was tell you who, strike that. Did the state tell you who they thought the shooters were?
Excuse me, which one's that?
All right, y'all. We only got a little bit left of this day, but I don't think we're going to wrap up in time. So tonight, if you are interested, you are more than welcome to come and hang out with me while we put our vision boards together for 2025. So at 7 p.m. Central, I will be live again here on TikTok with, I'm sorry, not TikTok, but YouTube with a few of my other friends, Attorney Star, Attorney Yates, Hallie, Miss D. Williams, Arian, and Jasmine. We're all going to be up here this evening putting our boards together. It is super informal, y'all. Like, it's really just us. We're probably going to be talking, laughing, and just putting our boards together. So if it's something that you do and you want to participate with us, just make sure that you come on in and join us this evening. But I actually got to do a few things before I've got to do a few things before the party. So I'm going to jump off of here. I think we're at a cool stopping point. I asked y'all if we watching tomorrow. Y'all want to watch tomorrow? Y'all want to watch tomorrow? Because if we watch tomorrow, then we won't watch on the first. We could not watch tomorrow and watch on the first. What y'all think, Kelly Gang? Let me know what y'all want to do. Because I'm down either way. Y'all know I don't do too much. So I could really, we could watch tomorrow during the day unless people got stuff to do. Which one, Shay? You want to watch tomorrow? I know D Wood said tomorrow for sure. Cause y'all know we gotta wrap up this week. I think we will though. I think we'll get through this because we're already on day 10. I think we'll get through it. And we'll be ready for Monday. All right, so boom. So we'll watch tomorrow. Once you say this is the only way it could happen, but there are several possibilities, that's a doubt right there. Absolutely, Chloe, I agree with that. I agree with that. And I understand, like, as a witness, you don't want to, like, kill the case, especially if you worked on it and investigated it. But at the same time, jury impressions are important because they are the ones who make the decision and they get to weigh the reliability of the witness's testimony. So the way that you come off matters. It doesn't matter what the evidence says. If you present it crazy, just like it happened in the YSL trial, the jury gonna be like, okay, BS, and we don't like you or anything that you said. So jury impressions matter regardless of the evidence. All right, but again, y'all, I will see y'all tomorrow. I'm about to jump on TikTok real quick to promote our vision board party, but I will see y'all then. I'll try to get on at about 9. I think 9 works pretty good. So 9 Central, we'll be live tomorrow. Have a good evening. Happy New Year if I don't talk to you again. See ya.